The world gradually fell into ruin, the earth was plunged into endless darkness, and humanity dwindled, leaving only disgusting monsters to roam everywhere. Facing these monsters was a young man on the verge of death, gasping for every breath. He growled, "That traitor. He actually dared to plot against me." Seeing the monster charge forward, he was too exhausted to even bother resisting anymore. Saying his farewells to the world, he never thought he would end up dying at the hands of his own people. "I still don't belong in this goddamn world. My name is Ye Zhongming, a dreamer in the face of the apocalypse, and now I'm about to die. How did it come to this?" 10 years ago, the world underwent a cataclysmic change. 9/10 of humanity turned into terrifying monsters, and countless roulettes descended from the sky. Gradually, people discovered that the magic crystals in the heads of zombies could be used to draw all sorts of unbelievable items from the roulettes: supplies, weapons, even potions that unlocked superhuman abilities. The remnants of humanity, focused only on survival, fought endlessly over the roulettes. The entire world turned into a brutal survival game. And to survive, I could only choose to submit, to abandon my principles as a human being. After training for 10 years, I finally earned a place in the squad, thinking my future would be brighter. I thought as long as I worked hard, there would be a way to live. It should have been that way. But I never expected to die because of a teammate's scheme. Is this how my game ends? After Ye Zhongming closed his eyes, he suddenly jolted awake, turning to see a beautiful girl lying next to him. Bai Shishi? Am I dreaming? Or is this a side effect of the stone? Hasn't she been dead for a long time? This is my home. The home I had before the disaster struck 10 years ago. Just a moment ago I was. Could it be that I've been reborn? May 10th, 2022. That was the very day the apocalypse broke out. That living hell. Don't tell me I have to go through it all again? No, that's not right. Being reborn is a chance to turn everything around. My 10 years of experience in the apocalypse is my most valuable weapon. Snapping out of his thoughts, he quickly grabbed a bucket and a knife, and immediately began preparing his things. The noise woke Bai Shishi. In a sleepy voice, she asked, "Zhongming, where are you going?" Yi Zhongming ignored her, not bothering to answer as he opened a closet to get his things, thinking to himself, "These are the heirlooms my parents left me. I could never bear to use them before, but now they have a purpose. After the apocalypse, money is useless." Seeing him remain silent, she snapped, a little annoyed, "Ye Zhongming, I'm asking you a question. Where are you going?" He didn't hide it anymore. "Women only slow down the speed of my blade," he said. "I know you and Qin Jun have been having an affair." He added with a sarcastic gentleness, "What happened just now was an act of charity for me, wasn't it?" She trembled slightly and asked, Qin Jun? Zhongming, what are you talking about? In my past life, during the early stages of the apocalypse, I did everything I could to protect this woman, Bai Shishi, yet she chose to leave me to rely on Qin Jun. Yi Zhongming, make yourself clear. What proof do you have to slander me and Qin Jun? You're just jealous that he's handsome and rich. You vile piece of trash. Shishi, for old time's sake, I'll give you one last warning. Be careful of Qin Jun. He's not the kind of man who will share your hardships. Later on, he'll trade you away for just 3 cans of beer. But you won't believe me even if I tell you now. That's all I'll say. I can't waste any more time. I have more important things to do." With that thought, he turned and walked away, looking cool and detached. The girl on the bed was still screaming, her lungs out, "I'm dumping you. I dumped you first." To deal with the coming apocalypse, the first step is to prepare tools and medicine. The scene changes to the outside. He hailed a taxi, handed the driver a wad of cash and told him to get to the nearest hospital as fast as possible. The driver, Wu Wenji, said, "Hold on tight, kid. First, medicine. These pharmaceuticals are scarce resources in the apocalypse, with unpredictable uses. Next, the clothing store. Heh. All the survival gear you need is right here. Will you be paying with cash or card?" Just as he was about to swipe his card and leave, his eyes suddenly fell upon the mountain cleaver blade. Isn't that the same blade I used in my previous life? Good quality, and what a bargain. The deal went through, and the old shopkeeper was as happy as if he'd struck gold for selling a cheap knife, having sold it for 10 times its actual price. Continuing in the taxi, he made a deal. Get to Dingsheng Villa within 5 minutes for an extra 300 yuan. Seeing a good offer, the driver switched into destruction mode, shooting off like a rocket. Everything is ready. Now, it's time to repeat it all. The roulette. The apocalypse roulette, or the exchange roulette. The only source of survival supplies in the future. Water, food, equipment, Even special abilities must be obtained through the roulette. I have to seize the earliest opportunity. According to my memory, the first piece of the apocalypse roulette should be here. Arriving at the villa complex, his car was stopped by a security guard. He told the driver to just ram through, offering an extra 500. The driver immediately agreed. The car smashed through the barrier and sped inside. A moment later, he stopped at a certain spot. He told the driver to remember to take the back roads. Okay. At this moment, Ye Zhongming carefully prepared his gear, spray cans, and stone-inlaid accessories. The security guard caught up and yelled, "A beat-up taxi acting so tough, you broke the railing. You think you can run? Running my ass. Hey kid, can you hear me? Don't play dumb with me." He wasn't scared at all, and simply pointed to the sky. "Look up there." The security guard looked up, his jaw dropping. "What is that thing? It's exactly the same as 10 years ago. Why did they have to leave the apocalypse roulette, causing humanity to slaughter one another? If everything is destined to repeat itself, if this survival game is still going to continue, then this time, I will definitely seize the chance to become strong. I won't waste this second." For those who don't know, the thing in the sky is a sacred golden warship. The two security guards quickly pulled out their phones to record, while the man's face turned pale. So soon? The golden holy light warship had already begun its attack. Immediately after, he turned and ran for it. The warship's assault lasted for 5 continuous minutes. 5 minutes later, the apocalypse had turned the world into a living hell. This is probably the location of the first doomsday roulette wheel. Once the warship stops, the roulette will appear. With that, he rang the doorbell, pretending to be a delivery guy. The person inside realized he wasn't a courier. A super sweet-looking girl walked down the stairs. Her tone was sharp. "Who the hell are you? Get out now, or I'm calling the police." A girl with no combat ability. What on earth did he want with her? Before she could finish, an explosion echoed from outside. The Holy Light warship was frantically releasing something that looked like pills. They released a green, poisonous gas that mutated humans into grotesque creatures. The end had begun. People started tearing each other apart. Cries for help echoed all around. She started to panic. "What's going on outside? So many people are screaming. If you don't get out, I'm calling security." Then, a bright light flashed from the kitchen. He realized his target had arrived and immediately rushed in. She ran after him, stunned by the sight. What is this?" Sure enough, the exchange roulette had appeared, with a gray crystal in the center. A level 1 roulette wheel, the lowest rank. So this was what he was looking for. But why is it in my house? Seeing a potion on the wheel, he grinned from ear to ear. It was a reinforcement potion, the most valuable reward on a level 1 roulette, capable of doubling or even tripling one's stamina. If only I had 5 level 1 crystals, I could exchange for it right away. Suddenly, he broke into a cold sweat. Why are there 7 slots? This roulette needed 7 level 1 crystals, 2 more than usual. There must be a more important exchange item on this wheel. You know what this is, don't you? Say something. On the roulette wheel, he spotted something unusual. A luck card. She couldn't contain her curiosity and grabbed his shoulder. "What are you talking about? What is this roulette thing? What luck card?" This girl hadn't turned into a zombie, which meant she was either resistant to the gas or could become a useful ally. The luck card was a special type of power-up card. For example, it could greatly enhance her 5 senses, her physical strength, or even give her a companion beast. Even with such a detailed explanation, she still didn't believe. Cut the crap. Are you playing a game or something? Are you high? A companion beast? Only a ghost would believe you. He pointed outside. Listen, huh? The screaming outside has stopped. You're right. Just a moment ago, the screams were horrifying, but now it's silent. What on earth happened out there? Are you stupid? Going out there is suicide. But her hands moved faster than her brain as she rushed to open the door. Instantly, a zombie stuck its head in. It lunged forward, ready to tear her apart. She let out a piercing scream, and just like that, he sliced the zombie in 2 with a single strike, then struck a cool pose. She was frozen with fear. He grabbed the zombie's head and pulled out a crystal from inside it. She quickly began to analyze the situation. Just as she suspected, what he wanted was the crystal from the monster's head, which looked just like the ones on the roulette. Suddenly, 2 more zombies charged at them. He struck another cool pose, shielding her. 1 slash took out 1 zombie, and another strike wiped out the second one. Seeing him deal with both of them so easily, she was smitten. So handsome. She immediately asked for his info. "Who are you?" "You ask. I answer," he said calmly. "Ye Zhongming. What's your name?" "I'm Mo Xinfei." Hearing the name Mo Xinfei, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Mo Xinfei? Could it be the Mo Shinfei, the rumored 9-star powerhouse from next year? Why is it her? Big brother Ye. What on earth is going on? The Earth has been attacked. As you can see, most people have turned into zombies. Attacked? Turned into zombies? I don't know who attacked Earth either. I only know that a small number of people weren't affected. They didn't turn into zombies, just like you and me. So, what do we do? Will the government or the military come to save us? Like hell they will. A few minutes ago, the government and the military completely collapsed. Right now, the outside world belongs to the zombies. Hearing this, Shinfei was so shocked her soul practically left her body. No matter how you look at her, she's just an ordinary woman. Could she really become a 9-star powerhouse? If she reaches that level, she must have some extraordinary qualities. Besides, I need an assistant. Let me tell you a little about the rules of survival in this zombie world. He walked over to the clock-like machine and explained, "This roulette is the Doomsday Roulette. Most of the weapons and supplies in the zombie world come from these wheels. To spin the roulette and get the items on it, you need to fill all the empty slots. Its shape is very similar to what you took from the zombie's head. Could it be this gray zombie crystal? After filling the slots, you can spin the roulette once? So, you mean to spin it one time? We have to kill 7 zombies? The more valuable the rewards on the roulette, the more zombie crystals are needed. Does that mean there are many different types of roulettes? Does each roulette have different rewards?" That's right. This is just a level 1 roulette. Big brother Ye, how do you know all this? Are you a transmigrator or the main character of some story? He broke out in a sweat at her question. It's hard to explain. By the way, do you want to see the roulette spin? She nodded eagerly. I'm going out to kill a few more zombies. Keep the door locked tight. Don't open it. Scene changed to the outside. The villa complex was now swarming with zombies. One of them had just turned its head to greet the audience when he immediately took it out, sending them to their graves. Hearing the sound, 4 nearby zombies rushed over. With 10 years of grinding experience, he made short work of them. Just as he was about to loot their drops, he suddenly heard a cry for help. A girl was being chased by 2 zombies. When she saw him, she immediately hid behind his back. He had handled 4 zombies with ease, so taking care of 2 more was a piece of cake. But then, the girl he just saved started screaming like a rabid dog, her face contorted as she attacked him. Unfazed, he quickly dodged and sent her to the afterlife. A little while later, he returned with a pile of crystals. Hinfei was full of praise. "Brother Zhang, you're so amazing. You've already managed to get 11 zombie crystals. With the 3 we had before, we can spin for a reward twice. Here, let me show you how the roulette works." He walked over to the roulette and inserted the crystals one by one. The crystals vanished, and the roulette began to spin. He prayed for a strengthening potion. His prayers were heard, but his wish wasn't granted. The roulette landed on a space that gave him 4 jars of delicious fruit jam. At that moment, he could only cry inside. How could he have? In these times of starvation, canned goods are a luxury that we can't get much of. But while you were out, I reorganized the food in the house. It's enough to last us for a long time. Feeling like his luck was as black as night, he handed the remaining crystals to her. You try spinning it once. Mo Hin Fai, the future 9-star powerhouse. What kind of reward will she get? After Hin Fai inserted enough crystals, the roulette wheel started to spin. There was always an indescribable feeling when spinning for the first time. It's incredibly valuable. I hope her luck is a little better than mine. Ah, I got this. Looking at what Hin Fai had gotten, Zhongming, his jaw dropped. It was an exclusion card. I can't believe you got this. An exclusion card? Is it very valuable? Of course it is. Although it's not essential right now. Later on, when we're trying for important equipment or skills, this exclusion card can increase the chances of getting a divine tier item. I didn't expect my luck to work on the roulette too. Is your luck always this good? What followed was a flex of her incredible luck. Buying a soda would often win her another free bottle. Smashing golden eggs always got her the grand prize. Opening mystery boxes always revealed a lucky prize. She even won a live cow in a supermarket raffle, and then managed to draw for the cow again. In complete contrast to Hin Fei's luck, he was the kind of guy who'd never won a free bottle of soda in his life. Just, thank you for participating. A man with no affinity for prizes. I wondered why you were a 9-star powerhouse, but I guess it was all due to luck. If you're the goddess of lucky draws, then let me take advantage of that luck of yours. The scene changes to the next morning. You're going out already? It's so early. Yeah, I need to collect some more crystals. Why are you going out to farm so early? Today's goal is 100 crystals. Seeing his diligence, she thought to herself, this man is actually pretty dependable. If that's the case, I can't just sit around either. The kitchen is a woman's domain. I have to make a meal worthy of 100 crystals. Sometime later, he returned with a long face. You're back so soon? Well, I have one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Which do you want to hear? Let's hear the good news. The good news? Besides us, there are no other normal human beings left in this area. I've killed all the zombies around here. You're really amazing. So, what's the bad news? I've killed all the zombies around here, and this is all the crystals I got. It's okay, that's still enough for a few spins. Even after turning this whole area upside down, I only managed to collect this small amount. I'm a little hungry. Is there anything to eat? Oh, of course. Then, Hin Fi brought out a pile of burnt food. Sorry, I don't usually cook. It doesn't matter what the food looks like. He picked up his chopsticks and shoveled everything into his mouth. It's actually not bad. It just doesn't look very appealing. Hearing that, she was so moved she started bawling her eyes out. He wasn't disgusted at all. Having something to eat is a blessing. Before, I was so hungry, I almost ate a dead person. Now that we've had a good meal, let's get down to business. Let's see what good stuff she can get this time. She then pulled a pistol and a crossbow. Holy crap, that's insane. Getting 2 practical weapons in a row. There's still one more spin left. You try. My luck is terrible. Here, let me transfer some of my luck to you. You'll be lucky. Items that have already been won won't appear again. Right now, there are 6 types of rewards left on the roulette. There's a chance of getting the strengthening potion. Should we use the exclusion card to remove the biscuit option? The moment he said that, the exclusion card was used instantly. He was speechless. I didn't know saying that would use it up. I'm sorry. Well, it's too late now. Now there's a 1 in 5 chance of getting the strengthening potion. Time to gamble. Please. Oh please. Spirits of heaven and earth, let me get it. By the power of friendship. He immediately hit the jackpot. I got it. This is awesome. The primary strengthening potion can significantly improve the user's physical condition. Close combat fighting power will increase by at least 3 times. In the early stages of combat, this physical strengthening potion is the most important item. You should drink it quickly. After you use it, your body will be instantly enhanced. Not so fast. Let me show you something more interesting. He took out the bottle of medicine from the hospital and mixed it with the strengthening potion. The stuff he took from the hospital, it really is useful. This way, we can turn 1 potion into 2. Really? Yeah. There isn't just one roulette. There are many others out there. And the rewards on each roulette are different. If we can get more, a strengthening potion, it can be traded for valuable skill cards or rare medicinal ingredients with other people. Oh, I see. How do you know so much? That. Well, the potion's temperature needs to be strictly controlled. The current temperature is a bit high. Lower it a little. You have to carefully memorize the process and adjust to the standard temperature. You'll make the next potion. I'll be sure to remember. This way, we can make 2 strengthening potions. Big brother Ye, how do you know how to make potions? Suddenly, he shushed her. Don't make a sound. Scurrying noises came from outside. Right after that, he grabbed her hand and ran upstairs. What is it? Something more troublesome than zombies is approaching. Mutant cockroaches, infected by the virus, have evolved into man-eating insects. They're not that strong individually, but they swarm. If you see one, there's a whole nest. Help me push this cabinet over. What on earth are those things? Mutant cockroaches. The apocalypse didn't just turn humans into zombies. It also mutated many plants and animals. Mutated plants and animals will also attack, not just humans. They'll even eat people to survive. You hide in here, and don't come out without my command. What about you? Don't worry. This will be over in a moment. Then, the cockroaches charged forward. He then pulled out the goods. Now's the right time to use this, even if the side effects are a little nasty. Down below, swarms of mutant cockroaches scurried around with loud thuds and clatters, crawling all over the house. Every single one was gigantic. A normal person would be scared to death just seeing them, let alone a whole swarm. Click, clack, click. They reached the door and began to break it down. Their legs are incredibly tough. No other way. Watching the mutant cockroaches about to burst through the door, he took out a test tube. I can only drink the potion. Crash. Creak. Ye Zhongming squeezed his eyes shut and gulped down the potion. In an instant, his body began to tremble strangely, his pupils fully dilated, and then he collapsed with a dull thud. Arr! He screamed in agony. Ugh. Just then, a mutant cockroach kicked the door down and burst in while he was writhing in pain. Screech. It lunged, and the entire swarm poured in right behind it. Ye Zhongming was almost completely surrounded, lying motionless. Swish! The potion's effects had kicked in. He swung his knife, slicing off the head of the nearest cockroach. Thud! After the slash, he leaped forward. Just like that, a cockroach's body and head were separated. Green blood splattered everywhere as its head went flying. The rest of them continued to charge. He stepped on one and leaped high. This really hurts. His eyes turned fiery red as he muttered, a murderous aura radiating from him. Another cockroach lunged, as if avenging its comrade, not giving him a moment's rest. Damn it, this hurts like hell, he roared. His eyes were bloodshot, and a faint mist swirled around him. Swish, swish. He spun around and sliced through 3 lunging cockroaches at once. A clean cut, without the slightest hesitation. Ah! He yelled, his eyes showing no trace of fear. Slash, slash. He continuously cut down the mutant cockroaches, sometimes 2 in one blow, his knife dripping with green blood. It dripped down, drop by drop. Pant, pant. He gasped for breath, surrounded by the corpses of the mutated cockroaches. Ye Zhongming scanned the area and then went downstairs. The appearance of these roaches means there's a mother roach. If I don't get rid of the source, this will never end. He furrowed his brow, using memories from his past life to find the mother cockroach. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mother cockroach appeared from behind him. Yi Zhongming sensed it immediately. Heh, what a coincidence. He whipped around to see the mother cockroach had arrived uninvited. All the better. I can wipe out the whole nest at once. The massive mother cockroach advanced toward him, its children lying scattered on the ground. The mutant mother cockroach said nothing. Crackle, crackle, crackle. It spat mucus at him. He leaped forward. Sizzle. The mucus landed, and the wooden table instantly melted. The spot where the mutant mother cockroach had spat let out a sizzling sound. Thud. A necklace fell to the ground. Clink. Yi Zhongming happened to step on that necklace. Yi Zhongming scanned his surroundings and growled. You want revenge for your children, huh? Screech, 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 screech. The cockroach shrieked and lunged at him. He thought about the past. Come on. According to my experience from my previous life, the mother cockroach's weak. Ye Zhongming leaped onto the middle of the cockroach's back where there was a red mark. It's here. Splat. He plunged his knife down, and green blood gushed out. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The mother cockroach cried out in pain. Die. He sliced with his knife, and with every swipe, more green blood poured out. It's dead. He gave his knife a twirl as the mother cockroach collapsed to the ground, motionless. He jumped off the cockroach. Thud. Yi Zhongming rolled his shoulder. The more I exert myself, the more obvious the side effects become. It hurts like hell. Click. The door was opened. You can come out. It's okay, he said, his voice extremely weary. Mo Qingfei rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Ye Zhongming was stunned. Hey, you. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Mo Qingfei was trembling all over as if in extreme fear. He gently patted her back to comfort her. Are you crying over a small thing like this? This is the apocalypse, you know. A tear rolled down her cheek. He comforted her. In the apocalypse, tears are the most worthless thing. Who's crying? It just stinks in here. And it's too dark. Mo Qingfei wiped her tears, pretending to be strong, her face blushing bright red. Is that so? He asked again. She turned her head away. It's not what it looks like. With so many insect corpses, how are we going to clean this up? She looked over the slaughtered mutant cockroaches and sighed. Its green blood is everywhere, is extremely hard to understand. He said that right now, we can still find food in supermarkets and abandoned houses, but a year from now, food will become an incredible luxury. As he explained, she asked, is it because the mutations make it impossible to grow crops or raise livestock for food anymore? Yi Zhongming nodded. That's right. In the future, there will be 3 main sources of food. The first 2 are non-perishable food that's left over, and rewards obtained from the roulette. The third is dried meat made from the corpses of these insects. She covered her mouth. Eating insect corpses? She looked like she couldn't process it just yet. He scratched his face. Eating insect corpses is still better than eating human flesh. He revealed a terrifyingly common reality of the apocalypse: cannibalism. Yi Xinfei was completely horrified. She probably never imagined in her entire life that humans would resort to eating other humans. She trembled. After carving up the pile of insects and putting the meat into a bowl, its leg was still twitching. Ye Xinfei, holding a knife in each hand, was properly dressed with an apron and even a face mask. Ah, it's still alive. She swung a knife down, squeezing her eyes shut as if she couldn't bear to watch the gruesome scene. He said cheerfully, the meat gathering is going great. Thump, thump. She chopped one piece after another on the cutting board. Ye Xinfei took off her mask after, hearing him speak. You still have the nerve to talk? This is so gross. Are you planning to go out? Yeah, I'm going a bit farther this time. We need more crystals and more information about our surroundings. He nodded. All right, I'll turn all this into dried jerky. She nodded. Then, stood up and walked over to him, continuing to prepare the strengthening potions. Trust me, Ye Zhongming said to her, his voice firm and certain. I will definitely come back. After that, he went outside, fully equipped, while she stood at the door, watching him leave from afar. Ye Xinfei's heart was filled with worry, but also a sliver of faith that he would surely be okay. As evening fell, he ran swiftly into the city. The roadside was littered with countless zombies, their guts spilling out and their blood turned green. They truly didn't have any semblance of humanity left. Thump, thump. He ran past them without a moment's pause. Ah, help me! A cry suddenly came from nearby. Ye Zhongming, who had been running, skidded to a halt and looked back. Idiot. Shouting so loudly. Are you trying to lure every single zombie in this city over here? He cursed under his breath before running toward the sound. Even in the apocalypse, he still had a kind heart. He couldn't just watch someone die. Help me. The girl was crying her eyes out, looking as if she could no longer move. Slap. He immediately clamped his hand over her mouth, stopping her from making another sound. He hissed, "Shut up, I don't want to get killed because of you." But it was too late. The zombies had already been drawn over by the girl's screams. A whole horde turned their gaze toward the two of them, and then charged. The girl's jacket was torn off. He reached out and forcefully yanked the girl back from the zombies. Damn it, why do I always run into such stupid people? He cursed. Swish. He drew the blade he carried with him. Swish. With a single horizontal slash, he decapitated a zombie while pulling the girl into his arms. Thud. A zombie's head fell to the ground, a perfectly clean cut delivered by Ye Zhongming. The zombie's body collapsed right after its head. There are too many. Run, he yelled, shoving the girl to one side as his hands never stopped slashing. Swish, swish. It was just like that fruit-slicing game we all used to play. With every swing, a head fell. The girl immediately took off running, tears still streaming down her face. She ran to the front of a house and, without a word, threw herself inside. Click! The door opened. Gasp, gasp. After carefully locking the door, she leaned against it, trying to catch her breath, feeling exhausted. The girl was still crying silently, not making a sound. Get in the door! She peeked her head out and yelled at him, while he was still busy playing his fruit-slicing game. Swish! Hearing her call, Ye Zhongming turned and sprinted towards her. The horde of zombies was still hot on his heels. Just as he was about to dive in, their hands reached for him. Click! The moment he was inside, he slammed the door shut. But a hand blocked it. It was a zombie's hand, holding the door open. Ye Zhongming was shocked, and so was the girl. They never expected them to be so fast. There's no time to get upstairs. We have to keep running. The zombies were still right behind them. Thump, thump. The two of them ran tirelessly up to the higher floors. With his speed, he was in the lead, while the girl struggled to keep up behind him. Huff, huff. The girl stopped, gasping for air. Grab. A zombie's hand that had caught up managed to grab her leg. Ah! The girl screamed, loudly, forcing him to look back. Ye Zhongming frowned, then scooped her up and, with a single slash, severed the zombie's arm. Swish! The girl then ran ahead while Ye Zhongming covered the rear as a tide of zombies continued to surge. Upward. Boom! Suddenly, something lit up, and the entire space was filled with a blinding light. He and the girl turned to look behind them. The zombies took advantage of their distraction and charged forward. Whoosh! Something fell from the sky like a glowing comet. Ye Zhongming immediately recognized it. It's the mysterious key. The secret realm key has appeared. The secret realm key was said to be one of the most precious items in the apocalypse. The secret realm key was the only way to reach a hidden sanctuary filled with the hope of survival. He and the girl watched as the secret realm key slowly descended to the ground. In his past life, every single high-level elite expert had craved this key. In this life, as Ye Zhongming looked at the key once more, a deep ambition ignited within him. This life, the key, the secret realm has to be mine. Watch out. Looking back, the frightened girl clamped her mouth shut. Damn it, the zombies are already charging over. One of them even lunged at his family jewels. But luckily, Ye Zhongming immediately jumped back and threw a punch at that zombie. A single punch made it spit out its own green blood. If it were a normal person, they'd probably need plastic surgery after that. He cursed. That was too close. I almost lost the family line. The horde of zombies still swarmed forward like an endless rolling tide. Ye Zhongming took out his dragon-slaying saber, gauging the width of the stairwell. It was perfect for both offense and defense. Wait a minute. Let's end this all right here. He took a deep breath, as if gathering all his strength. In that case, I'll just finish every last one of you. The lead zombie lunged forward, charging at him, but Ye Zhongming remained perfectly calm. Slash. A single slash from his saber went through, a perfectly clean cut. The zombie's arm immediately fell off. Zombie blood splattered onto the girl. The severed arm flew past her face. Thinking back to just a few days ago, I had everything I ever wanted, chasing fame. The girl was a streamer, with more money than she could spend. She and her family all lived in harmony. She studied at a prestigious university, seeing herself as a dragon in the sky. Looking at the zombies before her, the memories flashed through her mind. Suddenly, everything changed. Zombies appeared, biting people. Everyone in her family turned into a zombie, even her father. She fled in terror. I've lost everything. She closed her eyes, unwilling to face the truth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Then the girl collapsed to the ground. It's so scary. Am I going to die? Stop spacing out. Ye Zhongming finished off the entire horde of zombies and turned to the girl. Get up. Let's keep moving. She looked up just in time to see Ye Zhongming finish off another zombie, while his other hand throttled another one by the neck. Once it was done, he let go, and the zombie's corpse fell to the ground with a thud. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. He killed all the zombies. Ye Zhongming wiped the sweat from his brow after the intense battle, let out a breath, and told her, "If you don't want to die, stop spacing out." He walked on ahead, his mind solely focused on the key to the secret realm. He had to find it quickly, or he'd lose his chance. The girl got up and said to him, "I really thought I was a goner. This man is so strong." She watched his retreating back, unable to help but wonder. Ye Zhongming scanned the area and told her, "The roof here connects to the building in front. We can probably get down from there." Okay, the girl immediately agreed. He had already mapped out the route in his head. From the building in front, go, down, cross 2 more streets, and he'd be at the location where the secret realm key had dropped. He walked at a steady pace, but when they arrived, the two of them stopped abruptly, stunned by the sight. It was a mass of giant vines that were constantly growing longer. Confused, the girl walked closer. Why are there vines blocking the way here? And what's more, they're moving. She was about to reach out and touch them. "Watch out," he shouted, but it was too late. The girl was immediately wrapped tightly by the vines. Ah! The vines squeezed with immense force. She couldn't move at all. Moreover, on them were sharp thorns digging into her flesh. What a pain. He frowned, swung his saber, and hacked at them, sending severed vines flying everywhere. Thump! Then he caught the girl in his arms. The girl blushed, her mind wandering. He risked his life to save me. Could it be that he has feelings for me? She hugged Ye Zhongming tightly. He's so strong and tough. If he were paired with someone as charming as me, that would be perfect. Thud. He dropped her without a second's hesitation. The girl was taken aback. Huh? Isn't this supposed to be the hero saves the damsel scenario? Why does this feel so wrong? He walked over and furiously chopped at the vines. Damn mutated plants. What a pain in the ass. The girl heard a new term and committed it to memory. Mutated plants. Is he treating them like they're just weeds? Wasting my time. He wiped his sweat, annoyed, and went to open the rooftop door. Huh? Clank, clank. What's wrong? The girl asked worriedly. It won't open, he said. It's locked from the outside. The girl worried. Then what do we do now? He immediately kicked the door down. Crash. With a loud bang, the door flew open. Countless people on the rooftop stood there, holding clubs and bats in their hands. Ye Zhongming swallowed, nervously. The girl was also a little scared, because in the apocalypse, humans can sometimes be more terrifying than zombies. Who are you two? Why did you come up here? The group of people immediately spoke up, demanding to know who they were. Ye Zhongming said, "It's not safe downstairs, so we came up here. Have you all been hiding here this whole time?" One of the men there pointed a finger at him in fear. Damn it. Why did you two break down the door? What if the zombies get up here now? He replied. You can rest assured about that. There are no zombies here. I made sure of that on my way up. The angry man ordered someone to fix the door. Just because you say there aren't any, that means there aren't? Zombies are wreaking havoc everywhere. Damn it, who knows when they might come up here? It can't be fixed. We can only block it with an iron bar for now, the man by the door reported back, while another guy pointed a baseball bat at him. This is all your fault. If the zombies storm this place, we're all dead. Leave it. A rather handsome guy with a red mohawk stepped in to mediate. They didn't know we were here either. Yi Zhongming stood protectively in front of the girl. The frightened girl clung to his shoulder. Stay back, he said, looking up at the roof. Ah, there are people over here too, the girl pointed. The guy who had threatened him earlier said, we're just like you. We're all refugees. We only ran up here to escape the zombies downstairs. Looks like it was a misunderstanding. What are your plans now? The guy dropped his aggressive demeanor and asked. He replied, I have to make a trip to the high school. The guy let out a sigh. Phew. So you want to go to the high school, huh? Do you have family trapped there or something? The streets are swarming with zombies. How are you planning to get there? The high school is completely surrounded. There are zombies everywhere. He looked up, deep in thought, searching for a possible route from above. I think I saw a light shining over in that direction just now. I wonder what it was. The guy nodded. Yeah, there was a light shining down on the school, but running into a dangerous place like that just for that. You've got some serious guts, he asked the guy. There has to be a shortcut around here, right? The guy gave him an answer. There is. The rooftop to the east is really close to another building's walkway, but you'd have to jump. It's extremely dangerous. Then, the blonde-haired guy pointed behind him. Don't even think about it. You'll break your legs if you jump. He glanced down, making a quick calculation in his head. The building below was 1 story lower. Its balcony was about 5 meters away from this one. He was confident. All right, I'm jumping from here. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the hem of his shirt. It was the girl. I'm going with you. Please, don't leave me behind. The girl looked desperate, as if she really didn't want to stay with these people. Then you hold the backpack, he said, handing it to her. Okay. She took the backpack. The blonde guy sneered at him. It's already going to be tough bringing her along. You're going to die if you try to carry that huge bag too, you know? How about you give the backpack to me? The guy slowly approached, looking like he was about to snatch his things, but with an incredibly friendly expression. Don't get me wrong. I'm just helping you with the bag. You jump down first, and then I'll toss it down to you. The girl clutched the backpack tightly, unwilling to let it go. She could feel that this guy was up to no good. He slung the backpack on and told her, get ready. The girl agreed and did as he said, putting on the large backpack. Then, he took a rope and tied her to the backpack. As he looked down from the railing, ready to take the girl with him, the guy tapped a baseball bat against his palm. Hey, you've got climbing gear in that backpack, don't you? He asked, his expression turning vicious. The girl opened her mouth to curse him out, but he threatened, leave the backpack, or I'll break his arm. Moron. He smirked disdainfully, and then jumped. Damn it, he actually jumped. The group of thugs couldn't believe their eyes. They were stunned that he really did it. Does this kid have a death wish? Whoosh. He and the girl soared across to the rooftop of the other building. Countless zombies swarmed below. If they fell, it would mean certain death. Thump. He and the girl landed safely on the other building. The thugs on the other side were dumbfounded. He really did it. Fucking crazy. He's absolutely insane. Are you okay? The girl was trembling all over. She had never done anything so dangerous in her entire life. She nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. From a distance, someone was watching them through a telescope. Heh, how interesting. He licked his lips, having found 2 interesting new prey. The man's face was covered in scars. He stood on a high-rise, looking down, his shadow stretching out like a demon's. Elsewhere, a group of men were tormenting a girl. The bitch dared to bite me. Are you done yet? Then it's my turn. This truly was the end of the world. Human decency had degenerated to its lowest point. Haha, now, it's my turn. The man forced the girl down, his voice utterly inhuman. Haha, hey guys, how many minutes you think he's got? I'm betting 1 minute. I'll bet you this cigarette in my hand. The others outside didn't just fail to stop it. They were laughing and joking amongst themselves. In your dreams, there isn't even a case of wine in this whole rundown place, yet you managed to find a pack of smokes on that damn old man. Something's not right. What kind of booze are you going to find in a school cafeteria? If you want to find alcohol, you have to go to the principal's office. There were already people inside the school. What about those students who are locked up? They discussed amongst themselves. We'll wait for Brother Wu's orders. Personally, I hope we just throw them all to the zombies. Hey, don't throw the girls away though. Keep them. Damn it, haven't you guys had enough fun yet? One of them suddenly snapped. What are you all talking about over here? Their leader had finally entered. Brother Wu. The entire gang immediately greeted him, bowing their heads respectfully. Brother Wu, someone just came out of the room. Looks like he just finished. It's nothing but zombies outside, so we can't leave either. So we're just gonna stay here forever? The world changed overnight. The streets are full of zombies and monsters. This is the apocalypse, right? The apocalypse? Heh. The leader laughed, but his underlings didn't understand. He explained, "Don't you see? Now, we can do whatever we want. We can have our fun with whoever we want. In this world, the strong make the rules," he declared. Meanwhile, the female student couldn't escape her fate of being toyed with. These were truly people with sick minds, unafraid even at the end of the world. He even managed to smile. This isn't the apocalypse. This is clearly our paradise. Yeah. It's getting dark. Countless zombies still roamed the streets outside. He watched them from a corner, saying nothing, just observing silently. Then he gave a wave, and the girl approached from behind him. Thump, thump. The two of them immediately ran outside. Ye Zhongming scanned his surroundings again. The girl followed close behind, then darted ahead. Thump, thump. The two of them ran through the night, with the girl panting heavily behind him. She said, "Can you slow down a little? I can't keep up." He clicked his tongue in annoyance. He'd saved another troublesome person. What a pain. I was mesmerized by her face and made a rookie mistake. Impulsiveness truly is the devil. He clicked his tongue. Damn it. I was so charmed. I even swore. But he still did as the girl asked. He said, "I'll run a bit slower. You keep up with me." He finally slowed down. The girl was overjoyed. "I can still keep up at this speed. This is great." The two of them ran to the front gate of the school. "It seems like there's no one here," he explained to her. "Not necessarily. This is a school, which is a place where large groups of people gather." The girl was surprised. "But I don't see any zombies. Why is that?" "They've all gathered somewhere else," he explained, and walked forward. The zombies over here were frantically pounding on the door of a classroom. There were students inside still trying to resist. Someone held their head in despair. "If the zombies don't bite us to death, we'll starve to death," a student said sadly, as if giving up hope. "Does this mean we can only wait here to die? Huh?" She looked outside. "There are people. Someone's here." She was shocked. The schoolgirl shouted, Hey, over here, over here. There are people over there." The girl quietly followed Ye Zhongming, quickly noticing his brow was tightly furrowed. "I can't even protect myself. Don't meddle in other people's business. Let's go," he urged. "Big bro, big sis, please save us." The students cried out relentlessly. "Save us! We don't want to die! Help!" The girl stopped, her heart filled with pity. But he was different now. Forget it. Their shouting will attract more zombies. It'll be a pain in the ass when a huge swarm gets here. Save us. Please, help. Their cries continued to echo. The girl, following behind him, mumbled, I'm sorry. He led her away. The two walked in silence. Finally, she broke the silence. I'm sorry. Is there really no way to save them?" Yi Zhongming frowned. "A saintess like you will die an early death," he explained. "They're definitely surrounded by zombies at the door, and they're shouting so loudly. Who knows how many zombies have already gathered there? I'm not skilled enough to save them. If you want to, go. Save them yourself." Only then did the girl cast aside her compassion, her reason returning. He reminded her, "This is the apocalypse. I hope you'll stop being an impulsive idiot." This was also a lesson he was reminding himself of. Creak. A corpse was dangling from a beam, its legs still stuck. As the wind blew past, it made a strange, eerie sound. Swish, swish. The girl followed him and saw the scene, and couldn't help shudder. She didn't understand why he would come to a school. Could there be a way to avoid zombies here? Filled with questions, she decided to ask, "Thank you for saving me earlier. I still don't know your name." He replied playfully, "Thanking me for saving your life. A thank you should have some sincerity, don't you think? You think you can order me around with just a few words? I risked my life to save you." He stepped closer with a smirk. The girl trembled. "What do you want?" "Obviously, to use you as bait to attract the zombies," he said, then turned away. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he thought about his plan with a silent chuckle. Bait this big will definitely be effective. As he imagined it, she began to cry in fear. He said bluntly, "Don't think so highly of yourself, that it's only natural for others to save you. In a critical moment, you might not even be as useful as a backpack." I know, the girl said quietly, forced to accept the truth. The two continued walking, she following timidly behind him. Finally, she introduced herself. "My name is Liang Chumi." "Ye Zhongming," he replied. She was surprised, then a wave of happiness washed over her. His name is Ye Zhongming. Even though he has a sharp tongue, he's not a bad person. Finding someone as good as him in the apocalypse is next to impossible. Help me. From nearby, there was another cry for help. He and Liang Chumi looked up. Ah! They were devoured in an instant. Liang Chumi covered her mouth. No matter how many times she witnessed it, she could never get used to it. He said, "Go hide somewhere safe." Then he ran off. She called after him, "Ye Zhongming," but he seemed not to hear. He ran to a drainpipe and scaled it as nimbly as a monkey. Thud. A zombie inside the classroom heard the noise. He burst in, kicking the zombie in the face. Crash. The glass window shattered, and he landed safely on the ground. Thump. The zombie flew backward. Swish. He swung his blade in a single slash, sending it to meet its maker. Phew. The children were hugging their teacher, crying. "Thank you," Teacher Park said. "Thank you for saving my students." Her arms were around two female students, but he seemed not to hear. He looked out the window. Sure enough, from this angle, he could see the drop point of the secret realm key. Teacher Park walked over to close the eyes of a student who had turned into a zombie. "Xiao Qiang is dead." She said to him, "With skills like yours, you could lead us out of here, couldn't you? My only remaining students are these two girls." "Ye Zhong," Ming replied, "I came to this school to find something. If you tell me where it is, I'll protect you until you reach a safe place." The teacher and her two students were surprised. Teacher Park asked, "What are you looking for?" He pointed outside. "Do you see that beam of light coming down from the sky? Where did it land?" The two students beside her shook their heads, but Teacher Park was silent. She said, "Wait, I saw it. But I have a condition. You have to get the three of us out of here." He frowned. "Making conditions? How can you prove you saw it? That sounds like a bluff. In the apocalypse, the first rule is to trust no one." Teacher Park immediately explained. That light appeared in the sky, like a daytime shooting star, and fell somewhere of the school. She had indeed seen it, so she had no choice but to follow his instructions. He asked where the spot was. Miss Park retorted, "If I tell you, and you leave, what will happen to us? Either you come back here and wait to die with us, or you tell us the drop point, and there's a chance for the three of us to live. You three, choose." Miss Park swallowed hard. "If I tell you, will all of us be saved?" He directly stated the harsh reality. "There are too many zombies in this building. I can't look after all three of you. With my current strength, I can only lead 2 people out." "2 people? Can't you just try a little harder? Are you even human?" The two students were immediately terrified. "Our request is perfectly reasonable. What kind of person are you?" Ye Zhongming frowned. "The world isn't reasonable anymore. There's only the strong and the weak." Then he drew his knife. "Choose. Who do I save?" The teacher and her two students stood at the crossroads of life and death. It was clear that if they didn't choose, they would end up just like the student from before. The two students, a boy and a girl, hugged their teacher tightly. "Teacher, I'm scared." She patted the boy's head, a helpless look on her face. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Choose. Who am I taking?" Yi Zhongming reminded her again. Miss Park replied, "I'm not choosing. Take my two students." In the end, she chose to sacrifice herself. "Miss Park," the two students cried out, unable to bear it. He nodded. "All right, I will get them out of here safely. Now, can you tell me where the light beam landed?" Miss Park stroked the boy's head. "After you get them to a safe floor, I'll write the location on a piece of paper and throw it down to you." He couldn't help but be impressed. This woman was worthy of being a teacher, and she wasn't stupid either. Then he led the way, smirking to himself. "I hope they're worth your sacrifice. Come on, you two students." "Teacher?" A girl grabbed her teacher's hand, unwilling to leave. Miss Park comforted her. "It's okay, go now." He went to the door, pressed his ear against it to listen, and determined there were 3 of them outside. He looked back and warned Miss Park, "The moment we step out, you lock this door tight, barricade it, and don't make a sound." "Okay, I understand." Miss Park nodded. Click. He held his knife, ready for battle. The second the door opened, he would strike. Just then, a zombie stuck its head and arm in. The two students screamed in terror. Thud, he kicked it, sending it flying backward. It flew far and slammed into a wall. The other 2 zombies hadn't even had a chance to move. Then he ran out. "Stay close to me." With a swift turn, he sliced off a zombie's head as easily as cutting fruit. "Let's go, now." The 2 Students immediately ran out after him without hesitation. "Teacher!" A student looked back, worried. Miss Park immediately shut the door. The girl grabbed her hand and pulled. "Let's go." These two were clearly scared to death, yet they still wanted to be heroes. Miss Park gently closed the door, whispering to herself to stay calm. Tears streamed down her face. "I am a teacher, after all." Clatter, clatter. The stairway on this side was filled with zombie corpses. He ran ahead, constantly reminding them, "Stay close to me, don't stop." Pant, pant, pant. He was breathing heavily. There were too many zombies. Protecting himself was one thing, but leading two students was truly dangerous. He immediately ran downstairs, but there was no sound from the lower staircase. It seemed the zombies had all gathered upstairs, making it much safer down below. What is this feeling? Then he stopped. "Stop. Everyone, turn back," he ordered. The two students were confused. "Huh? Is there something up ahead?" the blonde girl asked. He frowned. "I don't. I know. I just felt a wave of danger." His past experiences in survival had given him an irreplaceable, sharp sixth sense. The female student peeked down. "Let me take a look. There are no zombies ahead. Are you just imagining things?" Was it really just his imagination? Cold sweat trickled down his face. If it was just his imagination, he would be relieved. Whoosh, whoosh. There was no sound below, only the wind, blowing through. He started walking down. "Let's just assume I was imagining things. We can't waste any more time. Let's keep going." Click, clack. From a distance, someone was staring intently at the three of them. On the ceiling, something clicked its mouth, its tongue sliding out. Its body was covered in sharp spikes. Ye Zhongming was only now sensing it. He immediately looked up at the ceiling. "What is this?" The girl bumped into him. "Hey, why did you suddenly stop?" He signaled for the two of them to be quiet. "Shh." The blonde girl scoffed angrily as he scanned the area, focusing on the ceiling. Ye Zhongming's jaw dropped in alarm. There was nothing there. Was he being overly sensitive and hallucinating? Then he and the two girls moved forward. "I must be overthinking things. Let's keep going." The monster crawled right behind them, following their trail. Ye Zhongming led the two students slowly downstairs, unaware of the danger lurking so close. Thump. Huh. The monster looked at the three delicious humans. Drool dripped from its mouth. It appeared right behind the female student. As if sensing it, the girl trembled. Yi Zhongming broke out in a cold sweat. Something's not right. Somewhere. Hiss. The monster was now behind the two girls, its mouth wide open, just waiting to swallow them whole. As he walked ahead, its tongue licked the brown-haired student's hair. Slick. It was covered in saliva. "What is this?" She touched her head and looked behind her. "Flesh. Flesh. Flesh," the monster chanted, as it lunged forward. The girl let out a terrified scream. "Ah!" Swoosh! The massive mouth lunged at the girl, its tongue licking across her face. The girl was petrified, her face drained of all color, trembling, unable to move. Whoosh! He threw his knife. The blade flew past the monster's mouth just as it was about to devour the girl. Ye Zhongming was sweating bullets. Did I make it in time? If not, everything he'd done so far would be for nothing. The monster's mouth was torn on one side, and it stared at him with pure hatred. Its severed tongue was now twitching on the ground, his knife pinned firmly to the wall. "Pain! Pain!" it shrieked, its voice a bizarre, human-like sound. "Huh huh. Kill!" It ignored the girl and lunged at him, wanting to tear him to shreds to satisfy its rage. Swoosh! Bam! He dodged its swipe and, without holding back, punched it in the stomach with his bare hands. It had no effect. He backed away in fear, but the monster kept advancing, completely unfazed. "This is a mutated armored zombie. Why is it here?" His eyes widened in disbelief as the monster lunged again. He quickly dodged, leaning back as his mind raced to find a way to fight back. Are zombies evolving this fast? This thing is tough to handle. Whoosh! Sensing danger, he lashed out with a kick at the zombie. A kick with that much force would have blown a normal zombie's head off, but this one was completely unharmed. It left nothing but a tiny scratch. It was useless. For the first time since his past life, he felt the cold breath of death on his neck. The zombie didn't hesitate for a second, instantly grabbing his leg. It flung him violently, slamming him onto the floor. Dust and debris flew everywhere as Ye Zhongming clutched his head. The impact was strong enough to knock an ordinary person out cold, but he still managed to stir. The floor cracked under the sheer force. The two female students backed away in a panic. Lily, the one with short hair, could barely stay on her feet. The long-haired girl spoke with a trembling voice. Can you help me up? Lily! But the short-haired girl just turned and ran. The long-haired student watched in horror, unable to believe her friend would just abandon her like that. Meanwhile, the monster raised its fist, bringing it down towards him, a single blow that would undoubtedly be fatal for anyone. He lay motionless, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As the girl watched Ye Zhongming on the brink of death, she was overcome with despair. In a flash, the monster's fist shot down with all its might. Ah! The girl screamed in terror. Bang! Out of nowhere, a large hole blew through the monster's back. A gun had suddenly appeared in Ye Zhongming's hand. He had hit it with a single shot. He was panting heavily, having just cheated death. He silently thanked his luck for bringing the gun he'd won from the roulette wheel. His right hand was dislocated, but he struggled back to his feet. A hit like that would leave anyone severely injured, if not crippled. Ye Zhongming turned to the long-haired girl and said sternly, "Get up now, unless you want to be torn." The blonde girl, slowly regaining her composure, got to her feet as well. Whoosh. Rumble. Eerie sounds started echoing from downstairs. Ye Zhongming was startled. Crap, he thought. Did the gunshot attract more zombies? Rumble. Groan. More ghostly noises echoed from the stairwell. Ye Zhongming tightened his grip on his gun, while the two girls were frozen in terror. The green-haired girl mumbled, "Sniff. Did the gunshot attract the zombies?" The blonde girl was also trembling, her face deathly pale. He then glanced downstairs and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it wasn't a zombie. It was Liang Chumu, who had rushed over and was now standing right in front of him. She rushed towards him. Sniff. "I finally found you." He was startled as Liang Chumu hugged him tightly. She clung to him as if she couldn't bear to be apart from him for even a second, calling his name earnestly. Ye Zhongming. Huh? You? Why are you up here? He asked again. The two students finally let out a breath of relief, but the blonde girl was still suspicious. Who is that? She hasn't been bitten, right? Tears streamed down Liang Chumu's face as she explained. I waited for you for so long, and you never came back down. I was scared to death. This building is crawling with zombies. Do you have a death wish? She continued in a choked voice. A moment ago, a classroom at the back of the building suddenly started glowing. I saw the zombies. They were all heading toward that light. Wiping away her tears, she added, So I thought, maybe that light can attract them? So I decided to take a gamble and come upstairs to find you. Ye Zhongming was stunned. Wait, what did you just say? A light source can attract zombies? Liang Chumu nodded. Yeah, I saw all of them being drawn towards it. I was terrified being downstairs alone, so I came to find you. Ye Zhongming started to walk ahead. You should consider yourself lucky that you didn't run into any of them. He drew a knife, his mind racing. There's only one kind of light source that can attract zombies, the light from a roulette wheel. A determined glint flashed in his eyes as he pulled Liang Chumu by the hand. Let's head downstairs first. He left the two students, but they saw him leave and started to follow. Liang Chumu was surprised. He saved these two students. A warm feeling washed over her. The short-haired girl ran to catch up and explain, and the other girl nodded. So, you don't hate me, right? Lily asked again. The blonde girl, still following, replied, It's all right. I know you didn't do it on purpose. The group finally made it out of the building. He gave Liang Chumu a puzzled look. Miss Pooh's face lit up when she saw them emerge safely. It's Miss Pooh, the two students said in surprise. Xiao Xiao whispered a warning. Keep your voices down, or the zombies will find us. Miss Pooh just smiled. This is wonderful. You're both safe now. She clutched the paper she was holding tightly, but a different thought surfaced. If I hadn't told him where the beam of light was, would he have come to save me? But she immediately pushed the thought away. Don't do anything stupid, Miss Pooh told herself. The students are still his responsibility. And there's still one person up there. Liang Chumu was taken aback. The piece of paper fluttered down. She's a good teacher, he remarked, catching it. Liang Chumu asked a question in return. You said she's a good teacher, so, aren't you going to save her? She tried to threaten me just now, he replied. I'm just teaching her a little lesson. A cold sweat formed on Liang Chumu's brow. She never imagined he could be so petty. He smirked. So, that's where the secret realm key landed. It's a relatively safe location, one that normal people wouldn't pay any attention to. Well then, he smiled. It looks like we have two places to explore now. One is the secret realm key at the construction site. The other is the glowing object Liang Chumu mentioned, which is very likely another roulette wheel. This student is a stranger and has a big mouth. I can't take them to find the key to the secret realm. Or, should I go check out the place she mentioned? Lead the way, he said. Let's go see that glowing place you were talking about, Liang Chumo reported back. But a lot of zombies have gathered there, he laughed. That just proves there's something good there. Then he turned to the two students. You two. We're heading to a certain place. You should come with us. Okay. Having no other choice, the two students followed. The three were led by Liang Shumo to a building. She stopped him. Don't go any further. I saw a lot of zombies go in there. I'm serious. What? The two students shouted. There are zombies in there? What are we doing here? Isn't this just a suicide mission? You got the information from the teacher? You're not planning to sacrifice us as zombie bait now, are you? He smiled. Relax. There's nothing to be afraid of. As for the two students, he drew his knife. This is the apocalypse. Where aren't there zombies? As for using you two as bait, I wouldn't stoop that low. The three of you wait outside. He went inside, instructing, I'll be right back. Ye Zhongming entered the building all by himself. He carefully observed his surroundings, his hand gripping his knife, ready to fight at any moment. The three of them watched him disappear into the darkness, each swallowing nervously out of fear. He was basically the strongest fighter they had. No one wanted him to take such a risk. But once he made up his mind, there was no stopping him. Liang Shumo was worried. Why does he have to go in there? Could there be something really important inside? Meanwhile, the two students breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I really thought he was going to use us as bait. The girl, Lily, shot a venomous look in the direction he'd gone. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? So what if he has a gun? If a whole horde of zombies rushes him in there, are bullets going to be enough to stop them? The girl ground her teeth. Perhaps it wasn't fear that he would die, but rather fear of being without his protection. Lily grabbed the other girl, Xiao Xiao's, hand to leave, signaling for her to be quiet. Xiao Xiao asked, bewildered. What's wrong? Listen, Lily said. What if we find a safe place to hide? Hide? Xiao Xiao couldn't believe her ears. She never thought her friend would say something like that. Forget them, Lily persisted, trying to convince her. Look at the times we're in. Who has time to care about others anymore? There are tons of zombies in there. That Ye Zhongming guy is definitely not coming back out. The other girl, Xiao Xiao, was still hesitant. But he saved us before. Lily remained firm in her thinking. Stop hesitating. If something in there stirs them up and they all rush out, we'll be dead too. Humans truly are selfish. Liang Shumo looked over and asked, What are you two doing? The two girls jumped. Lily made an excuse. My stomach feels upset. She's coming with me to the bathroom. Xiao Xiao said nothing, but tacitly agreed with what her friend had said. Truly, a person with no backbone. Without a word of goodbye, Lily pulled Xiao Xiao away with her. Before she left, she glanced back at Liang Shumo one last time. Liang Shumo knew full well what the kids were planning, but didn't say another word. He'll definitely be all right. She looked towards the building, her heart filled with confidence. Swoosh. Meanwhile, he had already entered the bank. The lights buzzed and flickered. Over there were thousands of zombies. He chuckled to himself. What luck. He broke out in a cold sweat. At least there were no hard-to-deal-with mutated zombies like in that other building complex. He bit down on his saber as if to draw strength from it, thinking to himself, Here we go again. Another brutal fight. Then he let his arm drop, still clenching the saber tightly in his mouth. His arm had been dislocated earlier. He raised his left hand and, with a powerful move, he popped the dislocated joint back into place himself. After he was done, he rotated his wrist. Even though he'd set his own bones countless times in his past life, it still hurt a bit. He then took the saber from his mouth and stood before the horde of zombies that was slowly shuffling towards him. Every single one of them looked like they wanted to tear him to shreds. They growled, and without any command, the moment they spotted Ye Zhongming, they all swish. He drew his gun, holding his saber defensively in front of him as he took careful aim, his eyes seeming to glow. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Liang Shumo flinched. A gunshot! She couldn't believe he would do something to attract zombies like that, and her heart filled with worry. The two schoolgirls also looked back in fear. Lily scanned the area. He fired his gun. We have to go now. Let's get out of here. Go where? Xiao Xiao asked. Lily suggested, let's go to the teacher's dormitory. The zombie mutation happened during the day. The teacher's dorm probably didn't have anyone in it, so it might be safer there. Besides, we can definitely find food there, she explained clearly. Xiao Xiao looked back at Liang Shumo, a sliver of kindness remaining in her heart. What about her? Lily ignored her friend's words and dragged Xiao Xiao away directly. Right now, we're lucky if we can just look out for ourselves. Stop worrying about other people. But Xiao Xiao still thought it wasn't right. She yanked her hand away from her friend and suddenly ran back to Liang Shumo. Lily couldn't believe her eyes. Are you crazy? Liang Shumo was extremely surprised to see Xiao Xiao return. What's this? I thought you ran off. She never expected the girl to come back. Xiao Xiao tried to persuade Liang Shumo. Let's get out of here. It's dangerous. Over on the side, Lily cursed. She had probably forgotten her own fear in that moment. Model. Abandoning her friends. What an idiot. One more person is just another mouth to feed. If I'd known, I would have just found an excuse to leave earlier. Why did we have to bring her along? Lily bit her nails, her expression vicious, only wanting to find a way to save herself. Liang Shumo immediately shut her down. I'm not going. Xiao Xiao was startled and tried to persuade her. When the zombies get out later, you won't be able to run even if you want to. Liang Shumo shot back. If you leave Ye Zhongming, how long do you think you'll survive? What are you scoffing at? Xiao Xiao couldn't believe it. Liang Shumo continued. Ye Zhongming is even stronger than you think. In the current situation, leaving him is a death sentence. Xiao Xiao was thrown into chaos. It was hard enough just to save herself now. Why are you still? Liang Shumo didn't care. How do you know it's hard for him to save himself? Little Xiao Xiao stammered. Because he's already dealt with almost all the zombies inside the bank over here, just as I thought. Ye Zhongming stood before the roulette, so this is what was attracting the zombies here. But then he saw something even better, and couldn't believe his eyes. This wasn't an ordinary exchange roulette. The roulette before him was incredibly mysterious. It was a three-colored roulette, divided into yellow, black, and red. The apocalypse brought a deadly virus, but it also brought these rescue roulettes. Apocalypse roulettes, aside from the normal ones with levels 1 to 9, also included some special ones. This type of roulette with 3 colors is called a 3-colored roulette. There are also 5-colored, 7-colored, and 9-colored roulettes, collectively known as multicolored roulettes. The levels of the roulettes are different. Multicolored roulettes allow you to obtain class skills by spinning them, including the strongest combat skills, for example, swordsman and archer. But there are also various support skills, like pharmacist or chef. Only by obtaining the corresponding class skills can the power of the equipment or supplies from the leveled roulettes be maximized. For example, if your class is a swordsman and you also get a combat knife, you'd be like a master swordsman from the movies. You could kill more than 10 people without breaking a sweat. The number of multicolored roulettes is only 1/5 that of the leveled ones, making them extremely precious. He stood before the roulette, stunned, but also a little excited. I can't believe I've already come across a 3-colored roulette so soon. But this kind of roulette also comes with risks. If you land on the black section of the roulette, it will explode like a firecracker. However, the black section also had a crest on it, indicating it was also a class item and wouldn't explode. Yi Zhongming muttered, "Can a black hole of bad luck like me, for over 20 years, actually have this kind of good fortune?" Then he raised his hand to examine it. Could it really be because Xinfei transferred her luck to me? He remembered when she kissed his hand. It all felt so magical. Xiao Xiao and Liang Shumo decided to go in and rescue Ye Zhongming. Before that, Xiao Xiao tried to persuade her. It's full of zombies in there. Ye Zhongming won't be able to get out. You should come with us. Quickly. Liang Shumo replied. I trust him. If you two want to run, go ahead. But let me warn you. Be careful you don't get bitten and killed by a zombie after taking just 2 steps. What? Lily scoffed from the side. How could we possibly run into zombies? Yi Zhongming is attracting the zombies inside, so there are fewer of them out here now. Then she pulled her friend away. Xiao Xiao, don't waste your breath on her. Let's go. Leaving Liang Shumo alone. That girl, Lily added, full of self-confidence. But you've also forgotten who it was that saved you from that classroom. Don't be like her, thinking that Ye Zhongming guy is some kind of messiah who can do anything, huh? Just let this idiot wait here for Ye Zhongming's corpse. Hearing this, Liang Shumo grew furious and clenched her fists. A loudmouth like this really needed to be taught a lesson. She rushed forward and slapped that girl Lily, drawing blood from her mouth. Liang Shumo yelled, "Shut up, don't you forget who saved the 2 of you. You've gone too far." Lily flew into a rage, cursing like a mad dog. You crazy bitch, you fucking dare to hit me? Xiao Xiao tried to intervene. Lily, are you okay? She asked her friend worriedly. You give her an inch, and she takes a mile, huh? But that Lily girl dared to hit Liang Shumo back, shouting, Don't think that Ye guy can protect you forever. It's true that fools are often the loudest. The girl said to her friend, Xiao Xiao, follow me. As Lily dragged her away, Xiao Xiao kept looking back at Liang Shumo as if she wanted to say something. Nearby, someone was watching the 3 of them from a distance. It was 5th brother, the leader of that gang of thugs from before. He laughed. Wow, these little ladies sure know how to slap, don't they? Haha, this is what makes a good show. You two, go down there and bring that girl up here. He ordered his underlings to capture Liang Shumo. His underling immediately objected. 5th brother, don't joke around. It's crawling with zombies down there, that fifth brother replied stupidly. The zombies have all gone to the media center. It's safe down there now, so hurry up and grab her for me. Xiao Xiao followed behind Lily, still feeling conflicted. Lily, I don't think it's right for us to just leave like this. That brat was still talking tough. You've got some nerve saying that. If you hadn't been so nosy, would I have gotten hit? The two of them walked over to a spot where something was inside a container. It was moving suspiciously. The two girls backed away in fear. What's moving? Ungrateful wretches. Liang Shumo kicked a pebble in anger. If it weren't for Ye Zhongming saving them, yet they didn't show a shred of gratitude. She cursed under her breath, then suddenly looked up. She turned around. That sound came from those two students. The underlings of that guy, fifth brother, also came from behind. A blond young man grabbed her. Hey, gotcha, he said, looking thrilled. Liang Shumo snapped irritably. Let me go. Who are you? The man looked at her with a lewd gaze. Well now. What a beauty. Another guy walked over. She's even hotter than the one we played with earlier. What do you two want? Liang Shumo asked, terrified. What do we want? The man laughed. To have fun with you, of course. The guy you were with is already dead back there. You're a fool for still waiting for him. He laughed brazenly, insulting both her and Ye Zhongming. What did you say? Tears welled up in Liang Shumo's eyes. Ye Zhongming. She couldn't believe he was dead. Dead? She asked again. This is so damn tiring. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming was collecting zombie cores. He cursed. Picking these up one by one is too slow. He picked up a core and sighed. Can't I just collect them all at once? Games these days have an auto-loot feature. Crackle. Thunderclouds rumbled in the sky again. A horde of zombies appeared out of nowhere, chasing after Xiao Xiao and that wicked girl, Lily. Xiao Xiao screamed. Help! Help me! Lily was right behind her. The girl told her friend, Stop shouting. No one's coming to save us. Just run. Ah! A zombie closed in, its hand reaching out, just inches away from grabbing Lily. Ah! The girl couldn't run fast enough. Just as the zombie was about to pounce, she tripped. Lily fell flat on the ground. She cried out in pain. Thud. Just as Xiao Xiao came to help Lily up, the zombie caught up to them. Lily squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for death. But then she made an even more shocking decision. Lily pushed her friend, Xiao Xiao, toward the zombie, all to save her own skin. Xiao Xiao couldn't believe her eyes. The girl she was so determined to protect was now pushing her to her death. The zombie lunged forward, its massive jaw gaping open as it bit into Xiao Xiao's shoulder. The selfish girl, Lily, ran away, crying. I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao. Truly, a wicked heart that would stop at nothing. Pant. Pant. As she ran, she mumbled, I have to live. When she reached a certain spot, she discovered Liang Shumo being carried away by some bastards. She was struggling, but to no avail. Damn, the blonde guy sneered. She's heavier than she looks. Let's take this bitch back so I can play with her first. Tsk. Someone cursed. Fifth brother will let you have your fun. Liang Shumo saw Lily over there. She looked over and struggled harder. Sob, sob, sob. As if begging the girl to save her. Lily backed away. The two thugs saw her too. Well, another one just walked right up to us. I'll go get her. The guy carrying Liang Shumo's legs let go, while the blonde guy held Liang Shumo tightly. Gu-woo, hurry it up. Ah! Seeing the situation was bad, Lily turned and ran, screaming as she went. Held tightly, Liang Shumo seized the opportunity and bit down on the damn scoundrel's hand. Ow! It hurts. He immediately let go of Liang Shumo after being bitten. The guy cursed. Son of a bitch. Liang Shumo immediately took the chance to run. The guy lunged. Just wait till I get my hands on you. Damn it. Liang Shumo ran for her life. She cried out, Help! Help me! Right now. Her only hope was for Ye Zhongming to return. Got you now. The thug lunged and grabbed Liang Shumo by the head. She screamed, Ye Zhongming, as if holding on to a sliver of hope that he was still alive. Huh. The man grabbed her face and lifted it. Ye Zhongming? What the hell is a Ye Zhongming? Before he could even finish his sentence, a blade flew down and struck his hand. Ah! He screamed in agony. It hurt even more than when Liang Shumo had bitten him. Ye Zhongming pulled her into his arms. Liang Shumo felt a sense of release. She sighed in relief. The man she'd set her sights on wouldn't die that easily. Tears streamed down her face. Ye Zhongming. You're okay. This is great. Then she hugged him, so happy she could have jumped for joy. Damn you. The man pulled the blade out of his hand, cursing through the pain. Do you have any idea who we are? You dare touch me? Fifth brother won't let you get away with this. Before he could even introduce his background, Ye Zhongming gave him no chance to speak, lunging forward with eyes full of killing intent. Don't know, don't care. He threw a punch that seemed to send the guy flying over 10 meters. Thud! The man was knocked to the ground with a single punch. Before he even hit the ground, Ye Zhongming followed up with a kick. A normal person would be meeting their ancestors without a chance to say a word. Wham! The kick landed square in his face. Liang Shumo turned and asked, "Where are those two girls?" She pointed. "Over there." The bastard was down, foaming at the mouth. He instructed her, "Wait here for me." Liang Shumo nodded. Rain began to fall. Lily sat in a corner, sobbing. I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry." Sob, sob, sob. As if she were the one who'd been wronged. Ye Zhongming looked at the girl with utter disgust. He had just seen Xiao Xiao's corpse. She had indeed been bitten to death. Meanwhile, Liang Shumo glared at Lily with absolute contempt. This is the second time he's saved you. Why didn't you listen in the first place?" Lily trembled, her face pale with fear. "I was wrong. I won't do it again." Wiping her tears, she pointed at the two men in front of them. "What about this pervert? The zombies will take care of them," he said. Liang Chu-em smirked. "Serves them right." He said, "Let's go to the media center first. I've already cleared it out, so it's safe for now." Liang Chu-em nodded. Lily, on the other hand, couldn't believe her ears. Did he really kill all the zombies in the media center? So, he's that powerful. No wonder this woman is sticking so close to him. Lily smirked to herself and made up her mind. I have to follow him too. It's the only way to survive. He's a ruthless man, indeed. But Ye Zhongming instructed them, "You two wait here for me. I'm going to bring someone back." This news was a complete surprise. Who else could there be? Why was the classroom filled with dead zombies? Knock, knock, knock. Teacher Park, who had been waiting for death, was completely shocked to hear a knock on the door, just as she was about to take her own life, thinking, what's the point of living in a world like this? The knocking grew more urgent. It was almost a frantic pounding. She mumbled, "It's better to die with dignity than to be bitten to death," especially since her student had already been saved. Teacher Park smiled and pressed a shard of glass to her neck. She lamented, "I'm going to die without ever having fallen in love. What a waste of a life." Bam! The door was blasted open by a powerful force. It was Ye Zhongming. He muttered, "This door was barricaded pretty well, huh? Hey, are you all right?" Teacher Park was stunned. Just when she thought all hope was lost, he had arrived. Luckily, the shard of glass hadn't cut her neck yet. Crash! She threw the shard to the ground, where it shattered to pieces. Teacher Park collapsed to the floor, sobbing. Sniff. "I really thought I was going to die." He walked over to comfort her. "I'm here to save you." Park Soo-young threw her arms around him. "I thought it was a zombie." Sob. "I thought you weren't coming back." Her heart was filled with despair. Ye Zhongming coughed dryly. He'd seen something he shouldn't have, and said, "You can let go of me first." Ahem. "Don't cry." Park Soo-young, overjoyed, said, "I thought I was a goner. Thank you." Ye Zhongming smiled. "It's okay. Let's get you out of here first." Outside, the rain continued to fall. Back in the media center, the other two were collecting crystal stones as he had instructed. Liang Chu-em couldn't help but wonder, what is this stuff? Why did Zhongming tell us to collect it? Lily was cursing under her breath. So disgusting. Making me take things off these hideous zombies. But before she could complain further, a happy-looking Teacher Park ran towards them. Lily turned around in shock as a touching reunion was about to unfold. "Miss Park," sniff. "I'm so glad you're okay." The teacher and student hugged each other, crying tears of joy. Park Soo-young then remembered someone else and asked the girl, Xiao Xiao, what happened to her? As Lily recounted the story, the teacher stroked her head. So much had happened. "It's all my fault. I couldn't protect Xiao Xiao," she murmured. "What's past is past. I understand now." "Lily, you must have been terrified too, right?" Liang Chu-em said. If only they hadn't distrusted Ye Zhongming and left on their own. Would they have run into those zombies? Would Xiao Xiao even have died? Lily, that brat, was still incredibly stubborn. If he had just saved the teacher from the start, none of this would have happened. He could have clearly saved all three of us. Why did he have to make us choose? The teacher stroked her head. Lily, the situation back then was. Liang Chu-em interjected angrily. He did you a huge favor just by saving you. How dare you say something so shameless? But the brat kept running her mouth. If you two were such good people, why didn't you save everyone together? Huh? Someone died and you're calling that a huge favor? Liang Chu-em was so furious she pointed right at the wretched girl, wanting nothing more than to kill her on the spot. You're the one who left on your own and got Xiao Xiao killed. Are you trying to blame someone else first? That brat still retorted stubbornly. Humph. Did I hit a nerve? Feeling guilty? Stop pretending. The two of you just wanted to harm people. Ye Zhongming stepped forward and slapped the girl for spouting nonsense. He frowned. Think before you speak. I can get you out of here, and I can just as easily throw you back. In a world overrun by zombies, no one can predict what they'll run into. Bringing one more person at that time meant adding more danger. Remember this. You have no right to demand that others save you, and I certainly have no obligation to save you. Park Soo-young stepped in. Lily, you should be grateful he came back for you at all. Mr. Ye saved our lives. Liang Chu-em smirked. Well, at least Teacher Park here seems to get it. Liang Chu-em asked him, by the way, Zhongming, why did you want us to collect these crystals? He nodded. Follow me. I'll explain on the way. He continued. This is called the tricolor roulette. Give me the crystals you collected. Liang Chu-em handed him a bag. Amazing. So, this is what the crystals are for? He replied. You'll see in a moment. That brat Lily also handed him a bag of crystals. Who knew what that wicked girl was thinking? He walked up to the roulette and poured the crystals into it. The tricolor roulette and the tiered roulette are not the same. It doesn't count the number of crystals, but rather calculates if the total energy they provide meets the activation requirement. I wonder if 26 Tier 1 crystals will be enough to spin the roulette once. Whoosh! The roulette activated and began to spin. He said happily, Great, it's spinning. Look, it wasn't a waste of effort. The roulette wheel stopped in the red zone, and something dropped out of it. He excitedly opened the box, wondering what it could. Pink. Maybe it's some kind of high combat power class? Ding. A system notification announced. Congratulations. You have received the Glorious Craftsman. Glorious Craftsman, a support class. Class rank. Intern. 1 out of 100. Class traits. Immediately grants the ability to craft basic weapons and equipment and the ability to change class abilities. Collection. Skill. Refining skill. Homogeneous enhancement skill. Crafting skill. Enchanting skill. And inlaying skill. He couldn't believe. His mind was filled with question marks. A craftsman, and an intern at that. The multicolored classes obtained from the roulette wheel are divided into main classes and support classes. Main classes are related to combat power. For example, a sharpshooter can grant the user godlike sniping abilities. The other type is the support class, which doesn't directly help in increasing combat power. The craftsman belongs to the support class. Class ranks are divided into 4 levels: intern, basic, advanced, and master. He sighed in frustration. Over 20 crystals just to draw a support class. And on top of that, it was the lowest intern rank. Just as I thought. My luck is terrible. Still as bad as ever. He crumpled up the paper. The people behind him didn't understand why he was sighing. Like that. Lily reached out her hand. That was drawn from the roulette wheel. Right? What is it? Let me see. In her heart, that girl was cursing. He used up all the crystals I worked so hard to get. She didn't stop to think about who had just killed all those zombies, so she could pick up the crystals. Everyone, take a look for yourselves, he said, holding it out. I don't need it anyway. In his hand, he also had a 5-colored badge. This badge is so strange. He had never seen it in his past life. The teacher read out the ranks, traits, and abilities. Can you really draw things like this? Lily was surprised. What is this? It's like a game's settings. Liang Shumo read, Craftsman class, and it even has crafting and enchanting, skills, or something. There are 5 types in total. A realization dawned on him. 5 types? Let me see that again. He then took back the instruction, paper. It listed collection, refining, homogeneous enhancement, crafting, enchanting, and inlaying. He realized, so, that's how it is. So that's it. No wonder this badge has 5 colors. It turns out each color represents an ability. Could it be that being reborn can also change my luck? He laughed at himself. We still have a few more zombies here. I want everyone to go collect the crystals nearby. If we exchange them all for rewards like this, we'll have a much better advantage for survival in this apocalypse. His spirits lifted. Okay, the 3 of them said in unison. Only that girl, Lily, said nothing. After that, the 3 of them went to drag back the zombie corpses. That guy was still watching them. This is a man, with some serious skills, to be able to fight so many monsters alone. But what are they doing? Are they planning to make the media center their base, so they're clearing out the zombies? His underling looked over, confused. No, that's not it. This is... He looked closely at each zombie and frowned, as if he had discovered some truth. He frowned. Something's wrong. Where? What did you discover, boss? The underling came over and asked. Get everyone over here. Now. We've got big business to take care of. What is it? The underling was surprised by his words. I know their little secret now. He smirked to himself, planning to rob them of everything. Truly, a time for scumbags to thrive. After observing and studying carefully, Liang Shumo let out an exhausted breath. Phew, we've finally collected a decent amount. She rubbed her stomach. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten all day. Here, Shumo, he said, handing her 2 bags of dry rations. Shumo was surprised. Thank you. Oh, the restroom is in here. I've already checked it, and there's still drinkable water. That means the school's reserve water tank hasn't been destroyed yet. He took off his backpack. There's enough food in here, for 3 days, plus some tools and medicine. You keep it safe for me. Liang Shumo was taken aback. Me? Keep it safe? She asked again. He instructed her seriously. Right now, these things are incredibly precious. They're life-saving treasures. You must absolutely keep them safe. Liang Shumo was a little moved. He's entrusting something so important to me. This proves that in his heart, he cares for me. But I'm scared, she said. For now, I trust you, he smiled. Liang Shumo was speechless. He continued, for the time being, the media center can serve as our resting place. You all stay here and continue collecting crystals. I'm going to look for the key, she said loudly. You're going to act alone? That girl, Lily, jumped in again. You're trying to leave us alone again. Ye Zhongming bent down to tie his shoelaces. Everyone going together will only slow me down. I'm going to look for supplies. I'll be back soon. That girl, Lily shouted as if she was afraid of dying. What if zombies attack this place? Who will protect? Us? I've already said it. He picked up his wooden staff. I have no obligation to protect anyone else. Activating the crafting skill of the craftsman, he created a wooden spear. Its attack power was decent enough for self-defense. He said, if a zombie comes, you should protect yourself. Otherwise, the only path is death. Then he turned back and threatened that girl Lily. The terrified girl backed away. Again, Teacher Park said nothing. You're right, Park 2. I agree. We should learn to protect ourselves. She comforted Lily. Lily, this isn't a normal world anymore. You can't live like you did before, sheltered by your teachers and parents. We all have to be strong, he handed over a wooden spear. Use this to defend yourself. Park 2 took the spear. Thank you. Luang Somo urged. Ye Zhongming, you have to come back safely. He didn't say a word, just raised his hand in acknowledgement and left. Don't worry, take care of yourselves. But he never imagined that the group left behind at the media center would be in danger. Ye Zhongming went outside, carefully observing his surroundings. He thought to himself, I'm getting close to where the secret realm key fell. He walked inside and was shocked to realize that this place was the construction site for the new school, the exact spot where the secret realm key had fallen. He moved cautiously, looking around. Probably no one comes to this site, anyway, he thought to himself. Thump! Something fell right where Ye Zhongming was standing. It was a girl. He instinctively caught her. Ye Zhongming was stunned. There's someone else here? The girl was also surprised. How is someone here? Am I that lucky? She frowned, then twisted out of his arms, spun a few times and grabbed Ye Zhongming's hand, instantly subduing him. Ye Zhongming was annoyed. What are you doing? I just saved you, the girl asked suspiciously. Who are you? What are you doing here? He immediately broke free. The girl swung at him. She was surprised. Ye Zhongming grabbed her by the neck without hesitation and pinned her against the wall. He growled, Who are you? What are you doing here? The girl was furious. How dare you attack a guard? Let me go, now. He was surprised. A guard, the girl chuckled, rubbing her neck. You've trained in martial arts. Your skills are pretty impressive. Ye Zhongming laughed. Heh heh. I've been training for almost 10 years. He thought back to his past life, where he had trained for 10 years, even though he got beaten up at the start. The girl was shocked. 10 years? That's amazing. Even longer than me. She asked probingly. Who are you? Whoosh! A bullet flew past them. Ye Zhongming quickly grabbed the girl and dodged the bullet. They immediately took cover behind a large rock. He asked, Who's that? They started shooting right away. The people who are hunting me, the girl said. I ran to this construction site to escape them. Ye Zhongming was completely surprised and asked her, Aren't you a guard? The girl laughed, but her expression held a hint of helplessness. It's precisely because I'm a guard that they're hunting me down to kill me. The dust began to settle, revealing 3 men approaching with an extremely aggressive demeanor. They're escaped convicts, the girl reported. Ye Zhongming frowned, remembering that, among the most rampant people in his past life, many were criminals. Their nature was brutal, and without their medicine, they would become even more ruthless, killing without batting an eye. Ye Zhongming smirked. Well then, I don't need to hold back either. How did they get weapons? He asked. Just as he peeked out, a shot rang past. The girl said, the armory at the bureau was cleaned out. The 3 men approached, laughing with vile, malicious expressions, each holding a gun. The shorter man in the lead said, Dalap, you attack from that side. She's unarmed, so force her out. This way. His accomplice next to him asked, Lao Qian, what about the man? Kill him too. Just like old times, it's been a while since I've gotten to kill someone. The man named Dalap licked his lips with delight. A shot to the head is the best feeling. Click-clack boom. A bullet came from nowhere and pierced Dalap's head. He died, without even closing his eyes, before he could do a thing. Dalap's head was blown off. Lao Qian. They have a gun too. The 2 underlings panicked. Quick, lay down suppressing fire. They're clearly untrained. Even with guns, they just shoot randomly without any strategy. You damn bitch, I'll kill you. They continued to fire wildly, not caring about the noise echoing everywhere. That Lao Qian guy even pulled out another gun, as if carrying one wasn't enough. When one ran out of ammo, he switched to the other. Bang, bang. The 2 advanced while firing. If any normal person peeked out, they would have been turned into a honeycomb instantly. Bang. The 2 men jumped gleefully into the spot where Ye Zhongming and the girl had been hiding, but they found no one. Where are they? The 2 were utterly bewildered, looking back and forth. A voice called down from above. Up here. He was holding a gun. The man swore in fear. Shit. Bang. A bullet pierced Lao Qian's chest, hitting his heart. The last man remaining raised his gun to shoot him instantly. Not forgetting to swear, god damn it, but the girl had already rushed forward, driving her knee into the man, giving him no chance to do anything. Then came a punch, her fist clenched. Bop. It connected with his chin, sending his entire body flying into the air without a shred of hesitation. The man's face was distorted, his body sent flying before he could even recover. He fell to his knees, crying, Officer, spare me, spare my life. He trembled all over, looking up with tears in his eyes. Bang model. Bang! The girl was shocked. Where did the gun come from? She confronted Ye Zhongming. He'd already given up. Why did you still shoot? Ye Zhongming jumped down, frowning at her, not wanting to say another word. How has a woman this sanctimonious survived the apocalypse? She went over to a man and checked his pulse. His pulse is gone. He's dead. She turned to him and asked. He had no fight left in him. Why did you have to finish him off? He turned away without a word, then glanced back at the girl. Wasn't he a prisoner? I'm just finishing the job you guards left undone. Or are you naive enough to think they would have spared you? Turn over a new leaf? Then he drew his gun. The girl reacted sharply. What are you trying to do? You should know better. Ye Zhongming explained patiently. This isn't an age of law and order anymore. This type of person will only prey on the weak and kill endlessly. At this, the girl was speechless. He spoke with a look of extreme annoyance. Girl, don't let your momentary kindness give evil people a chance to continue their wicked deeds. In my past life, Shishi, my ex-girlfriend, was killed by this kind of person, so for scum like them, I never hold back. After his explanation, the girl fell silent, because she knew he was right. This person, although a bit extreme, wasn't entirely wrong. He's so young, yet he killed a prisoner without a second thought. What could he have possibly been through? She couldn't even imagine it. How cold-blooded you'd have to be. He walked ahead, searching for a key, and she followed. Fifth brother, you told me to go downstairs and rescue the 2 people who were tied up, but by the time I got there, they were already bitten to death by zombies. The henchman reported to fifth brother. What? Both of them are dead? Fifth brother was completely stunned. Yes, sir. His underling looked terrified. That guy. He's trained. Fifth brother. We should just leave him alone. What nonsense is that? Kill him. Without another word, fifth brother punched his own henchman. All his gear will belong to us. We'll be the kings of this area. Thwack. Have the others arrived yet? He asked. Yeah, they're in the main hall. The henchman rubbed his face, tears welling up from the pain. The door swung open. Fifth brother walked in, smiling. Are all the brothers here? Fifth brother. His gangster cronies had all gathered and approached him. Brothers, we've got a little rabbit, causing trouble on our turf. 2 of our brothers have already died at his hands, 5th brother announced loudly, as if he were the victim. The henchman whispered, but they were killed by zombies. 5th brother, enraged, punched him again. Shut your damn mouth, not another word. Ahem. He cleared his throat and continued, it doesn't matter how our 2 brothers died, but what matters is this. Before all this, we had to sneak around in the shadows. It was humiliating, but now, the streets are full of zombies, and there's no one to answer to. Hearing this, the faces of his men turned grim. We're free. Now is our chance to show what we're made of, and we can't let some little punk ruin this, for us. Hearing that, his men thought he made a lot of sense. From now on, anyone who dares to get in our way, we kill them. 5th brother scowled, his eyes murderous. His men roared in agreement. 5th brother is right. We're the bosses of this district. He killed our brothers. He has to die. Seeing that he had successfully riled them up, 5th brother smiled. Excellent. Brothers, let's go take care of him together. Punk, your time is up. His eyes were bloodshot, making him look more terrifying than a demon. 5th brother, what about me? What's my job? The henchman who had been hit earlier came forward and pointed to his face. I have a more important job for you. He looked at his idiotic underling. As evening approached, the girl was still following him. She asked, Hey, what are you looking for? He replied calmly, I lost a key. It's very important. I have to find it today. A key? What does it look like? She asked, seemingly wanting to help him search. He thought to himself, I've never even seen it before. But what he said was, different. It's a very unique design. Yeah, you'll know it when you see it. Is that so? The girl also crouched down to help him. Search. All right, I'll help you look then. This place is huge, and it's getting dark. Can we really find it? He smiled. It's better that it's getting dark. The secret realm key will give off a faint glow. Ah, I found it. See if this is it, the girl exclaimed. He turned around, delighted, as expected of a guard, finding it so fast. What the hell is that? The guard was holding up a key fob, with a key attached. The guard was confused. Huh, this isn't it? But you said the design was very special. Well, it's special all right. His face darkened, but it's not the one. Oh, what a pity. She casually tossed it behind her. Hey, there's some kind of monster heading this way. Is that a dog over there? Ye Zhongming asked. A dog? Yeah, I have excellent vision. The female guard pointed to the spot where she had just tossed the key fob. Ye Zhongming frowned. Something was moving over there. A zombie. It's definitely a dog, the girl said confidently. When I was in training, I've handled police dogs before. Besides, dogs are very obedient, as long as you know the right methods. But that dog has been zombified. It slowly stalked forward, looking incredibly dangerous. It hadn't even attacked yet, but it let out a roar before leaping up and kicking off the wall. This is bad, Ye Zhongming suddenly blurted out. He was shocked by what had just appeared before him. The female guard was also completely stunned. It opened its mouth and charged forward without a hint of fear. He immediately recognized it as a level 2 mutated hound. The dog charged at him first, so he raised his gun. Bang, 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 he fired 3 shots. The dog instantly dodged them. He didn't land a single bullet. It rapidly closed the distance and pounced on him. Ye Zhongming raised his arm to block. Damn it, he cursed himself internally. The female guard watched nervously. Ah, the dog opened its jaws, ready to crush his head in a single bite. Ye Zhongming scrambled backward, trying to get away from the hound. For some reason, as if it had caught a scent, it pressed its nose against him and sniffed, no longer showing any intention of attacking. Then it stuck out its tongue, as if seeing its owner. Gone was its initial ferocity. It happily wiggled its ears, then lunged forward to lick him, even wagging its tail like a normal dog. Ye Zhongming was confused. What's with this dog? The female guard approached. I think it's trying to fawn over you. Ye Zhongming was completely baffled, unable to make sense of anything. What? What in the world is going on? The level 2 mutated dog kept wagging its tail happily, grinning as if trying to win his favor. It wagged its tail again. Ye Zhongming suddenly realized, wait a minute, could you be? He remembered a day from his childhood when he was walking home. Damn it, where did this thieving dog come from? A man's voice cursed from nearby. The little dog was trembling, clenching something in its mouth, looking absolutely terrified. Get lost! The man raised his foot to kick the dog. He was holding a glass of liquor in his hand, clearly drunk. The dog darted away, dodging the man's kick. Ha ha. The dog scrambled away. I'll kill you, you damn animal. The man turned and threw the liquor bottle at it. intending to finish the dog off for good. Ah, the dog was hit by the beer bottle and yelped in pain. It trembled as it struggled to get back on its feet. Its will to survive surged. The man stomped on its tail, pinning the dog so it couldn't get away. The man laughed cruelly. "Animal, let's see you run now." The dog continued to struggle, but it was no use. It whimpered, "Woof, woof, wait." A young Ye Zhongming ran over. "Huh?" The man was completely taken aback. "What do you want, kid?" he asked, raising his fist as if to punch him. Ye Zhongming swallowed hard, terrified. "It's that dog. It's covered in diseases," he said, pointing at the dog. "My hand has been swollen for days because it bit me." Hearing this, the man flinched and backed away in fear. "It's not just diseases, it's also got fleas and ticks. It's disgusting. Uncle, don't touch it." Frightened, the man took his foot off the dog and kicked it away. Ye Zhongming continued. "It's also covered in pee and poop. You'll get it everywhere if you touch it." The dog trembled and backed away. It still couldn't walk straight and was shaking slightly. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I managed to save it. Humph. What rotten luck." The man walked away, waving his hand dismissively. He bowed his head and said, "Take care, uncle." Yi Zhongming turned to leave happily. "Hey, I saved a puppy. That's another good deed for the day." He glanced back at the dog. It came over and nuzzled against his leg as if to thank him, looking utterly pitiful. He bent down and stroked its head. "You poor thing. Your tail is injured." The dog stiffened with fear. "Here, this is for you." He offered it a piece of bread. The dog happily wagged its tail and let out a bark as if to say thanks. Woof! Then it bent down and gobbled it up. Ye Zhongming looked at it sadly. "You're really cute, but my family doesn't allow dogs." He left, waving goodbye to the dog before he went. After that, the two became good friends. He played with the dog all the time as it grew up. Ye Zhongming was so happy. "Di Huangwan, you're Di Huangwan, aren't you?" The dog then jumped down. The female guard chuckled to herself. "So, it was your dog all along. It's mutated, but it can still recognize you. Still, that's a pretty strange name. It was a stray puppy I used to feed. Its eyes were filled with trust for him," he continued. "When it was little, it looked like a little yellow ball, so I called it Di Huangwan. Stop it. Di Huangwan, no more licking." The dog was still overjoyed to see him. The two of them looked incredibly happy together. The girl watched and remarked, "So you have a gentle side, huh?" That night, the three other people in the TV station were eating dry rations by candlelight. That girl Lily pointed at the backpack. "Hey, Liang Chumo, what else is in that bag? Don't tell me this is all you have?" Liang Chumo replied, her eyes showing a hint of annoyance. Lily stood up. "Who do you think you're fooling? I clearly saw meat in there just now. Why aren't you taking it out to share with everyone?" Teacher Park tried to stop her. Liang Chumo snapped irritably. "You should be grateful. I'm giving you anything. If you don't want it, spit it back out." Smack. Lily reached out and grabbed the backpack, but Liang Chumo held on tight. "Hey, what are you doing?" That girl was shameless. "If you won't give it to me, I'll take it myself." Teacher Park never expected this to happen. Liang Chumo clutched the backpack to her chest. "Ye Zhongming gave me this bag to look after. You have no right to touch it." But that girl Lily still clung to the bag, refusing to let go. "That's ridiculous. He's not here right now, so don't you dare use him to threaten me. The food in there needs to be shared equally among all of us." Teacher Park said, "All right, Lily. What's there to fight about? It's not like she's refusing to share with us." Lily tossed the bag aside, but she still listened to the teacher, muttering a curse under her breath. "Humph, you rotten bitch. So tough when you've got backup. You'd better guard your dog food carefully." Teacher Park couldn't believe one of her students would say such things. Liang Chumo was extremely annoyed. "This girl doesn't know what's good for her. We shouldn't have given her any food." Park Soo-young patted the little girl's head and explained, "Lily, this food wasn't ours to begin with. If someone is willing to share with us, we should be grateful." That Lily girl even talked back to the teacher. "All you do is preach. What good does that do?" Her mind was filled with rebellious thoughts. The teacher is too soft-hearted. Wouldn't it be better if we just took the food? That guy, Ye Zhongming. Who knows if he'll even make it back this time? Achoo. Over here, having been badmouthed by that girl, he suddenly sneezed. The female guard asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you sick?" He smiled. "It's nothing. Maybe someone's thinking about me, huh?" Then the three of them, plus the dog, continued their search for the key. The female guard said cheerfully, "Good thing we have this flashlight. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to see a thing. This flashlight is what I use for searching. The darker it is, the easier it is to find," he said. Thump. Another zombie appeared right behind the two of them. Just when he was about to lose hope, he opened it, and a beam of light shone out. Yi Zhongming was taken aback by the light. He happily cleared away the dirt and rocks, his movements relentless, fearing that if he hesitated for a second, the key would disappear. It was the key. It was emitting a golden light. He picked it up with a grin. It really was the secret realm key. Finally found you. He joyfully held the secret realm key in his hand as it glowed with a faint yellow light. The girl smiled. That wasn't easy, was it? Look how happy you are. Suddenly, a tongue shot out from behind her. The tongue wrapped around her body. She looked back to see a gigantic, utterly horrifying toad. It was about to pull her into its mouth. The female guard's eyes widened in disbelief. Swoosh! He lunged forward and sliced off the mutant frog's tongue, rescuing the female guard. Ye Zhongming stood in front of her, like a completely different person. Incredibly strong, he activated his enhanced artisan cleaver blade. It was a good thing he had that enhancement skill. Otherwise, there's no way he could have. The enraged frog charged forward. The girl, startled and scared, exclaimed, I can't even get up yet. And now there's a giant mutant skink too? The skink rushed forward and swung its leg, intending to send him flying dozens of meters away. Ye Zhongming ducked. He dodged the skink's attack. Then, the dog moved in, biting the skink's leg as if to help. The skink looked down at the dog, a hungry glint in its eyes. Ye Zhongming seized the opportunity while it was distracted. He lunged forward and slashed at its eye. Just like that, it lost an eye. The skink shrieked in agony. Blood spurted from its eye socket in streams. Ye Zhongming panted heavily. Fighting a mutant this large drained too much stamina. Come on, over here, he yelled, luring it forward. The monster immediately followed the call of love, thundering toward him. Then it pounced. The level 2 mutant dog leaped in front, blocking his path. He was shocked. Di Huangwan, what are you doing here? Duangwan, get out of the way, he yelled, but the dog stood its ground, showing no intention of moving. Move it, now, he shouted at it. But Di Huangwan remained in front, letting out a roar as if to threaten the skink. The skink and the dog charged at each other for a one-on-one fight. The dog was many times smaller than the skink. This looked like an incredibly uneven match. The dog roared at the skink. Roar! No! Yi Zhongming screamed. He tried to stop the giant skink. Di Huangwan, his loyal dog, was making him extremely worried. Suddenly, the skink lowered its head and snapped its jaws shut, seemingly trying to finish the dog in a single blow. But Di Huangwan suddenly lunged from the side, clamping its jaws tightly onto the monster's neck. The skink writhed in intense pain. It immediately flung the dog to the side. Di Huangwan soared through the air amidst a cloud of dust and debris that obscured the ground. The skink's tail whipped viciously against its stomach, making the dog whimper in pain. Thump! It was thrown backward. It landed right near where the female guard was standing. Yet, it still struggled to its feet, its eyes filled with a fierce determination to fight until its last breath. The skink raised its sharp claws, about to snatch Di Huangwan. Ye Zhongming could not stand by and watch any longer. He dashed forward, holding his knife up to shield his beloved dog. The screech of metal against claws was deafening, sending sparks flying. The skink swatted him aside. Even in a 2-against-1 fight, it had the upper hand, showing no signs of weakness. It snarled, opening its mouth to bite straight for his head without a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, a long iron rod shot through the air. The rod pierced through the monster's head. A fatal blow meant to end it instantly. The skink froze, and then it moved no more. Someone walked over and pulled the iron rod from the skink's mouth. It was the female guard. She had finally joined the battle. She was determined to kill the monster, because if he and the dog failed, she would be next. Di Huangwan let out a loud woof, woof, as the skink finally collapsed. The girl panted, not saying another word. Ye Zhongming spoke up in praise, as expected of a guard. You're really strong. The girl glanced at him, silent. The dog trotted over, wagging its tail happily at Ye Zhongming. He patted its head. Di Huangwan, even though you're just a puppy, you can't be scared when things get rough. Stop, stop, stop. The dog barked. Woof, woof, woof. Don't lick me. Di Huangwan leaped onto him, licking his face with its tongue. He tried to push it off. I missed you so much. The female guard standing nearby chuckled softly to herself. While the two were having their happy moment, two figures silently approached from the darkness behind them. Then they vanished without a trace. Ye Zhongming returned to his usual serious demeanor. The break was over. He plunged his blade into the skink's corpse. The girl asked in surprise, What are you doing? Take a look. Ye Zhongming held out his hand. Huh? She was startled when he held up a crystal. This is an important resource in the zombie world we live in. A magic crystal. The girl reached out to touch it, asking cautiously, Does this thing have magic? Ye Zhongming smiled. Close enough. You could even say it's more powerful than magic. How do you use it? The girl asked. He replied, You want to know? Of course. Hurry up and tell me. Then you have to agree to one condition of mine. The female guard turned her face away, looking annoyed. No way. How dare you set conditions for a guard? At worst, I'll just figure out the secret of the magic crystal myself. He was surprised. Girls really are all different. If it were Fei or Chumo, they wouldn't have rejected me so quickly. An image of Chumo flashed through his mind for a moment. As long as it's not some weird condition, I can consider it. I agree. The girl turned back. All right, I've found the key now. You can go. Yi Zhongming tried to get her to stay. Our friendly spar is just over like that? He sighed. After all, she's strong. I should try to rely on her a bit. He rubbed his hands together. Actually, there's something I wanted to say to you, the girl asked. Go on. Look, the situation right now is so dangerous, the environment is terrible, and there are a lot of bad people out there. How about we team up? It'll be more convenient to help each other. The girl frowned in thought and said, That makes sense. Ye Zhongming sighed and lowered his head. Why am I being so pathetic? As if it understood, the dog placed a paw on his shoulder to comfort him. The girl's eyes lit up as she looked at him. Are you surprised? All right then, the girl nodded. Even though your behavior is a bit strange, I don't think you're a bad person. Then she extended her hand to shake his. He reached out his hand as well. My name is Ye Zhongming, Mo Ye, the girl replied. And so, the two of them formed a temporary alliance. The body of the thug from earlier was still lying there. Someone walked over and picked up the gun. Holy crap, it's real. The man was surprised, feeling a little pleased, because now, having one more weapon meant having another layer of protection for his life. You idiot. Another person walked over. Shut him up. Don't be so loud. Keep your voice down. We're going over there. The scar-faced man pointed towards where Ye Zhongming and Mo Ye were. The man with the gun swallowed nervously. The two men approached, one holding a knife, the other a gun. Seeing Ye Zhongming and Mo Ye, he smirked and pointed the gun at them. You damn couple up ahead, stop right there. Put your hands up if you want to live. The other one threatened. Live? What live? Fifth brother wants this guy dead. The black-haired man shouted, overpowering the scar-faced man. Ah, I forgot about that. It was this brat who got two of our brothers killed. Today, he's going to pay with his life. After saying that, he pointed his knife at the two without any hesitation. Who are they? Mo Ye asked. He frowned. Criminals. I can't believe I already dealt with two idiots, and now two more have shown up. Do they have a death wish? Go to hell. The man raised the gun to shoot him. Click, click. To his surprise, not a single shot came out. He kept pulling the trigger. Click, 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 but nothing happened. He was terrified, the color draining from his face. Huh? Why won't it shoot? Lao Dao, this is a fake gun. Lao Dao cursed in anger. You moron. You haven't turned off the safety yet. The idiot asked back, his eyes wide. What's a safety? Lao Dao was speechless at the idiot's question and growled. Damn it, it's true what they say. Don't fear a strong enemy. Fear as stupid as a pig teammate. Have you never seen a shooting movie? It's the thing that keeps the gun from accidentally firing. So how do I turn it off? The man asked again. You idiot. Lao Dao had lost his patience. If you don't know how to use a gun, why didn't you say so sooner? Give it to me, the man replied. I was a security guard too. I've never even seen a real gun before. You really are a complete idiot. Here, you use the gun. The man handed the gun back to Lao Dao. On the other side, the dog was poised to attack. What is that? Just as they noticed the dog, it lunged at them. Its target was the arm of the idiotic gunman. Chomp! It bit down hard on his arm, the pain causing him to drop the gun. He screamed in terror. Ah, what the hell is this thing? Lao Dao, save me! His face was completely pale. Lao Dao also screamed in fear and backed away. That's a zombie dog. You've been bitten, you're a goner. Staring intently. Ye Zhongming watched in fear, breaking out in a cold sweat. Her fighting style is terrifying. I'd better never get on her bad side. Speak. Who is fifth brother? Why did he want you two to kill me? After knocking them both down, it was time for an interrogation. Boss, please stop the bleeding first. The man begged. The blood from the bite on his hand still flowing freely. He threatened. If you don't want to bleed to death, then talk. Who is fifth brother? He showed no mercy to the men who had just tried to kill him. Earlier, as Ye Zhongming was slaying zombies to save people, a blonde underling asked his boss, Fifth brother, are you hungry? Should we go get something to eat? Trying to slack off? Watch it, or I'll beat you. Get back to work. The man called fifth brother scolded his underling. Why do you think the boys stayed up all night pulling this junk off the zombies? It's an opportunity, understand? That. Fifth brother took a long drag from his cigarette, his eyes glinting with calculation. What do you mean? The blonde man was completely confused. It's not like some kind of in-game equipment. It just seems like a waste of time picking up trash. Enough talk. Get to work. Fifth brother couldn't stand it anymore and punched his stupid underling. The man's eyes bulged as he cried out, "Ouch! These crystals can't just be appearing on the zombies' heads for no reason." Fifth brother thought to himself, weighing all the possibilities. Besides, many zombies here already had their crystals removed. They must have some great purpose he didn't know about yet. At the media center office, Liang Shumo hugged her backpack as she slept. That girl, Lily, watched with wide eyes, seemingly still determined to get that backpack. Waiting until she thought Liang Shumo was fast asleep, she reached out her hand. She stood up. Teacher Park on the other side was sound asleep, completely unaware. She walked over to where Liang Shumo was holding the backpack, her eyes filled with malice. The girl smirked, holding a sharp piece of glass, planning to kill Liang Shumo. It's true what they say. Save an animal and it will thank you. Save a person and they will betray you. Haha. The girl's hand was already covered in her own blood, but she didn't let go of the glass shard. She sneered to herself, that Liang Shumo thinks she can act all high and mighty with Ye Zhongming backing her up, always targeting me, acting like she owns the place. While she's sleeping soundly, that ungrateful girl has no idea what's coming. You rotten bitch, I will get those survival supplies. Lily? Teacher Park woke up just in time. She asked, "What are you doing?" Startled, Lily froze and quickly hid the sharp piece of glass, immediately making an excuse. "I was just going to the restroom." Teacher Park watched her students back as she pretended to go to the restroom, saying nothing. The moment the girl was out of Park Soo-young's sight, her expression changed. Why? Splash, splash, water ran from the faucet. She walked up to the sink. After washing her face, Lily scowled, her heart filled with frustration. Why are they so naive? How can they trust others so easily? This is the apocalypse. How can you let survival supplies stay in someone else's hands? The girl growled in the restroom. Besides, that guy Ye and Liang Shumo have already started targeting me. She clenched her fists, thinking, I can only rely on myself to survive. I can't be weak like Teacher Park. Now, the thought of betraying her teacher lingered in her mind. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from somewhere. Lily jumped. What was that sound? Liang Shumo and Teacher Park also woke up. Liang Shumo grabbed a club, and Lily rushed back to the room. I think someone's banging on the door, Park Soo-young said worriedly. The girl asked, Teacher, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. Liang Shumo trembled. The zombies can't get in. Crash! The door began to buckle, breaking on one side. Liang Shumo was stunned. It's not zombies. Who's out there? Park Soo-young was also terrified. Then, the sound stopped. Boom! Now the noise was even louder, as if it would smash the door to pieces. We're doomed. Lily was terrified. The door's about to break. Crash! The door burst open, revealing a group of thugs, young and old, all with naturally fierce faces. The man who broke the door chuckled. Just as I thought. There are girls in here. His eyes were lewd and despicable. You. What do you want? Teacher Park trembled, backing away. Liang Shumo raised her club, ready to defend them. Lily, however, looked for a place to hide. Ah! The club was snatched away. Liang Shumo panicked. Who are you people? What do you want? Pfft. A cloud of cigarette smoke was blown in her face. She grew anxious, and Teacher Park also backed away. Don't do anything reckless. The men stared at her with utterly vile expressions. I like this teacher. The short-haired student ran off. Go get her, one of them shouted. Another whispered, Brother Dongzi. Fifth brother told us to deal with that man but not to touch these girls. Hearing this, Brother Dongzi got angry. Fifth brother isn't here, so I'm in charge. Besides, these bitches are accomplices of that bastard. Understand? Yes, I understand. The man trembled before walking forward. I'll go get her, he said, trying to look tough. Brother Dongzi said, Hold on. Come back. No sneaking snacks. Teacher, don't be scared. Do you remember me? A thug grabbed Park Soo-young, and he sneered. The teacher was shocked. You are. I was a student at this school too. I was even in your class. You're bi? the teacher stammered. The thug reached out, intending to do something vile. Teacher, all my attention was right here, so how was I supposed to study? Another thug held Liang Shumo down while someone else shone a flashlight in her face. Looking her up and down, he said. This face looks really familiar. Dongzi, come look at this. I think this girl is some kind of internet celebrity. That person laughed loudly. Speaking of Liang Chumo, when she heard it was 130 meters high, she was so scared that tears started streaming down her face. Right now, she could only pray that Ye Zhongming would return in time to save her and everyone else from this mess. The two thugs who were running their mouths earlier were now strung up, both terrified, struggling to break free but unable to. The earthly emperor circled around, keeping watch. It even walked up to one of the men and sniffed him. The man, terrified, immediately pulled his leg back. Mo Ye walked over to interrogate them. What's the plan now? Ye Zhongming immediately frowned. He said, if someone wants to kill me that badly, then I'll go meet him. Mo Ye was surprised and replied, that fifth brother has a lot of men. Maybe we should go back to the police station, prepare a little, and then make our move. Ye Zhongming warned her, Miss Mo, stop dreaming. The whole world is in chaos now. Whether she believed it or not, that was the harsh reality. He walked forward. Running away isn't my style. I'm going to face him. The earthly emperor followed him, leaving Mo Ye standing there. Whether she came or not was her choice. In the end, Mo Ye chose to follow. All right, I'll go with you. We can help each other out. By the way, what did you want that key for before? She asked. He replied, the secret realm key can open the future. Open the future? Mo Ye was completely stunned. In a chaotic time like this, what kind of hazy future could there be? She had seen the reality of their world. He replied, zombies, monsters, crystals. The world has changed beyond your wildest imagination. Mo Ye still didn't quite understand. Enough with the riddles. When can we use that key? She was incredibly impatient. If this situation could be ended, then they should end it quickly. No one could stand it anymore. When we're strong enough, Ye Zhongming's eyes were filled with determination. Thinking of his past life, he knew he would overcome everything. He would absolutely not repeat the same mistakes again. Thump, thump. Over here, Lily was running. A thug was in hot pursuit, right behind her. Stop right there for me. He was closing in fast. That brat really had the stamina of an ox, but there was no way she could outrun a healthy man. Little mouse, he said, his interest piqued. Once I catch you, I'll tie up all your limbs so you can't run anymore. Lily ran forward and saw a door. The girl panicked. It was a dead end. Why won't this door open? She desperately tried to turn the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. The thug finally caught up to her. Run, go on, keep running. The girl was so scared, she started to cry. You stay away from me. He grabbed her face, his voice full of depravity. Go on, run. Every time I saw you girls, you all looked at me with disgust, mocked me, avoided me. But now, it's the apocalypse. He grew even more excited. What I have now is the chance to make sure you can never leave me. No, Lily said, I won't leave you. I won't mock you. He frowned. Why should I believe you? Lily desperately tried to plead with him. I'm not like those other girls. I'm just a student. Boss. She took his hand and pressed it against her chest. I'm not hateful at all. Trying her best to beg, she said, as long as you let me go, I'm willing to do anything. He grabbed her shoulders and laughed. You look pretty average, but you've got a sweet mouth. Still, I can't betray Brother Dongzi. He grinned. Now, come back with me and meet Brother Dongzi. Lily was startled and pleaded. Please let me go. If I go back, I'm as good as dead, he chuckled. With me here, how could I let you die? Stop dreaming. Let's go. Behind her back, Lily was still clutching the shard of glass, ready to strike at any moment. Brother Dongzi, the girl, decided not to do anything. The thug brought the girl back. I'm back. This is Lily. As if she couldn't believe her eyes, she saw her teacher, who had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. Her clothes were torn to shreds, and there wasn't a single spot that hadn't been touched. The thug drooled. Damn, this guy's rough. Her clothes are completely ripped. She was an innocent teacher, for crying out loud. Ha ha ha. Lily couldn't believe her eyes. That guy, Brother Dongzi, laughed. This teacher's pretty tough. She bit Dabai's face before we even did anything. He's bleeding nonstop. What a buzzkill. What else could I do? Dabai, his face mangled from the bite, was in so much pain. He had tears in his eyes. Sob. I didn't expect her to be so fierce. Lily ran to her teacher's side. That fatso, Brother Dongzi, pointed at the girl. This girl's with me now. What's her deal? He asked the other thug. She wants to join us. Brother Dongzi laughed. Join us? This student knows how to read the room. She knows who's strong and who's weak. Interesting. The fat man laughed. That's right. How would I dare hide anything from you? He then yelled. Hey! Stop crying and get over here. Call him Brother Dongzi. She forced a smile. Hi. Hi, Brother Dong. Brother Dongzi pointed at Lily. Girl, you want to join us? Yes, Brother Dong. Please take me in. I'll do anything you say. He then pointed toward Liang Chumo and sneered. All right. Of course you can. Prove it to me. Isn't she your friend? Go over there and deal with her for me. Liang Chumo cursed. Shameless. Lily, you traitor. Yi Zhongming helped you. And this is how you repay him? Liang Chumo now saw her true colors and wouldn't stop screaming. How could you save such a venomous, ungrateful snake? Hearing this, someone walked up and slapped Liang Chumo hard, completely forgetting the kindness she had shown him. Liang Chumo cursed. You animal. Her eyes burned with rage. That Dongzige watched with amusement. What a good slap. I heard she's an internet celebrity. I love toying with bitches like you. Beat her mercilessly for me. That girl, Lily, smiled, her eyes filled with malice. Don't worry, Dongzige. She and I have some history. How dare she target me? No mercy. Liang Chumo couldn't believe her eyes. The person who had once shared hardships with her was now acting like an indescribable beast. She cursed. You monster. Lily stepped forward and grabbed Liang Chumo by the hair in front of all the thugs, slapping her again. Liang Chumo's eyes were murderous as she stared at the little traitor. If looks could kill, Lily wouldn't be left in one piece. The bitch looked at her and frowned. The more I look at this face of yours, the more annoying it gets. What was she going to do next? Dongzige nodded. All right, that's enough. You're qualified to join us. Lily was suddenly overjoyed. Dongzige pointed at Lily. She's your woman now. Keep her in line, and don't let her cause any trouble. The fat guy nodded. Got it, Dongzige. The fat guy walked over to Lily. Hey, Dongzige has accepted you. You're my woman now. Lily gritted her teeth in anger. That Dongzige said, Brothers, gather round. I have something to say. He continued. All of us used to be Sige's men. Because Sige turned into a zombie, we were forced to begrudgingly submit to Lao Wu and work under him. Hearing CJ's name, the men grew agitated. CJ came from the Axe Gang. His skills were incredible. Lao Wu is nothing. He's treacherous and sinister. Everything we risk our lives to get, he takes it all for himself. Just talking about it makes me mad. Lao Wu tells us to go out and kill, but he's nowhere to be seen. I even saw him sneak away. Dongzige riled up the crowd, his voice full of indignation. He's so sneaky and secretive. How can we, as brothers, tolerate this? He raged. In these chaotic times, this is what humanity has become. As soon as they gain a foothold, they turn and bite each other. Why should we submit to him and be his lapdogs? Yeah. Hearing this, the thugs raised their hands in agreement. I feel like that Lao Wu isn't sincere with us. From this day forward, we'll only follow Dongzige. We'll follow Dongzige. Dongzige laughed out loud. Lao Wu, today is the day you die. His eyes were filled with viciousness, without a trace of kindness. Just then, a scout came in to report. Dongzige, the dining hall is empty. Lao Wu isn't back yet. Dongzige opened the door and walked in with a wide grin. A golden opportunity. Let's go in and wait for him. Thwack. Someone had spat out a bone, and it flew right into Dongzige's face with such force that it knocked his head to one side. Arg! He couldn't react in time. Damn it, who threw that bone? He cursed, looking around. It was Ye Zhongming and Mo Ye. He said to him, You came back right after we finished eating. Looks like our luck isn't half bad. Beside him, Mo Ye was wiping his mouth. Dongzige looked at the pile of meat on the table and realized, chicken bones. He ate the chicken we couldn't even bear to eat. Son of a bitch, who are you? Why are you here? He cursed, his heart surging with anger. Ye Zhongming stood up to face Dongzige. Weren't you guys looking to kill me? I've delivered myself right to your door, saving you the trouble. Dongzige thought to himself, could this be the person Lao Wu wanted dead? Did Lao Dao fail? He smiled. Those two cronies of yours who were hunting me? I've already taken care of them. Now it's your turn, boss. A subordinate came in, shouting, This kid is too damn arrogant. Dongzige, let's take him down. Dongzige laughed. No rush. Bring the person up here first. He pushed Liang Shumo forward. Very good, kid. Take a look. This is your companion, right? Ye Zhongming's face darkened, but he said nothing. Mo Ye was surprised. A hostage. How despicable. Dong Zige acted as if he had the upper hand, gloating. What's wrong? Not doing anything? Haha, your friend is in my hands, so you're scared now, huh? He looked utterly despicable. And this chick is an internet celebrity too. Winning her favor must not have been easy, was it? He squeezed Liang Shumo's face. He smirked. Too bad. This girl and I don't have that kind of relationship. Dong Zige was still stubborn, still talking tough. I clearly saw you with her. We were just using each other, he said. But that filthy hand and that foul mouth of yours. I'm guessing you don't need them anymore? He lunged forward with the chicken bone, stabbing Dong Zige right in the hand. He even took the time to shout, "Run!" He went ballistic, clutching his bleeding arm and cursing non-stop. Son of a bitch, you dare stab me? Are you trying to die? He swiftly pulled Liang Shumo into his arms. Dong Zige screamed, "Brothers, get him, kill him for me." Ye Zhongming handed Liang Shumo to Mo Ye, who stepped back. Mo Ye, take care of her. Then, he turned to face the countless thugs charging at him alone. Without a hint of fear, one of them charged forward aggressively, aiming to land a punch. Whoosh! But Ye Zhongming dodged it. He dodged that blow by tilting his head. The man was caught off guard, and then he clenched his fist. If you can't hit me, then it's my turn to hit back. That guy was so dead. Bam! One punch sent a molar flying. At this rate, he'd need emergency plastic surgery. So useless. Dong Zige was still. He kept cursing even after being punched back. Don't come at me one by one, come at me all at once. And just like that, all four of them surrounded him. Ye Zhongming said nothing, just furrowed his brow. With this many of them, he'd have to change tactics. A direct fist fight wouldn't work. He let out a cold snort as his fighting instincts took over. Come on, bring it. Without the slightest hesitation, he continued to provoke them, beckoning at the thugs with both hands. He sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. A bunch of useless fools who don't know their place. With guys like these, I probably only need one punch to put them down. Arg! One of the thugs, wearing brass knuckles, charged forward. No wonder he was so confident, even yelling so loudly. Swoosh! He dodged the blow with ease. Seriously, a guy with no real fighting skills. How boring. He grabbed the man's hand. The man was twisted down to the ground, screaming in agony. A move like that definitely dislocated his joint. After he was let go, his arm couldn't return to its normal position. He lay on the ground, wailing miserably. He just rolled back and forth, crying his eyes out. He can't even take a light hit like that. What a weakling. Got you now. Another thug charged from behind, trapping Ye Zhongming with both arms. Startled, he spun around and immediately grabbed the man's head. The guy had no idea what was happening. Before he could do anything, he was slammed to the ground so hard it looked like the floor cracked. Thud. A blow like that would definitely fracture a bone. There was one more. He slowly walked towards him. The man backed away in fear, having witnessed his friend's fate. He must have been terrified, never expecting to run into a monster like this. Useless. Look at me. The fat one shoved the skinny blonde aside, cursing at him. He pulled out a knife and pointed it at him. Ye Zhongming saw their demeanor change as they went from using bare fists to a knife, but he didn't flinch in the slightest. Using a knife isn't going to help when you don't even know who you're messing with. Whoosh! He lunged forward, dodging the blade and punching the fat guy's knife hand. The fat man smirked. Ha! I've got thick skin. Hitting me is nothing like hitting those skinny weaklings. That punch was like a mosquito trying to bite through steel. The fat guy seemed to feel no pain and immediately swung the knife at him again. Slash, slash. He dodged it instantly. He was so fast that the thug only managed to slice through an afterimage. He immediately struck the guy's knife hand, making him drop the blade, which clattered to the ground. He immediately seized the opportunity, leaping up and delivering a powerful kick to the fat man's face. The force of the blow sent the big guy collapsing to the ground. The last one knelt down, begging for his life. What a pathetic and indescribable sight. Kid, you think you're pretty tough, huh? A man leaning on a cane walked over. Brother Wu told us to eliminate you. Looks like these guys weren't enough. Heh. This teacher is with you, isn't she? Make one move and I'll smash her head like an egg. Teacher Park was tied up, her face streaked with tears and fear. Ye Zhongming realized the situation was bad and frowned. Hey, even before you did anything, they were planning to use her to threaten you. You wouldn't want a woman like this to die because of you, would you? He grabbed Teacher Park's hair, and she cried out in pain. Lily, she cried, before the man continued his threats. Get on your knees. Now. Ye Zhongming said nothing, his expression growing darker as he knelt. The man laughed, trying to intimidate him, feeling like victory was at hand when whack, a brick came out of nowhere and smashed him right in the face. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was Lily. Even though that kid has a bit of a mean streak, she's certainly useful when it counts. The young girl panted heavily. I don't care about anyone else. But Teacher Park. She was always good to me. The kid couldn't bring herself to betray her teacher. Afterwards, the thugs were all tied up together. Lily was in tears. "Ma'am, are you okay? I was so worried about you." Teacher Park smiled. "I'm fine." "Lily, thank goodness you saved me." Liang Chumo angrily pointed at Lily. "Great, now she has to deal with this brat." "A traitor?" Mo Ye assumed all the girls were his friends. Lily turned her head, saying nothing. Teacher Park tried to mediate. "Lily just saved me. She must have been trying to infiltrate their group." Mo Ye also stepped in to smooth things over. "It looks like she was just enduring it all, so she could strike back." "Why are you being so petty?" Liang Chumo argued. "No way. Who do you think you are? You didn't even see what happened." Ye Zhongming came over to calm her down. "All right, Lily saved Teacher Park, so let's not argue about it." Liang Chumo rushed over and hugged him. "Where did you go? Why are you only just getting back now?" Sob. He patted her head. "It's okay now, don't cry anymore." Mo Ye silently observed her. This girl is really arrogant. Lily just watched everyone quietly. Now that he was back, she didn't dare cause any more trouble. The four of them were finally reunited. After a period of peace, on the other side of things, a three-colored wheel was spinning continuously. Oh ho, this wheel, and these crystals. Brother Wu had also made it to the three-colored wheel. He let out a vile laugh. "So that's how it is. The reason that kid got so strong. I get it now." Click. He held a handful of crystals, a sinister thought forming in his mind. The three-colored wheel kept on spinning. "Brother Wu, this big stone can draw a prize," his underling said, pointing at the wheel. "Quit your yapping." He smacked his underling on the head again. The underling's eyes bulged as he spat everywhere. Just then, the wheel stopped on the black section. Brother Wu was overjoyed. His underling was ecstatic too. "We hit it. Brother Wu, we hit the jackpot. Ta-da! Congratulations. You have received a system profession." The class junior pharmacist appeared. It wasn't a particularly great class. You could even say it was pretty useless, but it served an important purpose. An old man appeared. "Class change successful. You have become a junior pharmacist." Fifth brother's face darkened. "A junior pharmacist class? Is this like a class change in a video game? Damn it. I wasted so much effort just to get a useless junior pharmacist class." He was so furious he cursed out loud. The boss kicked his underling's butt. This was their base of operations. "Go see if there's anything useful around here." The underling quickly replied. "Got it, fifth brother. But don't kick me there. You might get addicted." Fifth brother gritted his teeth. He had worked so hard to get more than 20 crystals, and now they were all gone. What he didn't know then was that the number of crystals he put in had exceeded the requirement for a draw, and the roulette wheel wouldn't refund the excess. The next person to draw would only need to add enough for one more attempt to continue. His underling came forward and handed him a backpack. Fifth brother had found a backpack. It was that kid's backpack. It felt heavy, seemed like there was a lot of stuff inside. "Let me see." Fifth brother took the backpack and pulled out a coil of rope, a few cans, and even a first aid kit. Why is it all just random junk? But inside the backpack was a junior strengthening potion. He picked up the potion. Junior strengthening potion. Rapidly enhances physical fitness. Both strength and stamina are enhanced, comparable to a one-star warrior. Side effects. An ordinary person will experience excruciating pain all over their body. A small number of people will be unable to withstand it, leading to death. Fifth brother held up the vial, overjoyed. "So this is a strengthening potion. Good stuff." His follower asked, "Fifth brother, how did you know this was a potion?" Fifth brother was startled. Bien can't see this information. What's going on?" His underling was completely baffled. He wondered, could it be because of the pharmacist class I got? Is that why I can see the effects of all potions? A small number of people will be unable to withstand it, leading to death. His eyes turned red. That kid. He must have drunk this potion to be able to fight that horde of zombies. He opened the vial. Drinking this could even kill him. But great fortune never comes easy. Then, he poured the entire vial into his mouth. The underling beside him tried to stop him. "Shit, can you even drink that? Be careful, you might get sick." Swoosh. The potion's effects were immediate. He felt a wave of excruciating pain spreading throughout his body. Ah. He then let out a painful scream as all of his muscles began to contract violently. He couldn't stop screaming. His underling worried. "Shit. Fifth brother, What's wrong, fifth brother? A cloud of smoke billowed out, and Abian quickly turned to run. Fifth brother, I'll go get help. Crash. Something slammed into the door. The underling jumped in shock. This is? He trembled with fear. The zombie lunged at him. Abian was shaking all over. The crimson zombie threw a punch right at him. He immediately put up his guard. Ah! He closed his eyes, waiting for death. But then, Abian looked up in surprise. Huh? It didn't hit me? After drinking the strengthening potion, fifth brother was able to block the zombie's kick with a single hand. Shielding Abian, he asked worriedly. Fifth brother, you saved me. Are you okay? Fifth brother laughed. What could possibly happen to me? Right now, I'm better than ever. So this is the power that kid had. A one-star warrior? Behind him, Abian's jaw dropped in utter astonishment. Fifth brother said confidently, All right, let's see what I can do at full power. Early that morning, he finally made it home. Yu Zhongming pointed. We're here. This is the place. This is our base. Ye Zhongming led the way and said, Everyone, make yourselves at home. Just put your things down anywhere. I'll go get Mo Xinfei. We've taken back all the supplies from that guy, fifth brother. I'm back. He called out. Mo Xinfei, where are you? As he walked over, someone called out to him. He hadn't considered the worst-case scenario. Yi Zhongming, come look at this, quickly. Liang Chumo pointed to the first-floor kitchen. Everything was in chaos, as if it had been ransacked. Ye Zhongming was alarmed. The kitchen. What happened here? What's this? He quickly spotted a piece of paper with Mo Xinfei's bloody handprint on it. The note read, Supermarket has roulette wheel. He was furious. The roulette wheel. Is this the message Mo Xinfei left? His mind was in turmoil. Haha. The zombie has been killed. Fifth brother was panting heavily. Ah, Bian said cheerfully. Fifth brother, you killed a mutated zombie. Ha ha. Fifth brother laughed, looking at his hand covered in green blood. I've obtained immense power. He was overjoyed, shouting as if he were the savior of the world. Ah, Bian praised him. Fifth brother, you're so amazing. This means we don't have to be afraid of zombies anymore. Fifth brother looked back at his underling, repeating those words. From now on, zombies are my prey. He patted his underling's shoulder. Ah, Bian nodded. Yes, you're the best, fifth brother. Let's go find Brother Dong's group. The two finally returned to their base. Fifth brother, maybe Brother Dong isn't back yet, Ah Bian explained as he went ahead. Otherwise he would have come out to greet you by now. As soon as they opened the door, both of them were startled. Ah, Bian shouted. What in the world happened here? Brother Dong's group was tied up to one side. One person was passed out cold and didn't even need to be tied. One of Brother Dong's underlings woke up. He was overjoyed. Fifth brother, our supplies are gone. Brother Wu immediately rushed to the warehouse, looking extremely worried. Thump, thump, thump. The moment he opened the supply warehouse door, his eyes were met with nothing. It was completely empty. That Brother Wu growled in anger. You little brat. He gritted his teeth. This time, I'll do it myself. Crunch. He grabbed the door, crushing it directly, determined to tear you into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming was trembling all over. Liang Shumo asked worriedly, Zhongming, are you okay? Why are you suddenly shaking? He said he was fine, just that he had a strange premonition. Liang Shumo came closer, concerned. Mo Ye also brought some food over. Eat something and get some rest. We still have to keep moving. Teacher Piao also brought a cup over. Here, drink some hot water. Ye Zhongming laid out the plan. My partner, Mo Xinfei, is probably in danger. She also left behind information about the turntable. We should probably act on that information and start with the turntable at the supermarket. Liang Shumo asked again, truly a little worried. That Mo Xinfei, is she your girlfriend? He replied, No, she's just a very good partner, with no hint of romance in his eyes. Hearing this, Liang Shumo was delighted. Then I'll go with you to find her. She was secretly happy. It's good she's not his girlfriend. If I can help Zhongming, maybe he'll pat my head. Just as long as you don't ruin my mission. As teammates, everyone has to be useful. You can't just get carried by the expert. He reconsidered the people he had brought with him. In the current squad, Liang Shumo was quick and loyal to him. She could be trained. Mo Ye was a skilled fighter, calm and brave, a good choice. But this teacher named Piao Xiuying, as if guessing his thoughts, Piao Xiuying spoke up. Mr. Ye, may I go with you? I'm a health teacher. I know some healing techniques and can also handle logistics. He nodded. Don't slow everyone down. I can't protect you all. He looked over at Mo Ye. Officer, are you coming? Mo Ye smiled and said, What do you think? Let's go, comrade. After everything they'd been through, she had a pretty good understanding of him. A man like him was someone you could truly befriend in this apocalypse. Let's move out. Everyone geared up, packing all the supplies. Yi Zhongming was worried. Heading out this time to find Mo Xinfei and the new turntable, he didn't know how long it would take. These supplies are enough for a few days, but we can't carry any more. Mo Ye walked over and asked, "What's wrong, Zhongming?" He replied, "We'll take these supplies with us. The rest will have to be left here." Mo Ye smiled. "It's not safe to leave them here. I have an idea." Ye Zhongming was surprised. "Ah, that's it." It was like a revelation. The two of them went to the police station and commandeered a truck. Mo Ye was cheerful, pointing at the vehicle with a grin. "What do you think? This is the pride and joy of our police station. Our chief had to beg and plead with headquarters to get it assigned here." Yi Zhongming praised it. "Top-notch. It's the uncrowned king of military vehicles, equipped with protective outer armor. The four-wheel drive system can handle any terrain." Mo Ye explained that its maximum payload was 33 tons, and its top speed was 87 kilometers per hour. "It's a shame this vehicle isn't equipped with missiles. That's a bit disappointing," he muttered. "Missiles aren't really necessary anyway. This truck is going to be a huge help." "Thank you, Mo Ye." She laughed. "It's nothing. Just soldiers helping each other out." Back at the school, Abian followed behind Brother Wu, carrying a sack and asking, "Brother Wu, do we have to leave the school?" Brother Wu drew a knife. "When I find the little brat who destroyed our hideout, I'm going to skin him alive." He looked absolutely ferocious. Abian trembled. "Then what about the other brothers?" Brother Wu thought back, not expecting those useless fools to try and rebel. Remembering when his underlings reported back annoyed him, he abandoned them without a second thought, leaving them to fend for themselves. "Help! Save us!" The ones left behind cried out continuously. Brother Wu licked his knife. "You little hunter, I'm all I need to kill you." He looked as if he wanted to eat him alive, leaving him no chance of survival. They drove out of the police station. The streets were filled with zombies. They rammed into every single one that came close. Yi Zhongming felt much more at ease. "This is great. With this truck, facing the zombies is so much safer." Mo Ye also smiled. "Of course, for these zombies, our truck can handle them no problem. The treasure of the police department has to be this good." They drove on, running over any zombie in their path. Relaxing in the truck, they chatted. "It's a good thing we have Mo Ye. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten this military vehicle." Piao Xiaoying sat cheerfully, while Liang Shumo still seemed annoyed about something. The teacher said, "As expected of an officer, she's much more capable than us ordinary people." Liang Shumo fumed. "That officer Mo Ye is stealing all the credit. I want to be useful too." Ye Zhongming looked at the note again and said to the three women, "The sign Mo Xinfei left doesn't have a clear address. The only way is to check the supermarkets one by one. There's one up ahead. Let's check that one first." Mo Ye saw a horde of zombies coming from out of nowhere, swarming like a tidal wave. She said, "Ye Zhongming, look outside, quick." "Huh?" He was also completely shocked. "Why are there suddenly so many zombies? What's going on?" "That horde of zombies is surrounding the car, but they seem to be rushing past us, like they're running away. Not a single zombie dared to stop. They were all running for their lives." Liang Shumo looked up, her voice filled with horror as she warned everyone. "Quick, look. What is that in the distance?" Something just leaped up from behind that zombie horde. Boom! It looked like a giant King Kong, landing with a force that made the entire ground shake violently, even cracking it open. That zombie was enormous, easily over 2 or 3 meters tall. The horde of zombies below it looked like ants scurrying forward. An unlucky zombie was caught by it. The giant zombie then shoved the smaller one into its mouth. "It's eating other zombies." Ye Zhongming frowned. "A mutated white ape. An evolved beast with limitless strength and a savage temperament," he explained to everyone. "With my current power as a one-star warrior, I'm afraid there's no way I can deal with a mutated white ape." He was about to turn the car around and leave. But, having fought the white ape in his past life, he knew its fatal weakness. He shuddered, remembering that battle from his past life where he had nearly died. The ape noticed their vehicle and charged. He clicked his tongue. "Tsk. It's noticed us. Hold on tight." He decided to avoid the mutated ape zombie. The car screeched as it reversed. The zombie lunged forward, but behind them, there was a pole. The vehicle slammed into the pole, getting stuck. Ye Zhongming frowned and cursed. "We've crashed into the side of the road. What terrible luck. The zombie is already here." It leaped up, its jump so powerful it cracked the pavement, hurtling towards the vehicle without a moment's hesitation. From this angle, it was as big as the entire car. Boom! It smashed down onto the vehicle. Normally, it would have been crushed to pieces, but luckily, this was an armored vehicle, so it wasn't too badly damaged. Ah! The impact sent everyone inside flying, and shards of broken glass flew everywhere. Liang Shumo cried out, covering her face. But Ye Zhongming showed no sign of fear. His eyes remained filled with determination. He knitted his brows. This was the one situation he didn't want to happen. The glass was broken, and the ape, its eyes bloodshot red, peered inside the car. Ye Zhongming immediately yanked the steering wheel, trying to throw the ape off the vehicle. The car lurched back and forth, but it couldn't shake off this mutated ape zombie. It clung tightly to the vehicle no matter how hard he tried. Ye Zhongming said with annoyance, "This thing is hard to shake off. Mo Ye, you drive." Mo Ye was taken aback. "Huh? Don't tell me you're planning to go out there and fight that mutated ape zombie." He unlocked the car door and leaped out, confronting the mutated ape zombie that was still clinging to the roof. Before the zombie could do anything, he jumped and kicked it square in the mouth. Thwack! He kept both hands on the roof to keep from flying off. Smack! The zombie was knocked sideways, closing its eyes in pain. But it quickly wrapped its tail around Ye Zhongming's leg. He was caught off guard. Its tail was wrapped tightly around his leg, and he couldn't move. He thought to himself, "This is bad. There's no escaping this time." The mutated ape zombie pulled him off the car along with it. Whoosh! Ye Zhongming was powerless to resist. Thud! It landed, slamming his entire body onto the ground. Screech! The truck slammed on its brakes the moment they saw he'd been thrown off with the ape zombie. Mo Ye called out worriedly, "Ye Zhongming." He, on the other hand, was still completely stunned from the impact, gasping for breath. Cough, 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 cough. The mutated zombie seemed completely unharmed. It slowly rose from the dust and smoke, then advanced toward him. However, its mask had been partially shattered by his kick, revealing its shaggy whiskers. Oomph. The ape zombie grinned as if celebrating a victory, its instincts telling it that the enemy before it was helpless. The ape zombie let out a triumphant roar, hoo 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 hoo, and pounded its chest, thump thump, as if in victory. But it was mistaken. No main character dies that easily. Thump, thump. After finishing its victory cry, it threw a punch down at where Ye Zhongming was lying. The force behind it was incredible, as if it intended to kill him in a single blow. Its eyes were blood red. Pew, pew, pew. Just as it was about to strike him, gunshots rang out from somewhere. The ape zombie immediately used its arms to shield its entire body. It looked toward the direction the shots came from, falling silent. It was Mo Ye. She had just saved Ye Zhongming from certain doom. She opened the car door and fired her gun at the same time, drawing the mutated zombie's attention. Grr. The ape roared in anger, its maw wide open, drool dripping down, its eyes filled with savage fury. It charged toward the car where Mo Ye was firing from. No matter how many shots she fired, the mutated zombie dodged them all. Pew, pew. Not a single bullet hit. Every single one missed. This mutated zombie was unbelievably powerful. Then it got right in front of Mo Ye, raised its fist, and smashed it against the car. The steel door slammed shut. Mo Ye leaped out of the car just before it struck, her gun still held tight in her hand. Bam! Ah! Ah! The people inside the car screamed continuously. Liang Shumo watched the situation, terrified. It's going after Mo Ye. Teacher Park was also horrified. She had never seen a zombie this massive before. She was extreme, along with great concern for Ye Zhongming. Outside, booming sounds echoed as a gorilla zombie, and Mo Ye played a game of chase around the vehicle. Grr. Bang. Bang. She continuously fired her gun, and it seemed to be effective. The zombie didn't dare to face the bullets head-on. Mo Ye took that opportunity to run around it. The creature was shot in the chest, after which it roared. Ah. It looked absolutely furious. Ever since it turned into a zombie, it had never suffered such humiliation. Not only could it not catch its prey, but it was also being shot at and forced to run in circles. It raised its hands towards Mo Ye, taking a fighting stance. She backed away in fear, unsure of what to do. Just as the mutant gorilla zombie was about to strike where she stood, Mo Ye immediately dove under the car. She was terrified. I'm screwed. It's furious now. Thud. If I can't dodge this next one, I'm dead for sure. The mutant gorilla was enraged because it couldn't catch Mo Ye. It had pounced and missed. Grr. It let out angry growls. It pounded its chest thunderously, then jumped onto the car as if trying to lift it. Liang Chumo and Teacher Park screamed from inside the vehicle. Ah, this is bad. Liang Chumo immediately realized it was about to flip the car. Crash. Teacher Park was thrown from the vehicle after a horrific impact. The attack came from the mutant gorilla zombie. The zombie seemed to notice Teacher Park. It stopped what it was doing to the car and reached for her, as if wanting to eat her alive. Whoosh, but it missed. Teacher Park quickly dropped to the ground to dodge its attack. Ah, but her back wasn't so lucky. Teacher Park's back was clawed by the mutant gorilla zombie, and it started bleeding. She cried out in pain. Ugh. Covered in blood, she no longer had the strength to stand up. Oof. The zombie saw this and was about to leave, but then it looked back at her. Liang Chumo was also extremely worried. No, please no. She was horrified by the scene before her. Just as the mutant gorilla zombie was about to roar to declare its victory, someone whistled from behind. It was Ye Zhongming with his dog, Romania. He was back on his feet. Woof. Grr. Woof woof woof. Romania barked continuously as it charged towards the mutant gorilla. It did this despite knowing the gorilla was a much higher level and far larger. The mutant gorilla zombie roared back. Grr! Then it swung its fist. Romania managed to dodge the gorilla zombie's swing. Then, it nimbly leaped onto the gorilla's shoulder without a hint of hesitation. Whoosh! Once it was on, it continued to bark threateningly. Woof, woof. Grr. Just as it was about to bite the mutant gorilla zombie, the zombie swatted its arm. Romania was instantly knocked to the ground. Ugh. The dog and the zombie continued to grapple with each other like that. Whenever the zombie tried to retreat, Romania would leap to another spot to bite it. The zombie seemed to have no way of dealing with Romania. Thud. Taking the opportunity while his dog was buying time, Ye Zhongming ran towards the others. Mo Ye, the gun. He charged forward, seizing the moment. Mo Ye threw the gun over to him and called out his name. Zhongming, thwop. He caught it. With the gun in his hand, he felt much more confident. He used his crafting skill. Activating crafting skill. Homogeneous enhancement technique. Grr. The gorilla zombie was losing patience. It roared. Just as it was about to grab Romania, the dog immediately jumped away, dodging the gorilla's grasp. Furthermore, it lunged forward, trying to bite the gorilla's finger. Ugh. Ow. Ah. But it was caught by the gorilla. In the chaotic moment, Romania was thrown. Thud. It landed more than 10 meters away. That one blow seemed to be incredibly painful for it. Then the gorilla zombie stood up, looking at Romania with pure rage. It panted heavily. It raised both its hands, intending to finish off Romania, when a voice called out, "You ugly white-furred beast." It glanced over at Ye Zhongming. How dare a human who can't even fight me call me an ugly, white-furred beast? Your whole family is white-furred. He raised his gun and took aim. Your weak point. Ye Zhongming narrowed his eyes. Now was his chance to counterattack. Crack is right here. He fired at the bone on the gorilla's back. It didn't have time to dodge and let out a pained scream. Its eyes widened, and then it collapsed. Thump. Its weight was so immense that the road surface cracked beneath it. Ye Zhongming let out a soft sigh. Its excessive mutation and enhancement caused its backbone to be exposed. The spinal column itself was its fatal weakness, he thought, glancing at the gun. Luckily, I applied the enhancement technique. Otherwise, even knowing the mutated white ape's weak spot, it would have been difficult to take it down. It seems I need to make full use of the 5 crafting techniques. The collection technique, the homogeneous enhancement technique, the crafting technique, the enchantment technique, and the inlaying technique. The thought truly excited him. Perhaps they weren't as useless as he once thought. Inside the car, the others were bandaging Teacher Park. She suddenly cried out, "Ah, it hurts so much." Liang Chumo gently soothed her. "The wound is a bit deep. I'm disinfecting it with alcohol. Teacher Park, please bear with it for a moment." Liang Chumo was gently cleaning Park Soo-young's wound with alcohol. She gritted her teeth to endure the pain. I know. Her face was drenched in a cold sweat. Ye Zhongming pushed the door open and entered, his voice filled with concern. "I heard a terrible scream. What are you two? What's wrong?" His eyes landed on Park Soo-young, whose back was exposed as she was taking off her clothes. Liang Chumo was cleaning her wound, and she blushed when she saw him burst in. He froze, completely flustered. Park Soo-young immediately screamed, "Ah, Ye Zhongming, get out. Cough, cough." "I'm sorry." He quickly shut the door and left. His face beat red. Mo Ye walked over and asked worriedly, "How is Miss Park?" He replied, "She's applying medicine. It's just a scratch wound, nothing life-threatening." He walked around to the back. Despite everything he'd been through, witnessing that violence had still shaken him. He went to the back of the vehicle and sat down, stroking his dog's head. "Di Huangwan, you've had it rough." Di Huangwan whimpered softly. "Yeah." He looked at his dog, his heart aching. "Luckily, the wound isn't too serious, but it will affect its ability to move. Wounds heal very slowly after the mutation. I have to find a way to make the medicine work faster." He frowned, continuing to pet Di Huangwan. "Di Huangwan, I promise I'll get you healed up. The dogs seemed to nod in agreement. Meanwhile, they had indeed begun to dissect the giant mutated ape. Liang Chumo came out to give a report. Zhongming, Miss Park's wound is too deep, and it won't stop bleeding. Mo Ye added grimly. A deep wound like this needs stitches. But we don't have the tools or any anesthetic, he frowned. I can craft the suturing tools myself using my crafting skill. But, anesthetic. That's the tricky part. He thought back to his past life. I don't need anesthetic. I've done it before in my past life. But I'm afraid Miss Park won't be able to handle that kind of agony. He walked forward and explained his plan. Di Huangwan is also injured. There has to be a private hospital nearby. It'll have the kind of surgical drugs we need, and it's a good time to look for first aid supplies anyway. Liang Chumo asked, but what about your friend at that supermarket? He smiled. Mo Qingfei is very clever. I'm sure she can take care of herself. We don't need to worry too much. He thought back to the past. Besides, she's a future 9-star expert. She hardly needs my protection. He smiled. I have faith she won't die that easily here. Mo Ye then shared her idea, but we can't rule out the unexpected. We should split up. You take Miss Park and go look for the medicine. I'll go to the nearby supermarket to scout it out. I'll just be doing recon. I won't do anything reckless, so don't worry. He tried to stop her, worried. No, that's not a good idea. We have no idea how many mutated monsters are on that road, but she was completely confident. Don't underestimate me. I'm a guard, you know. Then she threw a punch. You've already seen what I'm capable of, haven't you? Or do you still not trust me? Ye Zhongming fell silent, seeing the unwavering determination in her eyes. She even gave him a thumbs up, signaling him to trust her. Mo Ye added, relax. A people's guard keeps her word. Yi Zhongming finally gave in. He sighed and smiled. All right then. Just be careful. Then, he started walking ahead, but he didn't forget to add a warning. Remember, the Lunban naturally attracts zombies. Any zombies in the area will instinctively gather around it, so be careful. Got it. She nodded. He thought about his past life, how he was betrayed by his teammates. He hoped this time would be different. Elsewhere, 2 men were pedaling for their lives, trying to escape a horde of pursuing zombies. It was ABN, with the larger Wu Ge riding on the back. Wu Ge cheered him on. Faster, ABN. The stronger the wind, the wilder I feel. ABN panted. Where? Where are we going? The man didn't answer, just motioned forward. Your brother Wu is a brilliant strategist. That kid is definitely looking for something right now, which means he'll have to go to certain places. He was only half right. Wu Ge thought of him and chuckled to himself. I know exactly where that little punk is heading. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Abian asked again, panting from the effort. Where are we going? Wu Ge just laughed. The supplies they stole from me won't last them more than a few days. They'll definitely have to hit up a supermarket for more. He was right about their destination, but wrong about the reason. They were going to find their teammate. Wu Ge continued, lost in his own assumptions. Supermarkets have all sorts of things. Everything a survivor needs. Hearing this, Abian put more power into his pedaling. You're brilliant, boss. Why didn't I think of that? Wu Ge pointed ahead. Faster. The biggest supermarket in this district is right up there. Quihua Supermarket. They have to come here. The 2 of them arrived at the supermarket and ditched their bicycles. Wu Ge said, This is it. It really is the end of the world. Not a single soul in the supermarket. Abian said, Boss, we should be careful. There might be zombies in here. Wu Ge went ahead to scout the area. Zombies? He scoffed. If I'm not hunting them, they should count themselves lucky. Why would I be afraid? Abian looked around nervously. It looks like this place. The shelves are completely bare. Lao Wu cursed. Damn it, they picked this place cleaner than I expected. Suddenly, a packet of instant noodles fell from a shelf. Abian's face lit up. There are still noodles. He bent down to pick up the packet, but on the shelf above them, a mutated zombie stared down with glowing red eyes. Abian froze in terror. Even Lao Wu was stunned. He never expected to find a zombie here. The zombie let out a shriek, its head twitching with a series of sickening cracks before it leaped down at them. Look out! That zombie was like an animal, not a normal zombie anymore. Ah, Bian screamed in fear. Ah! Fifth brother got into a defensive stance, ready to fight the zombie. The zombie turned its head and looked back at Abian. Fifth brother was completely surprised. Then, it slowly walked away, not fighting them. It had no killing intent. A surprised Abian asked, Why didn't it bite us? That guy, fifth brother, was also stunned. He explained, It seems to be looking for something. Let's follow it and see. So, the 2 of them tailed the zombie. Bian ran behind, carrying a heavy bag without saying a word. Click, clack, click. Fifth brother stopped, and Bian, who was behind him, was already trembling. Fifth brother whispered, "What's that strange noise?" He never expected what appeared before him was a horde of zombies, all drawn to some kind of machine. One by one, the zombies rushed toward the machine, grabbing at a piece of cloth. One zombie opened its mouth wide in front of the cloth. Terrified, Bian teared up and said to his big brother, "We've stumbled into a nest. Let's run." But fifth brother lingered, examining what was in front of him. He chuckled. "Run? Why would we run? We just hit the jackpot." His heart pounded with an indescribable excitement. Thump, thump. Meanwhile, Mo Ye was running. Mo Ye scouted the surrounding area, a gun in her hand. As a former guard, she was very familiar with this route. A right turn ahead led to a supermarket. "I'll go check it out for now." Click. She slowed to a walk. Mo Ye entered the small supermarket to investigate. Luckily, there were still some useful supplies inside. Whoosh. Over here, a dead zombie lay in a corner, covered in bugs and reeking horribly. After clearing the supermarket, Mo Ye checked around to see if she had missed anything. Indeed, there was nothing left. She sighed. After searching several supermarkets so carefully, she still hadn't found the Lunpan. Yi Zhongming had once told her that the Lunpan had a strong attraction to zombies. Since there were no zombies here, it seemed the item wasn't in this supermarket. Then she thought of the last supermarket. Looks like my only option is Kuihua supermarket, the biggest one in this area. I wonder how that guy Ye Zhongming is doing. Meanwhile, he was driving at full speed, searching for a private hospital. Liang Chumo told him, "Miss Park's condition isn't good. I think she's passed out." He pushed the car to its limit and told her, "Hang on. We're almost there." Screech. They stopped in front of a private hospital. He jumped out of the car. "Hang on, I'll be right back." Watching his hurried figure run off, Liang Chumo couldn't help but worry. Over here, Miss Park was drifting in and out of consciousness. Slowly. "It hurts. So much." Liang Chumo looked at her with growing concern. "Miss Park." She touched Park Soo-young's wound and discovered something. She stared at her own hand in horror. Blood. The bleeding wasn't stopping at all. As Ye Zhongming ran, Liang Chumo prayed in her heart. "Zhongming, you have to. Hurry back. I'm afraid Miss Park can't hold on for much longer." Ye Zhongming rushed into the hospital and quickly pinpointed the locations of the pharmacy and the operating room for necessary supplies. He continued to run, searching for the pharmacy and operating room at top speed. Whoosh! Something swiped at Ye Zhongming. He leaped to the side to defend. When he opened his eyes, thump, thump, a massive, enormous tail was thrashing before him. It was a mutated, he cursed. "Another mutated zombie? Are you kidding me? Damn it, my luck can't be this bad, can it?" Bones protruded from the zombie's entire body as it slowly advanced on him. Yi Zhongming backed away, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. He felt uneasy. "This is bad," he thought to himself. "Why would I run into a crocodile here? Unlike other mutated creatures like the Earth, Dragon Emperor, or the mutated white ape, the mutated crocodile was much stronger. During the 10 years of the apocalypse, humans had discovered that it wasn't native to Earth, but was one of the alien creatures that arrived with the apocalypse. These alien creatures had a unified name, guardian beasts, and often, wherever there were guardian beasts, there would also be some special supply rewards. But right now, he didn't need that. He silently sized it up from head to toe. "This crocodile looks like a level 2 guardian beast, but with my current strength, I'm afraid I can't even handle a level 2 monster. Luckily, I still have my skills." Thinking of the knowledge from his previous life, he felt himself relax. It's a good thing that, in my previous life, I never stopped studying all kinds of monsters. Now, in this life, I can put it to use. Ye Zhongming ran to another spot. He returned to the car. Seeing him come back, Liang Chumo hurriedly asked, "Zhongming, did you get the medicine?" He didn't answer and just rushed straight past. Liang Chumo was extremely confused. What is happening? He hurried to the back of the car, opened his supply trunk, and took something out. Ye Zhongming exclaimed with joy, "Found it." Liang Chumo was puzzled. "Why are you getting a weapon? Is there a monster inside?" He left with a bow and crossbow, instructing Liang Chumo, "Yeah, I can handle it. You take good care of Miss Park. I'll make this quick." He walked back into the hospital, muttering, "I hope I can find everything else I need," inside the hospital. As soon as he left, Liang Chumo couldn't take her eyes off him, her heart filled with curiosity. What is he planning to do? But since he said that, it surely wouldn't be life-threatening. She also had no combat ability, so she had to stay outside and take care of Park Soo-young. After re-entering the hospital, Ye Zhongming began to craft. Good. I've got everything I need. With my current abilities, I can't deal with a level 2 guardian beast, but I can use these items to figure out a way to slow it down. Right. The homogeneous reinforcement technique from my crafting skills can increase the piercing power of both the crossbow and the arrows, but I have to control the amount of material during. He muttered, my crafting skill is at the beginner level. To use the homogeneous reinforcement technique, I need to use the same primary material, and the right amount of it. The reinforced bullet I used on the white ape was made by fusing 2 bullets together, which doubled its power. He then started working on the crossbow. This skill could not only change the state of materials but also magically improve the quality of the reinforcement. This kind of supernatural ability was like some sort of magic. He even used crystals in the process of reinforcing the crossbow bolts. A moment later, he finally finished crafting the parallel reinforced arrows. Ye Zhongming let out a sigh of relief. Next, he needed to create a large metal net. In his past life, someone had used the inlay technique. Theoretically speaking, the inlay technique is about combining 2 completely different materials, but it still retains the characteristics of each material, like combining an ice block with an iron sword to create an iron sword with a freezing attribute. I'll combine the iron net and this blue protective net. Dealing with that crocodile depends entirely on the combination of these 2 materials. Will it be as effective as I imagine? Then, after finishing all his preparations, he looked towards the crocodile and whispered, preparations are complete. Time to act. He rushed forward with the 3 reinforced arrows. He stared intently at the crocodile with a sharp, cold gaze. It all comes down to this. The 3 arrows shot towards the crocodile at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! The crocodile immediately raised its arm to block, but as if it didn't understand what was happening, an arrow landed right in front of it. Whoosh! Another arrow landed beside the crocodile without harming it, but the last one hit its tail dead on. Grr! The crocodile glared at him angrily. If it could talk, it would probably say, who are you? How dare you pin my tail to the ground? He happily brought over the blue net. It worked. Now's the time. However, the blue net seemed a bit heavy after being inlaid. Ye Zhongming was panting heavily. Whoosh! He rushed to the operating room as soon as he had the crocodile trapped. Ye Zhongming was thrilled. Gauze, needles, syringes, surgical hooks, anesthetic, and painkillers too. With all this, the surgery should be fine. The crocodile on the other side struggled to pull the arrow out, but it couldn't. It thrashed its tail wildly. Swish! Swish! Being trapped in the iron net enraged it, and it let out a series of meaningless cries. Grr! Grr! Finally, its feet managed to touch the iron net. The guardian beast finally managed to get the iron net off its body. It let out a loud roar. Roar! Then it turned to look in the direction he had just left, and slowly advanced towards Ye Zhongming. He still had his back to it, which for this crocodile was a golden opportunity. Over at the largest supermarket in the area, all the zombies had been killed. Most of them had been beaten to death, their blood splattered everywhere. That 5th brother was so tired he was panting heavily. Haha, that's right. This is it. He turned to where the roulette wheel was, his heart filled with joy. A Bian was hiding in a corner. After the chaotic sounds of the zombies died down, he finally took the chance to crawl out. After looking around, he was completely bewildered. Whoosh! That 5th brother pulled the white cloth off the roulette wheel. After the cloth was removed, a roulette wheel appeared before his eyes. He was delighted. The roulette wheel was still new, and it already had a lot of slots. He turned to his underling and yelled, Abian, you coward! Go get the crystals from the zombies and bring them here. Abian was kicked in the ass by him again, and he cried out in pain. Abian looked back at his boss with resentment but still did as he was told, not daring to resist. Although he felt like he was about to throw up his lunch while collecting the crystals from the zombies, he still managed to hold it in. That 5th brother walked around the roulette wheel, studying it. This wheel was different from the 3-colored one from before. This one had both cards and necklaces on it. A moment later, Abian finished gathering the crystals and brought them to 5th brother. Brother, all the crystals are here. That 5th brother picked up the few crystals covered in green blood, feeling a bit nauseous himself. Abian reported, we killed a few zombies on the way. We got a few crystals, 9 pieces in total. Damn it, he cursed. It takes 10 pieces to spin the wheel each time. We're still short 1. That 5th brother was furious. Damn it, now I have to sit here and wait for another zombie to show up. Abian tried to console him. This roulette wheel can attract zombies. If we wait a bit, it'll surely be fine. Seeing his boss's dark expression, he was afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. That fifth brother hit Abion again. You still have the nerve to talk? You're no help at all, you useless piece of trash. Abion cried out as he was hit. Ow, ow, that hurt. Your hits were already painful before. Ever since fifth brother took some kind of enhancement drug, his punches hurt even more. Thump thump. Over here, Mo Ye had also arrived. She reached the front of Kuehua Supermarket. She muttered, I'm here. This is the place. Kuehua Supermarket. Looking inside, she couldn't help but wonder, it's too quiet in here. Have all the zombies been dealt with? That's all of it. Then, she slowly started to step inside but paused. Something felt wrong. It was as if something was waiting for her inside the supermarket. Meanwhile, the guardian crocodile beast was going into a frenzy. It stood up on its hind legs, letting out all sorts of roars and growls. Liang Shumo was startled by the sound. What was that? She wondered, her heart filled with anxiety. She glanced back at teacher Piao Xiu. He's still losing so much blood, she thought, her mind racing with worry for Ye Zhongming. Zhongming. Could he be in danger? She tucked the blanket tightly around Piao Xiu, deciding to go check on Zhongming. Her mind was racing. There must be zombies in there, giving him a hard time, she thought. I can't just sit here and do nothing. Click. She pushed the car door open. Deciding to help Ye Zhongming, she walked towards the hospital entrance, leaving Piao Xiu alone in the car. She sprinted inside at top speed. Ye Zhongming, please be okay. Crash. As soon as she got there, she saw the crocodile relentlessly slamming against a door. Liang Shumo was stunned. What in the world is that monster? The crocodile roared, ripping at the iron door of the hospital room. Liang Shumo was terrified. What is that thing? She thought, backing away in fear. Inside, he was frantically piling up furniture, using chairs to barricade the door in an attempt to stall the monster. Crash! The door was already buckling under the force of its attacks. A level 2 guardian crocodile beast was certainly no easy opponent. It had gone completely insane, and being trapped made things extremely difficult. Nearby, Liang Shumo witnessed it all. She quickly assessed the situation. This is bad, she thought. That monster has Zhongming trapped in the pharmacy. He can't get out. I have to find a way to draw its attention so Zhongming can get out. She scanned her surroundings, looking for anything useful. She moved closer and spotted some eggs lying in the hallway. Liang Shumo recognized them instantly. As she thought, growl. The crocodile, unable to reach Zhongming, roared continuously. It was absolutely enraged. Crash! It then smashed the side glass door with its tail. Ye Zhongming shielded his body from the flying shards of glass. He frowned. A basic level crafted tool is still too weak, he thought. It managed to break through that fast. This guardian beast is so aggressive, he mused. Could it be protecting something important? He watched the guardian beast, lost in thought, when suddenly he saw something that completely shocked him. Crash. Is that Liang Shumo? He thought in disbelief. What is she doing out here? Outside, the guardian beast continued to furiously pound its tail against the wall. The wall was already on the verge of collapsing from the impacts. Crash! The sound hit Yi Zhongming like a thunderbolt. Liang Shumo. Why did that idiot come in here? He thought. Is she trying to make things even more chaotic for me? He was so frustrated he cursed her internally. Does she have a death wish coming here? Crash! The guardian beast's tail finally smashed through. Yi Zhongming dove into the pharmacy room, crouching down and covering his ears. Damn it, he swore. He peeked outside to see what was happening, muttering curses under his breath. Sensing a human nearby, the guardian beast immediately slammed into the opening, shoving its head toward Ye Zhongming's hiding spot. This time, without help, his life would be forfeit. The mutated crocodile clung to the wall, trying to claw its way through to get to him. Meanwhile, Liang Shumo stood still, racking her brain. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Liang Shumo, don't be scared, she told herself. Just think of a way. At that moment, the guardian beast had nearly dug its way through to him. It was almost there. She clenched her fists, her face filled with determination. Yi Zhongming is always the one saving us, she thought. This time, it's my turn to do something useful. I have to take the risk. With that, she ran towards the eggs. Ready to enact her plan to save him from the monster, she shouted, Hey, over here. Hearing the sound, the guardian beast glanced behind it, wondering what fool with a death wish dared to provoke it. Whoosh. But the second it saw her standing next to its eggs, it bolted towards her without any hesitation. Its footsteps thundered against the ground. Idiot, Ye Zhongming thought, watching Liang Shumo's actions. Is she just throwing her life away? He thought. Thump. Seeing his opportunity as the guardian beast charged away, Ye Zhongming instantly jumped out of the pharmacy room. He moved forward, shouting, "Liang Shumo, run!" His heart was still pounding with fear. As he yelled, Liang Shumo watched the guardian beast charge toward her. But despite facing the massive creature, she showed no sign of panic. She stood her ground, unflinching before its powerful aura. The guardian beast raised its claws, ready to kill her without a shred of mercy. But just as it was about to strike, Liang Shumo turned to the eggs. She was about to push them. Seeing its eggs about to be pushed, the guardian beast froze mid-action. This human, it thought, dares to use my offspring as bait. But in the end, its children were more important. It watched as the eggs rolled away. Whoosh, whoosh. The 3 eggs scattered, each rolling in a different direction. It was furious but helpless. Which egg should it go after first? The guardian beast immediately scrambled after them in a panic. Liang Shumo let out a sigh of relief. It's finally gone. Her gamble had paid off. If it weren't for those eggs, she and Ye Zhongming would have been buried here. As the crocodile. But he couldn't help but praise Liang Shumo. The moment she saw the guardian beast crocodile leave, she immediately ran out from the chaotic mess. But since she wasn't looking where she was going, she tripped on a rock, and Liang Shumo lost her balance and started to fall. Just when she thought she was about to faceplant, a hand grabbed her back. It was Ye Zhongming. He cursed, "You idiot." Before she could even get a word of thanks, he was already yelling at her. But strangely, she wasn't upset at all. She said cheerfully, "Zhongming, let's run." Then he grabbed her hand, and they ran out of the private hospital together. In no time, the 2 of them were already out of the hospital gates. Ye Zhongming kept pulling Liang Shumo along without even a glance back. Liang Shumo glanced back to see if the guardian beast was following them, and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it wasn't. He told her, "It won't go far from its eggs. We're safe now." "Oh, that's great," she said happily. But before she could even process her relief, he started chewing her out. "Liang Shumo, are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" He grabbed her by the shoulders, and despite his harsh words, his voice was filled with undeniable worry. For a moment, Liang Shumo was speechless, unsure how to react. Ye Zhongming tightened his grip on her arm. "Zhongming, you're hurting me," she said. But he didn't loosen his grip at all. "Oh, so you can feel pain? You almost lost your life just now." Feeling hurt by his scolding, Liang Shumo looked like she was about to cry. I was just in a hurry to save you. I wasn't thinking straight." Seeing her pitiful expression, Ye Zhongming was at a loss for words. Deep down, he felt like he couldn't bring himself to scold her anymore. He let go of her arm. "It's fine. I didn't need your help," Liang Shumo whispered. "I'm sorry," Ye Zhongming sighed. "But thank you for this time," he thought to himself, not saying the words out loud. That night, at the city's largest supermarket, a horde of zombies was gathering. Static noise. The Lunpan was still inside, covered by a piece of cloth. Mo Ye entered, carefully observing the many zombie corpses. "So, where did that guy named Fifth Brother come from? Wasn't expecting zombies, but look what we have here, a pretty little thing." Mo Ye was surprised to see someone else there, but her expression darkened when she heard the disgusting words that came out of his mouth next. "Oh, looks like we've got a police officer, in uniform too. I'm a lucky man." Annoyed, Mo Ye raised her fists defensively. "I'm afraid you're not lucky enough to enjoy it." For scum like him, a punch to the face was the only way to get through. Meanwhile, as soon as he got the medicine and needle and thread, he immediately got in the car to stitch up Piao Shuying's wound. Piao Shuying, suffering from her injury and significant blood loss, had developed a high fever, her face flushed red. After he finished stitching, he told her, "It's still going to hurt a lot after the anesthetic wears off." Piao Shuying whispered, "It's going to leave an ugly scar, isn't it? Whether it's on their face or anywhere else, women will always cherish their bodies the most." Ye Zhongming replied, "You're lucky to still be alive. It wasn't much of a comfort. But it's done now. Get some rest." Piao Shuying quietly thanked him. When Liang Shumo saw him get out of the car, she immediately walked over and asked, "How is she?" Ye Zhongming nodded. "She's fine. She just needs to rest and she'll be okay." Rumble. It was already late afternoon, and Liang Shumo's stomach let out a loud growl. Startled, Ye Zhongming turned to look at her, stomachs rumbling. Liang Shumo scratched her ear and stuck her tongue out playfully. He chuckled. "It's only natural to be hungry at this hour. Go get something to eat, then we'll meet up with Mo Ye." Meanwhile, Mo Ye was in the middle of a fight with that guy, Fifth Brother. He threw a relentless barrage of punches, and she dodged every one. He attacked with all his might, his blows getting fiercer and more excited with each swing, his muscles bulging. When he threw another punch, Mo Ye couldn't dodge in time and raised her arms to block. She tried to protect her face, but the force of the blow was overwhelming. An ordinary person like Mo Ye couldn't possibly withstand that kind of power. She was sent flying backwards. The man immediately lunged after her, intending to knock her unconscious. As she fell back, Mo Ye's hand felt something on the ground. She grabbed at a piece of brick and hurled it at Fifth Brother before tumbling away. Thwack! He stopped in his tracks, no longer chasing her. Instead, he casually brushed the brick dust from his shoulder, glaring at her with a look that could devour her whole. He grinned sleazily. Pretty strong, aren't you? I like that. He finally decided to go for the finishing blow, raising his fist to deliver a final punch to Mo Ye. Ugh, that hurts. She was thrown back by the impact, screaming internally. How is this guy so damn strong? Fifth Brother just laughed and raised his fist again, seemingly tireless, his power overflowing. He reached out to grab her shirt, but Mo Ye slapped his hand away. He was surprised. What kind of fighting style is that? Clearly unfazed, she then threw a punch right at his face, a punch that seemed to contain all of her remaining strength. Thud! He stumbled back a few steps. Whoosh! But then, he seemed completely unharmed and grew even more frenzied, as if she had just awakened a monster. Fifth Brother rubbed his nose as if he'd just been bothered by a mosquito. Her full-force punch hadn't left a single mark on him. He turned and beckoned to her, as if telling her to bring it on, that he could take whatever she dished out. He said mockingly, "Come on, show me everything you've got." Mo Ye was stunned. This guy wasn't afraid to fight. It was clear he wasn't going to turn. How strange. A sense of alarm washed over her, but she got back into her fighting stance. If you want to fight, bring it on. That guy, Wu Ge, burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, a martial artist, are you? How interesting. Whoosh. Mo Ye lunged forward, but with a hint of caution in her heart. After fighting for so long, how is he not even a little bit tired? Smack. He easily caught her punch in his hand. Mo Ye was startled. The man grinned. Not bad. He carried on like a martial arts master, teaching a student. It was true. In the face of absolute power, all her techniques were nothing more than a kitten's scratches. He wrestled her to the ground, intending to throw her. Mo Ye pulled her leg back, aiming to kick him. He looked crazed. The more you struggle, the more fun this is for me. A Bien, who was watching from the sidelines, praised her inwardly. This girl is a really good fighter. Wu Ge already took that drug. How come he still can't win? Meanwhile, Wu Ge was forced to release his grip after she landed a kick on him. She blocked with her hands, and the two continued their cat-and-mouse game. The roulette wheel was right there, and yet he was still getting held up like this. He glanced at the roulette wheel as an idea sparked in his mind. I have to help Wu Ge take care of this enemy. If I can just get that item, I can become a Superman. I have to take this chance. Then, in this apocalypse, I won't have to fear anyone ever again. He resolved himself, clenching his fists. They're completely caught up in their fight. Now's my chance. He ran towards the roulette wheel. Just then, a Bien struck Mo Ye from behind. She cried out in pain. Ah! Cursing inwardly, she thought. Damn it. I completely forgot there was another one. Whoosh! Wu Ge seized the opportunity and struck Mo Ye, landing a heavy blow to her stomach. Thump! The force of the impact sent Mo Ye flying into a rack of shelves. Thud. Ugh. She lay sprawled on the floor, unable to move. Mo Ye thought in frustration. So they were ganging up on me. She looked up, her eyes burning with rage. Wu Ge, however, turned and snarled at Abion, son of a bitch, who the hell needed your help? Do you think I can't beat her on my own? After taking that drug, I can handle 10 cops like her. He delivered a powerful kick straight to Mo Ye's face. She coughed up blood from the impact, feeling herself on the verge of blacking out. Still not satisfied, he grabbed Mo Ye by the collar. He sneered down at her. A police officer, protecting justice. What a joke. Even with no strength left, Mo Ye still struggled. She stared directly into his eyes, her gaze defiant, refusing to concede defeat. Wu Ge raised his fist again, ready to land another blow. Heh. A fist is the only true justice. He looked like a devil in that moment. But just as his fist came flying at Mo Ye, she showed no fear. In fact, she even let out a small smile, because behind him, Ye Zhongming had finally arrived. This time, Wu Ge was a dead man. He landed a kick on him, causing Wu Ge to whip around in surprise. Who dares to attack me from behind? Ye Zhongming landed softly and walked over to Mo Ye. She sat on the ground, trying to catch her breath, looking completely exhausted. The man named Wu Ge sized him up from head to toe, a relaxed expression on his face. Wu Ge spoke first. Well now, so it's you, kid? I was looking for you. And here you are, serving yourself up on a silver platter. Ye Zhongming completely ignored Wu Ge and walked coldly toward Mo Ye. Do I know you? Wu Ge's face contorted with anger. You! And it was true. The two didn't know each other at all. The animosity was He knelt beside Mo Ye. She still maintained her defiant posture, struggling to sit up straight. Ye Zhongming, I'm all right. Seeing her trying to act tough despite the painful battle she'd just endured, Ye Zhongming turned and glared at Wu Ge, his eyes filled with savage fury. Wu Ge was taken aback. You were clearly the one who stole my supplies, kid. Why are you looking at me like I'm the one framing you? Wu Ge muttered. Listen up, my name is. But before he could finish introducing himself, Ye Zhongming lunged at him, his fist flying towards Wu Ge's face. He added, I don't care who you are. Nobody touches my people. Whoosh. Wu Ge ducked, narrowly dodging the punch. He cursed under his breath, son of a bitch. This kid just doesn't listen. You've got a death wish. He swung back at him. A murderous glint flashed in Wu Ge's eyes. Smack. Ye Zhongming blocked his fist, a flicker of surprise in his own mind. This is wrong. His strength and speed are equal to mine. Could it be that by taking that drug, he also became a one-star warrior? He blocked the punch, a slight frown on his face. Not bad. But inwardly, he was sneering. His attack patterns are completely amateurish. Ye Zhongming felt nothing but contempt for his opponent. He effortlessly dodged every punch Wu Ge threw. Whoosh! Just as Wu Ge aimed a kick at him, Ye Zhongming countered with a kick to his waist while simultaneously parrying his punch. The kick landed squarely, and Wu Ge staggered back in pain. Damn it, he cursed, clutching his side. He stumbled backward, clutching his waist. Ye Zhongming taunted him. You didn't really think taking that drug would make you a match for me, did you? Come on, keep talking. Son of a bitch. As if he'd been shot up with adrenaline, Wu Ge charged forward with all his might, aiming to take him down with a single punch. But it wasn't going to be that easy. The moment he threw the punch, Ye Zhongming instantly ducked, dodging with the agility of a rabbit. He then took the opportunity to land a powerful blow to Wu Ge's side, shattering his ribs. Ye Zhongming smirked. That's a ruptured kidney. Bet that doesn't feel too good, huh? Wu Ge gritted his teeth, filled with fury, but he was simply no match for him. Their fighting skills were on completely different planes. Enraged, he lunged forward like a wild beast. You stupid animal! Damn it! I'm gonna kill you! Wu Ka roared, immediately backing up and dodging to the right as the punch flew at him. He couldn't land a single hit. Whoosh! He threw a kick. Ye Zhongming dodged again. As Ye Zhongming dodged, the man attacked relentlessly. The sound of their blows echoed thud, thud. A normal person probably couldn't even keep up with a fight like this. I looked down on him. Even though he's also a one-star warrior, and his physical functions and reaction speed aren't much worse than mine, the real difference isn't any of that. He parried Wu Ka's punch, grabbing his arm and pulling him forward. Wu Sa lost his balance and stumbled forward. Ye Zhongming seized the opportunity. He raised his fist. This is my M5 life or death experience. His eyes were filled with killing intent. A powerful fist flew towards Wu Ka, whose mouth fell open in fear. Pow! The punch landed squarely on his face. Wu Ka coughed up blood. This punch was payback for the kick Mo Ye had taken earlier. The impact sent him flying backward. His subordinate, Abian, watched with worry. Wu Ka, he shouted. Cough, cough. Wu Ka slammed onto the ground in agony. He stared at him, terrified. Who the hell are you? He never expected to mess with someone so tough. And now, panic was setting in. He started spouting off possibilities. Special forces? An assassin? I must have been blind. It's my fault for messing with you. Please, spare me. The cowardly Wu Ka immediately started begging for his life. But if Ye Zhongming had lost, you can't even imagine what he would have gone through. He walked toward him like an avenging demon. Wu Ka dropped to his knees and kowtowed before him. Spare me. I'm begging you. A complete change from his arrogant demeanor just moments ago. If you let me go, I'll be your dog, your slave. I'll do anything without a single complaint. However, he was secretly pulling out a folding knife. The moment Ye Zhongming turned away, he slowly rose to his feet. His mouth was still pleading for mercy, but his eyes screamed murder. Please, just let me go this one time. I swear I'll change. I'll turn over a new leaf and repay your kindness. As he spoke, he lunged forward, intending to stab and kill him with the knife. Whoosh! Just as the blade was about to connect, Ye Zhongming spun around and grabbed the hand holding the knife. He had actually dodged it. With his other hand, he snapped the man's wrist. The knife clattered to the ground. Wuka screamed in agony. My hand, my hand. Thwack. He turned and landed another punch. I've met plenty of people like you. Cough. Cough. He collapsed to the ground from the blow, writhing in pain. Full of schemes, but pathetically weak, Wuka turned to his subordinate, the weakest one he always bullied, and pleaded, Abien, Abien, save me. His subordinate just stood there, stunned into silence. It seemed he was just as terrified. Wu. Ka. Then, he finally ran over. Wuka was overjoyed. Quick, help me up. Let's get out of here. You're a good brother, Wuka praised. Abien said to him, Wuka, let's go. As the two helped each other leave, Mo Ye asked, Hey, Ye, why'd you let them go like that? Yi Zhongming replied, Don't worry. Those good brothers are about to destroy each other. I don't even need to lift a finger. After all, I know all too well how deceitful people can be. He gave a self-deprecating smile. The sky began to darken, and the twilight cast an eerie glow over the city. He stood silently, watching the two men limp away. Once they were gone, he quickly knelt beside Mo Ye. How are you? She looked at him and smiled faintly. It's just a small injury. I'll be fine after some rest. He smiled back at her. You're lucky. No broken bones. The girl winked playfully and replied, These are the bones of a guard, you know. How could they break so easily? He pushed himself up from his knees. All right, it looks like this place. He looked at a machine covered by a white cloth and said, Has the wheel that Mo Fei was talking about. Abien helped Wu Ka walk through the faint evening light, the two of them laughing and talking cheerfully. The big, muscular man looked at his subordinate and said with a laugh, Good brother. It's in times of trouble that you know who your real friends are. From now on, we'll share our The subordinate, A. Bion, was covered in sweat from having to support a man nearly twice his size. He also chuckled and replied, We don't have to wait for that. Once you're better, Wu Ka, you'll be a great man again. Wu Ka looked down at his mangled arm and said angrily, Damn it. That bastard crippled me, and he's not even dead. And now the new wheel has fallen into their hands. Abian replied, That's right. The muscular man leaned his full weight on his subordinate and shouted grandly, Just wait a few days for me to recover. I'll get my strength back and take back everything. But Abian no longer seemed interested in him. He looked away and replied dismissively, Right, right. Suddenly, he stopped walking. Abian came to a complete halt. His expression turned cold as he said, Wu Ka, there's something I have to make clear. He grabbed the man's arm with one hand to steady himself and decisively showed his true colors. Share our fortunes and our hardships, huh? The brothers have followed you for so long. From our days as gangsters to being chased by zombies, have we ever once shared in any fortune? Wu Ka was dumbfounded and stammered, What are you? Abian ignored him and continued, Why should you be the only one who gets to have it all? Meat. The brothers would have a hard time even getting a sip of the soup. He had probably wanted to say these words for a long time but never dared. Now that Wu Ge was injured and crippled, he shoved Wu Ge away, clenched his fists, and shouted angrily, Honest people get bullied, so am I supposed to be a lackey for the rest of my life? A panicked Wu Ge quickly said, Brother Abian, don't do this. Unexpectedly, Abian grabbed Wu Ge's injured arm, lifted it, and said maliciously, You're a cripple now. Wouldn't the crystal be safer with me? Wu Ge could only cry out in pain. Ah! Abian took the crystal, looked at the other man viciously, and said, I'll hold on to the crystal for you for now. You just stay here and get better. Just then, outside the alley, a horde of zombies was peering in, ready to charge. There were so many of them, looking terrifying, each one wanting to eat him alive. Wu Ge tried to call for help, but it was useless. His face was filled with despair. Meanwhile, in the car, Chu Mo sat worriedly, looking out and wondering to herself, I think I heard a scream. It couldn't have been Ye Zhongming's group, could it? Her eyes widened in alarm. She saw him carrying Mo Ye back and frantically shouted to Zhongming, Mo Ye! What happened to her? He walked calmly toward the car and replied, She's injured. Let's find a safe place nearby to spend the night. Chu Mo looked out and asked, What about those two guys who came out of the supermarket earlier? She gripped the steering wheel angrily and cursed, If I'd known, I would have run those two bastards over. A large fire flickered inside a building, where Chu Mo and Ye Zhongming sat hugging their knees and watching the flames. The other two girls were already asleep under the blankets. Chu Mo said while eating, Oh, right. Shouldn't we hide this roulette wheel to prevent others from taking advantage of it? He picked up a piece of food and replied, The roulette wheel can't be moved. Once the secret of the roulette wheel gets out, there will definitely be a fight for it. He popped a piece of cake into his mouth and continued as he chewed. But we've already drawn our prizes. We've exchanged for all the basic, useful items. He looked at the things on the ground. Water, enhancement potions, immunity potions. Looking at these things, he thought with a smug smile, it's a good thing so many people helped me collect crystals. The effort wasn't wasted. Chumo picked up the necklace, her eyes crinkling with a delighted smile. Wow, this necklace is so beautiful. She held it up to her neck, her eyes sparkling. It's gorgeous. Yi Zhongming added, that's not jewelry. It's an important item. She sighed in disappointment. Even if it were jewelry, I couldn't wear it. Who would I wear it for? The zombies. That's right. Most girls dress up for others to see. She grew sad, at a loss for words. Staring at the fire, she said in a sorrowful voice, the world we knew before is never coming back. Her words made all three girls sad, and the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. He frowned and said loudly, but if our team can stick together, we can at least stay alive. He spoke with determination, trying to motivate the girls. I, Ye Zhongming, am not some goody two-shoes. I only saved you. I need you to trust me, and then prove your own abilities. He took out a vial and held it up. I will give you power, a power called the future. Both Chu Yin and Mo Ye looked at the vial in surprise and exclaimed in unison, the power of the future. He held up the green vial and explained, this is called an enhancement potion. As you all know, it's one of the prizes from the roulette wheel. This potion can enhance a person's physical abilities, like muscle strength, speed, and even the body's immunity and metabolism. Chu Yin looked at him and asked, so, it's basically a superpower, right? He replied, it's not that dramatic. Right now, what we can get from the roulette wheel is a primary enhancement potion, which can improve bodily functions by 20% to 30%. It's more than enough to deal with regular zombies. Simply put, a person who drinks it will be stronger than a normal person. Chu Mo said dejectedly, with my physique, even a 20% boost isn't enough. He looked at her reassuringly. The most amazing thing about this potion is that it first unlocks your existing latent potential, and then enhances it by 20%. Don't underestimate your own strength. Mo Ye also turned to ask him, Ye Zhongming, is this enhancement potion the reason you're so strong? He replied, what else could it be? With my physique, do you think I could take on a cop? She looked at him, frowning seriously as she continued. The enhancement potion can only strengthen bodily functions, not combat techniques or experience. Ye Zhongming, you know way too much about this apocalypse, and your fighting ability is even greater than a police officer's. Who are you? Really? Chumo also glanced at him, thinking nervously, that's right. When I first met him, I had a strange feeling. It was like he was already perfectly adapted to this zombie world. The space between the four of them suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Mo Ye continued, you don't know the cause of the apocalypse, do you? Hearing the barrage of suspicious questions, he brought a hand to his mouth, cleared his throat, and said calmly, ha. Everything I know was told to me by Mo Qingfei. If you want to know more, you'll have to find her. But in reality, he thought to himself that he couldn't let them know he had been reincarnated. Whether they believed it or not, this was his biggest secret. Chu Yin's eyes widened as she looked at him and exclaimed, oh, really? Then this Mo Qingfei must not be a simple character. Seeing how easily she believed him, he chuckled to himself. She already bought it. She's so gullible. He held up the blue vial again. Chu Yin, sweating with anxiety, looked at the vial and asked, if this medicine is so effective, are there any side effects? He replied, the common side effect is intense physical pain. A small number of people will experience cellular rupture, quickly bleeding from all 7 orifices before. The moment he finished speaking, Chu Yin jumped to her feet in alarm. Standing before him, she covered her mouth and screamed in terror. You could die? That's too dangerous. But he just looked at her calmly and replied, cultivation and danger always go hand in hand. He took out 2 vials and looked at the 2 girls in front of him, persuading them earnestly. I won't force you. Think it over carefully, and then make your choice. The 2 girls fell silent, not knowing what to say. Finally, Mo Xie placed her hands on her knees. She stood up and held out her hand to him. Give it to me. I want it. Ye Zhongming smirked at her. That's more like you. He handed her the vial and said, let me give you a little warning. The pain of evolution is something an ordinary person can't withstand. It's best to prepare yourself thoroughly. Take it tomorrow. The girl just gave a soft, while Chu Yin, standing beside them, turned pale watching this. She thought to herself, I can't be the one who drags the team down. I can't always rely on Ye Zhongming to solve every problem. Even if it's dangerous, I have to try. After psyching herself up, she said firmly, I want one too. He turned to look at her and smiled with satisfaction. Of course, you can. He also advised her, take it tomorrow, prepare yourself well, and get some rest early tonight. One more thing, he said, suddenly pulling the zipper of her jacket up past her chest. She gasped. Huh? As calm as ever, he continued zipping up her jacket while saying, from now on, wear your clothes properly. It's not suitable for action when we're outside. She blushed bright red with embarrassment and nodded quickly. Okay, I understand. Seeing the two of them chatting and laughing in front of her, Mosia sat up, annoyed. She snapped, could you two keep it down? I'm trying to sleep. He turned back and instructed everyone. Everyone, get some rest. I'll take the night watch. We have big things to do tomorrow. The night was quiet. He was the only one left, sitting on the back of the truck on watch. Beside him, the dog was also fast asleep. Suddenly, someone approached. He squinted, trying to see into the darkness, then quickly grabbed his knife and charged forward, shouting, who's there? Just as he was about to strike, he was startled to realize it was Chu Yin. She screamed in terror. Ah! His face darkened as he frowned and asked, what are you doing out here instead of sleeping? She looked down sadly, poking her index fingers together, and replied, I'm a little scared. He looked at her and asked, scared of what? Do you regret taking the medicine? Suddenly, she threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. He was so surprised he didn't have time to catch her. She rested her head on his chest, her eyes welling with tears as she whispered, no, I don't regret it. It's just, if I drink the medicine tomorrow and die, I won't be. He listened silently as she continued. Just thinking about that, I couldn't sleep. He stroked her head tenderly and said, then I'll just have to ask you one more time. She lifted her face to look at him, her cheeks flushed and tears streaming down, looking utterly pitiful. He frowned at her and said seriously, getting that thing isn't necessarily a blessing, you know. Once you have great power, I won't let you go so easily. I will require you to stay and fight with me for my goals. He held her firmly by the shoulders and asked gently, are you willing to stay with me? Chu Yin had calmed down by now. She wiped her tears and answered softly, I know, and I understand. I understand very well. You saved my life. She looked at him, her eyes crinkling into a smile. So, as long as you give me the chance, I will always stand by your side. I'm not scared anymore. Hearing her words, he was very pleased. He turned and looked behind them, asking, and what about you? Behind them, by the truck, Moshia was standing with her arms crossed. It was unclear how long she'd been there. She frowned and replied coolly, can you tell me what you plan? He looked straight at her and answered, as if expecting the question. Tomorrow, we'll make a trip to that hospital, and after that, we'll head to Pearl Lake, in the south of the city. She turned her face away, a hint of apology in her expression, and said, sorry, I might have to leave. He looked at her, startled. Chu Yin was also surprised and asked, why? He glanced at her, thinking, what a shame. She's a good prospect. Although he didn't want her to go, he had no choice but to reply, all right, I agree. I'll give you that power. And my promise still stands. With one hand in her pocket, she held out the other, looking at him confidently. Don't worry, she said. I'll be back soon. It's just that there are a few things I need to take care of. If things go smoothly, I'll find you at Pearl Lake then. She handed him a few bullets. Take these. You might need them. He took them and chuckled. Actually, even if you hadn't offered, I would have asked you for them. That night, the surroundings were silent, with only the sound of their voices. All right, go to sleep now. Get a good rest. Tomorrow will be another busy day. Chu Yin still whined. Huh? But I still can't sleep. Mosia just replied. Sleep well. The next morning, the three girls each held a vial of medicine, looking at each other nervously as sweat beaded on their foreheads. Then, without hesitation, they drank it all in one go. The empty vials fell to the ground and shattered as all three girls began to tremble. They collapsed to the ground, gritting their teeth to endure the bone-deep pain. Ye Zhongming stood with his arms crossed, watching them, and said, I'm heading to the hospital from last time. You three rest here for a bit. If Chu Yin and Xu Ying feel all right later, you can try hunting some zombies nearby. Remember, don't fight too many at once, and if you see a white crystal zombie or a mutated creature, run immediately. He looked at the two girls writhing in pain on the ground and asked, got it? With that, he left with the dog. Chu Yin watched him go, and managed to call out, be careful, he replied softly. Yeah. After a while, he finally arrived at the hospital. Staring at the imposing building before him, he smiled smugly and thought, as expected, it's still here. I remember now. He looked at the beast inside the hospital, recalling something he had heard in his past life. It was said that people in this city had once discovered 3 guardian beasts in a certain hospital, which had killed many nearby survivor teams. They were incredibly powerful. He looked at its 3 giant eggs. Later, a 6-star powerhouse from the military managed to deal with these 3 beasts, obtaining a map and one of the beast's eggs. He recalled that map, thinking, I heard that map was a blueprint for crafting a blade-type weapon, because not long after, many in that powerhouse's army began to equip themselves with an outstanding silver-grade battle blade. He furrowed his brow, beads of sweat forming as he gritted his teeth and thought excitedly, this time, the map and that egg will all be mine. He looked down at the corpses on the ground, feeling that he'd already cleared out all the nearby zombies, so there shouldn't be any surprises. He took out the gun in his hand and checked the ammunition. Next, I just need to make the final preparations. He thought back. Last time, I used a bow and arrow to shoot the crocodile ape. I was completely unprepared when I encountered it. Besides, the power of the bow and arrow was too low. With that thought, he raised the gun to inspect it. This gun isn't bad, but it's only gray grade. Its power doesn't exceed that of a normal earth weapon. He took out a few bullets and an animal's claw, thinking, I'll have to find a way to work with these bullets. The claw I got from killing the skink last time will finally be useful. With that, he quickly began the enchantment. Instantly, the bullet and the claw fused together, creating a super-powered round. He looked at it and smiled in relief. Success. The normal bullet was enchanted and enhanced into an armor-piercing round. Its penetration and damage greatly increased. With everything prepared, he was ready to act. Yi Zongming bent down, patting the dog's head and instructing, You wait here for me. If anyone else or any zombies show up, let me know. The dog barked once as if it understood and agreed. With that settled, he vaulted over the wall and into the hospital. The dog watched from above, standing guard. The crocodile, which had skull-shaped armor on its body, opened its eyes warily. It immediately shot up, looking around frantically. When it saw his red jacket fluttering in the wind, it let out an angry growl, stood up on its hind legs, and charged like a mad bull. It let out a fierce snarl, then leaped forward and pounced on the jacket, sending it flying into the air. It immediately craned its neck to follow it. Ye Zhongming, hiding in a corner, saw that its guard was down and quickly took out his gun to aim. He thought, crocodile apes get extremely agitated when they see that color. This piece of information was right on the money. He fired a shot at it. The bullet pierced right through its armor, definitely drawing blood. He thought happily. Bingo, it's working. The monster roared in pain and turned to grab him, but he agilely leaped away. No wonder that Turtlebird suddenly came after me last time. The crocodile abruptly transformed, its body swelling. It grew far beyond its original size and shot towards him like a sharp arrow, its aggressive aura terrifying. But Ye Zhongming remained unusually calm. He quickly drew his knife, gritted his teeth, and stabbed relentlessly. Suddenly, its giant tail swung straight for his face. He glanced over, and a thought flashed in his mind. This might be my chance. He leaped up, landing neatly on the monster's tail. It widened its eyes in horror at his unexpected move. It never expected him to cleverly use its own tail as a foothold. He aimed the knife straight for its face and lunged. The monster couldn't dodge in time, its mouth wide open. He seized the opportunity and plunged the knife into its tongue. He timed it perfectly and delivered a powerful, fatal blow. The blade sank deep into the soft flesh, right up to the hilt. He smirked victoriously, pulled out his gun with his other hand while still holding the knife, and aimed straight at its throat. Goodbye. The gunshot echoed in an instant as he leaped off its body, laughing triumphantly. The crocodile had been completely defeated. As he put his jacket back on, his eyes were drawn to the 3 giant eggs in the distance. Among them, a map glowed with a brilliant golden light. He picked it up and shouted with joy. Found it. The blueprint clearly detailed each stage. Wind Moon's endowment. Moonfall sand. After reading the paper, he murmured, So the final stage is actually a rare purple-grade item, and it even comes with 2 skills. One passive, one active. In the first 5 years since the apocalypse began, the price of attack skills only skyrocketed, never once dropping. 5 years later, even after things cooled down, they were still among the most luxurious items in any trade. He remembered the rare golden-hilted saber from the weapon schematics, which already came with a top-tier skill. That saber was purple-grade and possessed 2 skills. Its true value was practically limitless, nearing epic level. He clenched the paper in his hand, sighing in distress. But the materials required will probably cost thousands of level 5 mana crystals. There's no way I can afford that at my current stage. He clenched his fist, determined to figure out how to craft the first stage of Wind Moon first. As for the second stage, Rain Sand, and the third stage, Moonfall Sand Field, things that could be solved with money, weren't real problems. What was there to fear for a reincarnator like him? He stuck both hands in his pockets and looked at the 3 enormous eggs. Moreover, this thing was a treasure, known as a lesser evolution drug. Anyone who ate it could significantly enhance their physical constitution. If a pet consumed it, it could even trigger an evolution. Thinking this, he cupped his hands around his mouth and called out, "Silly owl, come and eat." Hearing the call for food, the dog immediately started barking its head off. A moment later, one man and one dog sat side by side, greedily devouring one of the eggs. Ye Zhongming mumbled as he chewed, "The evolution drug really lives up to its name. My stamina and mental power are almost fully restored." He looked at his hands, his whole body brimming with vitality, and continued, "I can clearly feel that my body's strength has doubled again, compared to after I used the 1-star evolution drug." He looked at the dog he called Silly Owl. "Lift your head and let me see." The dog, who was enjoying its meal, obediently raised its head. He looked at it with an amused smile. "What's your innate skill? Show me." At his command, the dog began its performance, its fur standing on end before shooting out a series of razor-sharp quills. It looked exactly like a porcupine shooting its spines. He glanced at the sharp hairs firmly embedded in the wall. "That's pretty strong," he remarked. This silly mutt's innate skill was actually a fur-based attack called steel needle shards, but when he turned back to look at the dog, its entire body was now completely bald. It had used up all its fur in that one little burst. He was speechless. Looking at it, he didn't know what to say, so he just patted its head comfortingly. "Well, I guess this means I don't have to brush you anymore. Besides, you're still just as ugly. But the power isn't bad." With that, he waved his hand and left. "You can finish the rest. But don't you dare touch the other 2 eggs." The dog obediently barked once. Inside the hospital, Ye Zhongming walked out with the knife, touching the car door and muttering, "This can't wait. First, I'll craft Wind Moon." He closed his eyes, and magical sparks began to flash as his craftsman skill activated. His power surged, and holding the knife high, he watched as the materials fused together. He thought to himself, "The claws and fangs of a Yuan Gui crocodile, plus 1 level 2 mana crystal." Finally, a blinding light erupted from where he stood, shooting straight into the sky. The knife now looked completely different, overflowing with power. He smiled. Success. Then he swung his arm to test it, and a nearby wooden post was instantly sliced in 2. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's so sharp." He looked at the clean, flawless cut on the wooden post with immense pride. "I still have some materials left to craft more weapons for Sumo and the others. To increase their strength." He brought the bowl of crocodile eggs from earlier to the car. As soon as he got back, he saw the 2 beautiful girls drenched in sweat. Seeing him, Sumo quickly greeted, "You're back." He looked at the 2 of them and smiled. Moye left. "How are you 2 feeling? Did you get anything?" Sumo gestured towards several white stones carefully placed on a cloth on the ground, saying, "They're all here. Killing this type of monster is nothing difficult. Now that we've evolved, even a random swing of a club can hold back those zombies. I still don't know what Tu-On is so scared of." Hearing this, Tu-On frowned at her, a little annoyed. "You threw up too, you know." The girl just joked back. "There's a first time for everything. It's bound to be a bit painful and nauseating." He looked at the pile of stones and praised them. "You 2 did a great job," he thought to himself. "This handful of monocrystals isn't much, but their ability to adapt so quickly to the apocalypse makes my investment in them worthwhile." He held out an egg towards the 2 of them. "Eat." Both girls were surprised. Sumo asked, "What is this?" He replied, "Food. It can help you 2 become stronger." He stood outside, lost in thought. "Next, on this trip to Pearl Lake, I absolutely must get that thing." He took the remaining egg and stored it away, thinking, "There's still 1 Yuan Gui crocodile egg left. I have to keep it safe." Suddenly, he looked over. The 2 girls were eating happily, while the dog lay nearby, waiting for more. The 2 girls looked at the dog and burst out laughing. "Haha." Tu-On tossed it a piece of meat and said, "We were only gone for a little while. How did you get even uglier than before?" Sumo said, "If we eat this much, aren't we going to get fat?" Tu-On grasped her own wrist, closing her eyes to feel the surge of power within her body. "But I feel like eating this has significantly improved our physical condition." Yi Zhongming walked over and asked, "Are you guys done eating? If you're done, come over here. I have something cool for you 2. Suem stood up and walked over. "What is it?" Tu-On, however, was still busy playing with the dog. He took out a green whip. Her eyes widened in surprise, looking a bit flustered. "Here," he said, handing her the whip. "See if it feels right. If it does, it's yours." She took it, exclaiming in amazement, "Whoa!" The whip seemed to have a special connection to her. Holding it felt very strange. She squinted, then whipped it frantically, hundreds of times. It created distinct lash marks on the ground. She looked at the whip in astonishment. The moment she held it, it felt like she could become one with it, as if it were specially made for me. Then she looked at him and cheered. I actually used to do a bit of sports. With this, I can definitely help you out. Tuan just watched them with a small smile, saying nothing. Suddenly, he asked her, what kind of weapon do you want? She looked at him in surprise, stammering, I get one too? She petted the dog's head, looking a bit awkward. Me? I don't know. He chuckled and nodded. No rush. Take your time to think about it. He thought to himself that it was understandable. After all, besides during times of peace, whoever really thought about what weapon they'd want? Sue M tied up her hair and asked, aren't we going to Pearl Lake? He looked at her and replied, we are. Everything we've done so far has actually been to prepare for our next move. He looked at the two of them seriously. Next, we won't just be facing monsters and a large number of powerful zombies. We might also have to deal with attacks from our own kind. Do you two still want to come with me? Full of energy, Sue M pumped her fist in the air and shouted, I'm in. But Tuan was a bit shy and hesitant. Can I really be of help to you? If you think I can, then I'll go. If you think I'll just be a burden, he cheerfully cut her off. Then it's settled. We'll all go together. I've only told you about the dangers we might face. I haven't mentioned what we stand to gain if we succeed. After that, the three of them got in the car and sped off. Ye Zhongming focused on driving, thinking back to his past life when he only ventured out after eating everything in his house. Back then, the streets were deserted. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. In those days, he was just a weak coward. He wondered in fear what that was, what that sound was. He grabbed a stick for self-defense, only to see hundreds of zombies charging toward him. They were even climbing the tall buildings. All he could do was scream in terror, his small body pushed and shoved by the horde of zombies, swallowed by the chaotic sea of monsters. Luckily, he managed to duck into a corner, his mind reeling with confusion. What the hell is going on? Those zombies seemed to be in a frenzy, completely ignoring him and charging straight for the source of the light and noise. Maybe I should go home and observe from there. After that, he holed up in his room, only daring to look at the outside world through a narrow sliding window. He watched in horror as the city exploded as if it were a true apocalypse. What on earth had happened? He drove grimly, recalling his past life. It was only later that he slowly pieced everything together from what a lucky survivor had told him. He remembered that in the waters of Pearl Lake, there was a strange roulette wheel. Its surface had no selection options, only the image of a spinning gold coin. It required a level 1 magic crystal to activate. Once the wheel started spinning, it was like a secret dungeon. Participants would receive a mission prompt along with a preview of the evolution potions, silver-grade weapons, class scrolls, mysterious formulas. Back then, no one knew the clear outcome of that battle. He recalled the factions that participated in the battle back then. They were either destroyed in the chaotic fight or vanished without a trace, or they grew so powerful that he couldn't even touch them. The car stopped in the middle of a deserted forest, and he got out first. He led the way, pointing and telling the two girls, in there, we can obtain many powerful things. He frowned, his determined voice filled with ambition. Enough to make us the strongest people in this city. 10 minutes earlier, in the city, Boss Lee and his men were surrounded by a group of fully armed people held at gunpoint. The white-haired Commander Ye, who had a long, defiant scar across his face, spoke up. Boss Lee, you've had some time to think. So, what's your answer? Boss Lee stared at the old man and replied, if I don't agree, does that mean my brothers and I will have to say goodbye to this world today? He thought to himself, damn it. Even though we have 3 one-star revolvers on our side, but his fists clenched, trembling with rage as he looked at the group in front of him. Of all people, we had to run into the military. If it weren't for them, if I just had a little more time. He glanced over at a burly young man who was casually flipping a small dagger. Sizing up the young soldier next to Commander Ye, he thought. Judging by his aura, he's probably a 2-star revolver, isn't he? Old Commander Ye frowned. Boss Lee, if you insist on an answer to your previous question, then I can give you a clear one. Yes. If you don't join our operation, then I'm sorry. But we can't allow any unexpected variables to interfere with our plan. It was a command, not a suggestion. Defy it, and you could die. Boss Lee's group fell silent, glaring at the old man with fury. One of his underlings stepped forward. Boss Lee, maybe we should just fight them. But Boss Lee immediately raised a hand to stop him. Commander Ye continued. Besides, your lives won't be wasted. You'll receive a worthy reward. He raised a hand, pointing to the star on his shoulder. Even if you don't trust me, surely you trust this uniform I'm wearing. Wang Ning, standing behind him, spoke up. After this operation, Boss Lee could become as strong as me. Why wouldn't you do it? Boss Lee then extended his hand. I reluctantly agree. I understand the situation. We will cooperate with you. Wang Ning also stepped forward to shake Boss Lee's hand. Hello, I'm Wang Ning. Let's get along from now on. With that settled, Boss Lee turned to Commander Ye. Now, can you finally tell me what this operation is all about? The old man replied, We've received some intelligence. Thinking of the giant golden clock in the lake, he said, Some very special monsters are about to appear at this city's Pearl Lake. Everyone wants a piece of it, and it just so happens I have the manpower to secure it nearby. Just then, Qin Xiaobo spoke to Commander Ye. It's almost time. The old man spoke into his radio again. We'll be there right away. You guys protect that dial properly. He was observing it through binoculars. Ye Zhongming, sitting on the roof of a car, lowered his binoculars. Looks like everyone's almost here. With that, he hopped off the car and asked if everyone was ready. He looked at Liang Chumo. She smiled confidently, listening as he assigned her task, holding her radio tightly. Once the operation begins, Liang Chumo, you need to hide over there. If you spot a yellow monster about a meter tall, let me know. He also gave a radio to Tu Ying. He instructed her, stay here and observe. Constantly report the battlefield situation as you see it. Also, pay close attention to the small monster's movements and direction. He pointed to a tall building near where they stood. I'll set up an ambush near that bank. He turned back to Tu Ying, adding more instructions. If you can confirm the small monster's direction of movement, then notify me at any time. Liang Chumo and I will rendezvous in the direction you indicate. She listened to him, looking a bit tense. Relatively speaking, you'll be a bit safer. But if you encounter a danger you can't handle, you can retreat first. If you get the chance, find another high point and continue reporting the small monster's location and the battle situation. She calmed down. I understand. Then, Guji pointed to the tall building near the bank. How about that spot? He raised a hand to his brow, looking in the direction she pointed. Good. Wait for me and Liang Chumo there. He drew a knife from his waist and instructed her. The moment you spot the target, you must report it to me. He glanced at her, giving a serious warning. Although that thing isn't very powerful, it's extremely cunning, and it can summon a lot of mutated creatures. Do not, under any circumstances, act alone. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful beam of light shot up from the ground into the sky. The light grew stronger and stronger. Shielding their eyes with their hands, they stared intently in that direction. Ye Zhongming shouted, The jade dial has activated. The treasure monster has... Let's go. Over on Qin Xiaobo's side, he also shouted in shock. What's happening? He stared fixedly toward the lake. He yelled, It's the small monster. On top of the giant clock in the middle of the lake, a bizarre, one-eyed creature had appeared. It stood still, facing Qin Xiaobo's group, then took out a horn and blew a loud blast. Qin Xiaobo's eyes widened in tension, and he gritted his teeth as he watched it. Throughout the city, hordes of zombies began to move. The soldiers stood in neat rows, guns in hand, everyone tensely watching the old man. Commander Ye lowered his binoculars to observe. A soldier approached, saluted, and called out, Commander! The old man lowered his binoculars and turned to ask about the situation. The soldier immediately gave a detailed report. Yes, sir. Using our team as the reference point, at our 2 o'clock, Li Shujun's team has reached the designated position. At our 10 o'clock, Hu Dahai's team has reached the designated position. The 2nd Righteousness Battalion is at our 5 o'clock. Director Liu is in position at our 7 o'clock. Additionally, Qin Xiaobo's team, at our 12 o'clock, has vanished. We've completely lost contact. He continued his report in one breath. At our 9 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and directly to our rear, unidentified forces have been detected. Their numbers range from a dozen to several hundred. At the Jianyin Building, Santong Street, and Wuwei Road near the Liangzi supermarket, a large number of mutated creatures have been spotted approaching us at high speed. And there's more. Old Commander Ye's jaw dropped as he listened. He asked urgently, What else? The soldier's face suddenly changed, and he began to tremble. He struggled to reply. We're being surrounded by zombies. But unlike the soldier's fear and anxiety, the old man just gave a slight smile. He tossed the binoculars in his hand down. He said, As long as we're in this city, we've always been surrounded by zombies, haven't we? With that, he looked up at his forces and yelled, Brothers! Everyone turned to look at the old man. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked at all of them. Look at me, he roared with grave intensity. I could be leading you all into a tomb. Remember the scene with the broken-down car, surrounded by nothing but zombies? The commander said, over there, and over there too, he yelled. Several unidentified monsters are closing in on us. If we don't retreat now, We could all die here. The tense soldiers looked at him, sweating with fear. I know many of you are worried about your families far away, feeling lost, feeling like you've lost your way. You don't know why you're still here, or why you're wearing this uniform. His face darkened. I'm just like you, back in my hometown. I don't know what's become of my parents, or if my wife and children are still safe. But he immediately regained his composure. He roared. But are these things reasons for us to give up? Are these things reasons for us to abandon our own convictions? We are soldiers. We live to fight. And right now, this is war. All the soldiers squinted, listening intently as he spoke. We must get stronger, become stronger than these monsters, become stronger than this world. He thrust his arm forward. Even if I die, I will die wearing this uniform. I will die carrying the last glory of this world. His words seemed to ignite a massive fire within them. The soldiers, as if brainwashed, forgot all about the danger. They all punched their fists into the air, shouting in unison, "Glory belongs to us, belongs to us, belongs to us." Under the brilliant, shining sun, the scene was truly magnificent. Ye Zhongming stood on a nearby skyscraper, taking everything in. He remained silent. He just thought to himself that this team possessed a sense of collective honor, something that would become almost unimaginable later on. But at this moment, he truly admired them. He just stood by the window, looking down at the tanks and the crowd moving towards the lake. He could feel that, at least in this world, the passionate blood of these men was still boiling. Suddenly, he looked up in another direction, his heart full of doubt. What's the situation over there? In a nearby forest, a blue light flashed like lightning beneath the ground, seeming to rise from the earth itself. He watched in astonishment, breaking out in a cold sweat, and thought, the spatial tunnel has opened. The lightning under the ground grew denser, and the earth began. That monster was using a horn to open the spatial tunnel. The lightning gradually formed a vortex beneath the ground. That horn not only summoned nearby zombies and evolved creatures, but also powerful beasts from underground. A strange beast appeared, its eyes glowing a brilliant blue. It looked like a massive, two-headed wolf. It was the level 2 Crimson Wind Wolf. The moment the creature appeared, it pounced on Qin Xiaobo, forcing him to quickly fall back to dodge. But soon, he was pinned under its sharp claws, unable to fight back. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and roared. The legs of another creature appeared. It was the level 2 Terror Goat, which looked like a goat with large, sharp horns. He hurried up the stairs. Ye Zhongming sprinted up the staircase, panting heavily. He kicked out with all his might. The door immediately burst open. Before him was a giant black hole, surrounded by flashing blue lightning. From that hole, countless bizarre monsters flew out. They were the level 1 purple cloud war hornets. He broke out in a sweat watching them, his jaw dropping as he thought. They even have purple cloud war hornets. Although they're only level 1, there are over 100 of them. He looked at that strange, one-eyed monster, one hand holding the horn, and the other raised to the sky. What level of forbidden land is this monster's treasure connected to? Why are so many difficult monsters appearing? He recalled that apocalyptic image, countless burning rocks falling to earth, signaling the beginning of the end. What fell from the sky weren't just the roulette wheels, but also the forbidden lands left behind after the bombardment. In those thousands upon thousands of golden holy lights were countless extraterrestrial creatures, rampaging beasts, and powerful existences that drove humanity to despair. There were also rare flowers, precious minerals, and all sorts of treasures to be found there. He gritted his teeth, squinting at the black hole. Looking down from the high floor, he could see a hand holding a large staff emerging from the black hole. He wondered in terror, what else is coming? Seeing the giant, hairy-headed monster appear, he screamed in fear, "It's a corpse ape? How is that possible? A corpse ape isn't a beast. It's a level 3 zombie." His eyes widened in absolute terror as he stared at the hideous monster. He couldn't help but think, how long has it been since the apocalypse even started? How can there already be a level 3 zombie? Watching it frantically destroy everything, including skyscrapers, he thought in bewilderment. In my past life, I heard someone say, I think it was only 3 weeks. Everyone below was running for their lives. Chief Li stubbornly wanted to fight, but the monster had already grabbed someone. It lifted the person into the air. The man struggled and screamed, "Let me go! Help!" But the monster wouldn't listen. It opened its massive mouth, preparing to eat him alive. Chief Li gritted his teeth, watching his comrade being devoured. Tuan, in another building, saw this scene and couldn't bear it. She dropped to her knees, covering her mouth as she retched. "Ye Zhongming," the girl reported the situation. "Where is the treasure monster now?" She quickly looked outside, still, strolling by the lake. He asked again, "What about the mountain Tyrantar monster?" She looked in the direction the monster was headed and replied, "It's behind the credit union building to your left." Hearing this, he leaped over the building, not forgetting to order, "Continuously, report the Tyrantor's position to me, and keep an eye on the surroundings. If you see anything unusual, scream immediately." After jumping over the building, he spoke into his radio, "Liang Chumapsat, I'm on my way." He then vaulted over the next building. He continued jumping from one building to another. Soon, a voice came through the radio. "Yay, I see the treasure, monster." It's riding a purple cloud war mount. Strolling along Pearl Lake, he sat on the edge of a tall building, looking down. The black hole is gone? He looked at the monster before him and heard the voice on the radio say, "No, it's still there." He then jumped straight down from the building to the ground, hands in his pockets, thinking that based on his past life's experience, the treasure monster could only blow its summoning horn once to call all the monsters. Here, it didn't blow the horn today, so why is the black hole connecting to the Forsaken Land still here? He stood calmly on the street, surrounded by zombies. He drew the knife from his back and slashed, taking out a wave of small zombies. Seeing the zombie's head fall at his feet, he quickly knelt down and used his knife to pry out the spirit stone on its forehead. Every little bit counts, can't let it go to waste. Then, a voice called from behind him, "Brother, save me." He turned around to see a giant monster, chasing a man toward him. The monster was huge and incredibly ferocious. Ye Zhongming stood firm with his knife, ready to face it. Although it was a level 2 beast, one level higher than him, the Tyrantor was the easiest of its kind to deal with. With that thought, he leaped high into the air. Besides, inside its body was a valuable item called the Tyrant's Treasure, which was priceless. He jumped close to the monster, facing it head-on. He pressed his feet into the ground, then launched himself powerfully, flying, like an arrow onto its back. He plunged his knife deep into the spine of this Tyrantor. He smirked, his eyes wide with excitement, his face twisting into a wicked grin. Sitting on the monster's back, he was sure this battle was his to win. The group of people hiding in an alley watched him fight it, with none of them even thinking of running out to help. A bunch of cowards. One of them thought, "He and I are both 1-star level, so how can he do that?" The monster growled in anger. It lunged forward, trying to throw him off its back, but he held on tightly to the spines on its back, refusing to let go. With his other hand, he held the knife and stabbed it hard in the back. Green blood spurted out, and the beast cried out in pain, roaring at the sky. The people hiding in the alley were all shocked. I couldn't even break through this beast's defenses, but this kid's single stab managed to pierce it. The Tyrantor was in so much pain it began to buck wildly, but it still couldn't throw him off its back. In fact, he just stabbed deeper, his grip on its horn tightening. Finally, in agony, the beast slammed its head into a large boulder. Rocks of all sizes flew up, hitting his face and drawing blood. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "This beast is pretty cunning." It kept ramming its head into walls, trying to knock him off. Its feet dug into the ground, and it snorted out white smoke as if it were exhausted, but it still couldn't shake him. He remained kneeling on its back, using his knife to carve deeply around its spinal column. He grunted, looking at it coldly. "You want to kick me off? Fine then, I'll get down." But he still made one more deep cut, sending its green blood splashing everywhere. The monster let out a gurgling roar, and he quickly jumped off its back. He looked up at the monster, and just as he landed, it collapsed heavily to the ground. He channeled all his strength into his legs, raising both hands to brace for its body. His eyes glowed red as he unflinchingly stabbed his knife up into the massive body as it fell. Just as he calculated, its full weight came crashing down onto his blade. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing, and quickly yanked the knife out with all his might. The beast stared at him with blood-red eyes. He raised the knife in his hand, its gleaming blade once again pressed against its body. He smiled triumphantly. "Your desperate struggle is over. You're finished." The monster staggered, unable to stay up any longer, and collapsed completely to the ground. He stood with his knife, looking at its corpse. The other group of people finally rushed out, shouting, "My God, he actually took care of that beast." He glanced at them with disgust. Those men stood at a distance, looking back with their mouths agape in shock. One said, "Oh my God, did he really kill it?" Another asked, "Man, what method did you use?" He looked at them coldly. "If you ran away before, then there's absolutely no need for you to be nosy here." He gestured towards the monster and continued, "I don't welcome you here. Get lost." They all grimaced at him, sweating. A bolder one replied, "Young man, we don't deny that you were the one who killed this beast in the end. But you can't deny that when we fought it earlier, we contributed half the effort." He sneered, looking down on them with contempt. "The effort? You call killing this beast a massacre? Or is just failing to break its skin also considered an accomplishment?" Seeing that he didn't want to listen, they immediately changed their tune, raising their clubs threateningly. "Hey kid, you better watch your mouth. If you don't know how to talk, then don't. We're all survivors in this world, so try to leave a good impression when you meet people." Losing his patience, he frowned and yelled, "Get lost!" He stood protectively in front of the monster's corpse, his hand gripping the knife tightly. The men exchanged sly glances, giving their accomplices a subtle signal. One man with a club gritted his teeth and growled, "Kid, you were offered a toast, but you chose the penalty. Get the hell out of here right now. I'm taking this. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll deal with you today." Another man in the group chimed in with a preachy tone. "Young people should think things through before they act. Don't be so impulsive. It's not good for you." They looked at Ye Zhongming's injured arm. "Look at you. You can't even lift one arm right now. What are you going to fight us with? Take some advice from your big brother. Scram now, and you might just save your own life." Another man pointed at the one with the club, laughing as he threatened him. "He's a ruthless one, you know. He even killed someone yesterday. Ah, the world has changed. Now, whoever has the stronger fist wins. Killing people isn't even illegal anymore." They were so ignorant. If he could kill a monster like that, what did he have to fear from a few humans like them? Tisk. At that moment, his walkie-talkie crackled. He raised it to his ear, and a report came through. "Zhongming, a large number of zombies are moving toward your position." He whipped his head around, no longer paying any attention to the thugs. The walkie-talkie continued. "That monster has a yellow bag on its back, and it's riding a purple cloud war mount. It just broke into a fruit stand." Hearing her words, his face paled, and he frowned. A group of survivors already headed toward that shop. He replied hastily, "I know." Thinking of that monster, he realized the most important objective today was the bag on its back. He absolutely couldn't let it fall into someone else's hands. He looked at the monster's corpse on the ground, planning to take the yang bao and leave quickly. But the men behind him started causing trouble again. The man raised his club. "Kid, you can go. But leave the knife, the walkie-talkie, and everything else you have on you for me." He turned back to look at them, a smirk on his face. Your greed truly knows no bounds. Not knowing his place, the man raised his club to strike, shouting, "Then I'll make the first move." His eyes widened, thinking about how everything had changed since the apocalypse began. He remembered hitting his neighbor, Old Wang. That neighbor was always making noise, keeping me from sleeping. When I went to reason with him, he cursed me out. After that, he never dared to curse at me again. He thought of the others he had harmed. That woman who wanted me fired for no reason. She could only let me do as I pleased with her. And even my boss, that leader who dreamed of fighting for control of the team. Didn't I break his son's leg with one swing? Didn't he kneel on the ground and beg me for mercy? The fool didn't realize he could only bully the weak. With this ingrained habit of aggression, he now intended to do the same to him. He swung the club down, thinking, the world has changed. To hell with how things used to be. Now, becoming stronger is the only thing that matters. But with a swish, Ye Zhongming had already made his move. With one swift motion, his sharp knife sliced off the man's hand in an instant. The man's face turned purple from the pain as he let out a piercing scream. He looked at the man with amusement and chuckled. There's a saying in the apocalypse. When you want to kill someone, someone else might want to kill you too. The man gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes wide as he stammered, "You, how dare you?" Without hesitation, he leaped up and kicked him hard in the stomach. The man was instantly knocked back into his teammates. They all screamed, "Ah, it's broken! My leg is broken! My arm hurts like hell!" He knelt down to dissect the monster's corpse. But you all don't need to remember that saying anymore. Because for you, the apocalypse ends here. Once finished, he picked up the bag and left, as a massive horde of zombies swarmed toward them. Their terrified screams echoed again. "Ah, don't come over here! Help!" But now, even if they screamed their throats raw, no one would come to save them. Meanwhile, at the old building, a group of soldiers was aiming their guns at the building and firing relentlessly. Mutated rats were shot down one after another. A group of people was fully prepared for battle. Each of them had their own gun. Cheng Zhe said, "Xiao Ye, what's wrong? You've been spacing out ever since we got back." Mo Ye frowned and replied, "It's nothing. It's just that these rats are too disgusting." She turned to the girl next to her. "Sister Lei Lei, are you okay?" Xia Lei gave a gentle smile. "I'm fine. I'm just a little worried about my husband." Cheng Zhe immediately comforted them. Don't worry. Everyone. Xiao Qin's group is part of the new government district that just opened not long ago. The population is small, so there are fewer zombies. Besides, the armored camp isn't far from them. He glanced at another person. On the other hand, Xiao Ye, why do you always want to leave our headquarters? Mo Ye thought of Ye Zhongming, feeling a bit conflicted. Just then, Cheng Long, who was standing by the window, interrupted. Hey, look outside. Everyone, be on alert. That guy over there caused the gunshots just now. Everyone went outside to look, and there it was, a hairy, monkey-faced monster that looked absolutely terrifying. The monster took a powerful leap and charged forward. Everyone on the upper floors started shooting down. Amidst the gunfire and screams, someone yelled, "Shoot! Don't let that monster get any closer. What the hell are we shooting for? The bullets are useless against it. Do we have a rocket launcher? If it reaches the ground floor, we're all screwed." Chengze rested his gun on the windowsill, preparing to fire. Xiao Ye, help me. Xiao Lei turned to fire behind her, shouting towards the 3 o'clock position. The two of them fired behind them at a large swarm of rats that had appeared from nowhere. Mo Ye suddenly saw a zombie, crawling in through the window towards a soldier. She screamed, "Watch out!" and quickly pushed him aside. In the process, her hand was scratched by the zombie. A horrified Chengze yelled, "Xiao Ye." He then fired his gun repeatedly at the zombie, cursing, "Bastard." He quickly grabbed her hand and asked worriedly, "You foolish girl, what were you doing?" She calmly reassured everyone, "It's okay, master, I won't get infected." He gripped her hand tightly, holding it up and scolding, loudly, "Damn it, you think just saying you won't get infected means you won't? Now is not the time for your reassurances." Xia Lei took out a knife and said seriously, "Mo Ye, come here, we have to cut off your hand. We might still be able to save you. It's better to be disabled than dead." Mo Ye saw the knife in her hand and grew a little anxious, trying to say, "I told you, I'm fine." But the other woman wouldn't listen, even telling Chengze to hold her hand tightly. Mo Ye quickly flung his hand away and had no choice but to tell the truth. "Don't! I'm really fine. I've already taken an evolution drug." Everyone was momentarily stunned. Chengze asked in surprise, "What evolution drug?" Mo Ye clenched her fist, her eyes filled with killing intent as she looked away. "All right, fine. All of you, watch closely." Then she threw a punch straight into the wall. A hole appeared in the wall, but her hand wasn't injured in the slightest. She turned and said to everyone, "I'm an evolved, and I've taken an evolution drug. You don't need to worry about me." But Xiao Hu cut her off. She shouted, "Oh, Captain." Mo Ye picked up a pistol and looked out the window. "Everyone, don't just stand there, stunned. That monster is still approaching us." Just as she finished speaking, the giant monster's head peered into the window. Everyone screamed in fear, "No, Xiao Ye, be careful." She looked at the monster, thinking that regular bullets wouldn't be effective against it. So, she fired one shot at its face and another at its eye. The monster roared in pain. It raised a hand to cover its eye. Seeing this, she thought of Ye Zhongming. The bullets in the magazine she just used were from him. The wounded monster didn't give up. It angrily picked up a car from the ground and aimed it straight at everyone, throwing it upwards. Mo Ye turned in alarm and yelled, "Everyone, get down," before quickly dropping to the ground herself. The car just sailed over her head. At that moment, Ye Zhongming was walking down the street, talking on the phone. "Liang Chumo, where are you now?" Her reply came through the receiver. "Ran into something tough. I'm held up," he asked with some concern. "Can you handle it?" She replied, "No problem, but I might be a little late." He looked at the city scene before him and said, "All right, be safe. If you can't handle it, go meet Miss Park." After that, he fell silent, looking at the building ahead. Seeing cars being repeatedly thrown at it, he guessed it was the roar of that ape. It seemed to be going berserk, and more than half the team was already injured. He frowned, looking at his own injured arm. It seemed it wouldn't recover anytime soon. At a time like this, it would be great to have a doctor and a pharmacist on the team. In the apocalypse, many survivors didn't die on the battlefield, but died slowly due to a lack of timely medical treatment. This made medicine in the apocalypse extremely expensive, far surpassing daily supplies like food and water. Doctors and pharmacists also became the most popular professions. Having a pharmacist on the team was like having a safety net, allowing you to fight with all your might on the battlefield. He looked through an alley. The street ahead was the road to Pearl Lake. In front of Chumo now was a common S. group of people blocking her way. The flamboyantly dressed leader held a gun and said, "Whoa there, beautiful. It's not that we don't want to let you go, but it's extremely dangerous up ahead. You'd be much safer staying with us." Chumo held the knife in her hand and didn't answer them. The leader stroked his chin, thinking that although that Captain Ye had given him weapons and an evolution drug, and even a group of assistants, the more he thought, the more something felt off. He frowned and gritted his teeth, but he had gotten that card from the roulette wheel. That card would definitely be useful. He just didn't know how yet. He looked at Chumo. That guy, Yi, was simply using him as cannon fodder, but this woman was different. He sized up the powerful, evolved woman. He looked at the wire in her hand, guessing it was some kind of strange weapon, and then at the walkie-talkie in her pocket. Who was she talking to just now? He unconsciously licked his lips slyly, thinking that all of this proved this person was a member of a team and someone this powerful wasn't even the leader. With that thought, he raised his gun. "How about this? If you want to stay here, then tell me, how did you evolve? How did you get this whip? How?" he thought to himself. "I don't care how, as long as I can learn the method she used to become so strong." Sumo looked at him and answered honestly, "My life used to be exhausting. I was a sheep living among a pack of ravenous beasts. I was constantly devoured and exploited by those animals. Now that the world is in chaos, many of those same animals have become corpses. Even though I could die at any moment, I've never felt so free." Although she answered him truthfully, it wasn't the answer he was looking for. He broke into a sweat, scratching his cheek as he asked, "Huh? What are you talking about?" She didn't care whether he understood or not. Raising her whip high, her voice rang out with determination. "I was lucky enough to meet a man who is keeping me alive. He's very strict with me, but he truly wants what's best for me. He wants me to be stronger, and he even taught me how to survive in this apocalypse. I'm so happy that, for the first time in years, I have someone I can rely on." Her face twisted into a furious scowl. "And now, that person needs my help. He's in danger, and you people are trying to stop me?" She leaped into the air, cracking her whip on the ground and screaming, "Get out of my way, or die." In front of an old shop, Ye Zhongming hid in a dark corner, observing the scene outside. He saw Captain Ye standing on the roof of a car with his arms crossed. Before him was a deep, dark abyss, from which countless giant creatures were swarming out. He raised his hand, pointed, and shouted, "Begin the all-out assault. Open fire." The sound of gunfire roared, piercing through one monster after another. The soldiers cheered in excitement. "The attack is working. Advance." Both sides charged forward. Hiding in the corner, Ye Zhongming was lost in tense thought. This is too risky. If Ling Zhuang thinks this fight will be this easy, he's making a serious mistake. Just as he finished the thought, the creatures spat out a bright green liquid, aiming straight for the humans. The nearest soldier was hit by the poison instantly. His gun melted in the blink of an eye, and his blood-curdling screams echoed. "Ah, my eyes, my hand." Watching the scene, he wondered if he should rush out and help. From behind, he observed Captain Yi. The man just stood there with his arms crossed, not moving a muscle as his comrades suffered. He let out a short scoff and decisively rushed out from his hiding spot. Captain Ye caught a glimpse of him dashing past, but said nothing. He just grunted softly as if dismissing it. He ran to the edge of a lake and stopped short, surprised to see something rising from the water's surface. "Where is it? The candy house Miss Park mentioned? Where is the monster horn?" He raised a hand to shield his eyes, searching frantically. Then he spotted a small house swarming with giant ants. The house was emitting a strange light. He mumbled to himself, "Over there?" He rushed towards the house, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes widening in horror at the scene before him. How can this be? The monster horn sounded for a second time. Dense flashes of purple and blue lightning crackled as the abyss widened even further. He thought with dread, something else is about to appear. He stared, stunned, at the abyss, on high alert. A monster's leg emerged from within. "It's here. Something terrifying is coming." The creature's lower body slowly came into view. Finally, its whole body emerged, revealing a huge, sharp horn on its head. It was a massive, fat monster, with 3 legs, 2 arms, and sharp fangs. Its body was wrapped in iron chains, and the horn on its head was green. He looked on in absolute terror. It's a chained prisoner, one of the rare, powerful beings that broke through the absolute barrier and escaped right after the apocalypse began. Its hideous face was unbelievable. On its forehead was a green magic crystal, signifying a level 4 SS-class evolved being. He frowned, thinking, before long it'll reach level 5, 6, and 7. And a year after the apocalypse, It will become one of the first level 9 beasts known to mankind. Back when humanity had no 9-star powerhouses, the chained prisoner was simply invincible. It had no purpose, simply wandering the earth and destroying everything it touched. Dozens of survivor bases were wiped out by its hand. Later, when humanity's 9-star powerhouses realized what a massive threat it was, 3 of them had to team up to destroy it. Remembering a beautiful purple-haired girl, he thought, that battle was the turning point that made the Rose assassin, Mu Xinfei, famous. He gripped his knife tightly, gritting his teeth as sweat poured down. Even though I'm only 1 star, I've had many evolution drugs and cursed ape meat. My actual strength is far greater than a typical 1 star. With that thought, he leaped forward, using his class advantage and superior knowledge to take down the smaller monsters before him. Killing level 2 beasts is also within my reach. He frantically slaughtered the small monsters. But a level 4? Forget it. After killing each one, he collected its crystal, silently crouching down to dig them out before putting them all in his backpack. He put on his backpack and stood there, staring at the giant, 4-star chained monster. The most important thing now is the monster treasure. I have to get the bag on its back. With that, he kicked open the door of the house. Inside, bodies were piled high. He pulled out his walkie-talkie. Miss Park, I've reached the candy shop. That monster isn't here. Tu-An's end of the walkie-talkie just crackled with static, with no reply. He looked at the device worriedly. He thought, Miss Park, Tu-An, and Liang Su-yin have all lost contact. What happened? He was suddenly startled and looked behind him at the group of people firing their guns wildly. Director Lee was yelling into his walkie-talkie, reporting, Captain Ye, we need backup. I've found something. The little one is carrying a yellow bag. Just now, it took a vial of medicine out of it. We realized it was an evolution potion. That thing must be today's main target. Its bag is full of good stuff. The little monster was being shot at wildly, screaming in pain as the bullets hit. That greedy Director Lee stared at it and shouted, It's wounded. After it. Find a way to knock that bag off its back. Just then, Ye Zhongming charged in. They turned their aim on him. Who the hell is that? Don't move. He swiftly took down one of them. The men could only cry out in pain. Ah, and he kicked the gun out of another's hand. That Director Lee drew his gun and aimed. But Ye Zhongming landed a hard punch to his gut, making him drop the gun in agony. He grabbed the handgun, thinking to himself, a military-grade pistol, as expected. Looks like the commander invested a lot this time. Without hesitation, he took off, sighing as he looked for the precious monster. I can't keep this hidden for much longer. Soon, everyone else participating today will find out. I have to get that bag before they do. The injured Director Lee groaned, pulling a walkie-talkie from his pocket. He coughed up blood, struggling to speak. Commander Ye. Commander Ye. The prize is here. If you don't come now, someone else will snatch it. Ye Zhongming ran like the wind, scanning the area for the precious monster. Where did it go? Suddenly, he heard a scream, and turned around. It was standing next to a giant purple insect monster. He leaped towards it. There it is. He observed that the wounds on its body had already completely healed. It was clearly shot just now. How did it recover so fast? The one-eyed monster spotted him and pointed, letting out a series of strange noises. The purple monster charged at Ye Zhongming. He dodged, thinking, huh? This violet cloud combat ant is a level 2 ant general. He drew his knife to block its attack. As far as I know, violet cloud combat ants are usually level 1, but higher-ranking ones exist within their colonies. Level 2 ant generals, level 3 ant kings. And no one has ever seen an ant queen. She could be level 4, or even... Unexpectedly, the ant spat a green liquid at him. He gritted his teeth and dodged to the side, but it spat again. He leaned back, narrowly avoiding it. You dare use a sneak attack? The ant spread its wings and flew up. He drew his knife, thinking, trying to fly? Not a chance. Then he slashed down hard. The razor-sharp knife severed both its wings. The wingless ant crashed to the ground. He ran over, sliced open its body, and plunged his hand in to pull out the essence crystal. Seeing him take down the ant in the blink of an eye, the little monster broke out in a cold sweat, its mouth wide open in terror, unable to even scream. It timidly looked for an escape route. He smirked and moved in to take its head. That gold bag is mine. The panicked monster, in a desperate move, pulled something from its bag and threw it right at him to get away. He caught the object, thinking, another sneak attack? But when he got a closer look, he gasped in astonishment. Wait a second, is that a scroll? He caught it and read, Basic Summoning Art. Thinking of this skill, he cursed under his breath. Holy crap, a skill scroll, and a top-tier summoning one at that, is a treasure in this apocalypse. He clenched the golden paper, smirking. What a haul. When the monster saw him absorb the treasure, its jaw dropped. After a moment of hesitation, it threw another item at him. He caught it without a second thought, and saw it was a promotion scroll. In my past life, I put in so much effort for one of these, and now it's just being thrown at me like trash. He held up his knife menacingly. These little trinkets are starting to grow on me. Got anything else? I want more. If not, I'll just finish you off. The terrified little monster threw another item. He caught the green vial, a regular 1-star evolution potion. He looked at the scroll in his hand, surprised. This is a profession certificate? His jaw dropped as he opened the scroll and read, "Congratulations, you have acquired the gardener profession." Mo Ye-yang unleashed a barrage of bullets from her gun at the giant monster. A teammate who witnessed this was stunned and quickly shouted, "Mo Ye, what kind of gun is that? How can it be effective against that monster?" Everyone's eyes were fixed on the gun in her hand. They all flinched before quickly realizing something. Chengze frowned, his voice full of suspicion as he questioned her. "You and the chief said you wanted to leave. Was it because of this?" Mo Ye furrowed her brow, concentrating all her energy on firing, not even bothering to answer him. A thought flashed through her mind. At first, I thought the evolution potions, ammunition, and weapons were a fair reward for all our sacrifices. She pondered deeply. But in reality, what I've contributed doesn't seem to be enough to warrant such generous treatment. Nevertheless, her voice was cold as she replied to him. There are many miraculous things out there, far more miraculous than we could ever imagine. Outside, the horde of monsters was still roaring madly. They tossed cars around like toys, flinging them towards the group that was holding its ground. Mo Ye squinted one eye, her voice firm. "When I get the chance, I'll explain everything in detail." Then she fired again. The sharp bullets pierced the monster's knee joint. It buckled, staring at its wound with a stunned expression. Immediately after, its rage exploded. It clenched its giant fist and charged straight at Mo Ye. Her teammates all shouted at once, "Here it comes! It's injured! Keep shooting at the wound! It's been shot in the knee! It can't run fast! Keep firing! Don't stop!" At that exact moment, the door to the room burst open. A man in a suit and glasses walked in. He pushed up his glasses and said in a commanding tone, "Who was the one shooting just now? Come with me. Director Liu wants that person to join his team." The group fell dead silent. Mo Ye was still. She gripped her gun tightly, looked up at the ceiling, and let out a soft sigh, then paid him no mind. She roared, "Help me target its right knee, hurry!" Everyone immediately raised their guns, ready to fire, paying no attention to the other man. Seeing this, the man with glasses flushed red with anger. "Hey, didn't you hear me? This is an order." But from start to finish, Mo Ye completely ignored him. She kept her eyes glued to the monster, aiming carefully before pulling the trigger. Unexpectedly, the man moved closer and touched her gun, his voice filled with curiosity. "Hey, there's something different about this gun." That single action was the spark that ignited her fury. Without hesitation, Mo Ye landed a solid punch right in his chest, making him clutch it in pain as he stumbled back. He trembled with rage and shouted, "Mo Ye, what are you doing? Is there something rigged about your gun? Why won't you let me inspect it?" She frowned, glaring at him with a steely voice. "I am saving people's lives. You need to stay away from me." Everyone present was stunned, their jaws dropping as they witnessed her yell, threatening him. "I'm staying right here. I'm not going to see any Director Liu. And if you keep bothering me, I'll kill you." Seeing how determined she was, the old man trembled with rage, pointing a finger at her face and scolding, "You're disobeying an order. You will be disciplined for this." But Mo Ye didn't say another word. She fired a shot right at him. The bullet slammed into the wall right next to the man, scaring him so badly that he was struck. Speechless, she coldly aimed her gun at him, staring him down. Her surrounding teammates were so surprised they fell silent, breaking out in a nervous sweat, a hint of fear in their eyes. He screamed again, You shot at me," she yelled furiously, cutting him off. "If you don't, get lost now, I'll smash your head in." The old man panicked and scrambled out of the room, as obedient as a dog with its tail between its legs. Chengze and Xiaolei looked at her with worry. Tongqing said, "Xiao Ye, you were too reckless. After this, how can you stay on the team?" Mo Ye was completely unfazed. She tightened her grip on the gun and smiled faintly. "It's fine. Other than my comrades in arms, here, there's nothing in this place worth my attachment." Chengze frowned, scowling at her. "How can you say that?" She looked at him, with her hands on her hips, making it clear. "This place isn't as good as you think it is, teacher. Do you know what we're risking our lives for? What we'll get in return?" His frown deepened, confusion written all over his face. What happened? What did you talk about with the chief after you got back yesterday? She looked at him, her voice calm. I happened to overhear an internal call between the chief and Commander Ye. We're being used as cannon fodder for Commander Ye so that he can obtain a treasure that's tens, even hundreds of times better than this gun and its bullets. Now, everyone was even more shocked. Their jaws, agape, sweat pouring down as they stared at her, listening to her story. We get nothing but death out of this. But our chief gets evolution medicine for himself, his wife, and his children, along with a chance to seek asylum with the military. Xiao Hu still asked, hesitantly, Captain, is that true? Mo Ye frowned at him. If any of you are lucky enough to survive, then congratulations. You'll get to see the chief and his family become evolved humans. Yi Zhongming looked down at his two hands in confusion, suddenly remembering he had a second profession, gardener. In his memory, the gardener profession was somewhat similar to the glorious craftsman. Not only did it possess a professional skill, but compared to the glorious craftsman, which carried a professional prefix, the gardener profession only had two types of skills, cultivation and activation. Thinking about what a gardener does, cultivation, as the name suggests, is to start a plant species from a seed state, nurturing it and caring for it to sprout and grow. Because it's a professional skill, the speed of cultivation, its effectiveness, and natural growth would be different, more efficient, and could even result in some outstanding abilities. Activation is a way to control plants with strange effects. But one thing is for sure, it's something that can help a gardener accomplish anything. In his past life, he had seen a sycamore tree that had evolved to an unknown level. Whether it was a 9-star human powerhouse, a supreme and arrogant beast, or even an aberrant mage, they all stayed far away from the tree's sphere of power. It was called the sky tree. He clenched his fists, thinking excitedly. Besides, even without mutated plants, just being able to grow some food crops and vegetables would be incredible in the apocalypse. That's worth more than gold. He then looked at the little monster, which was drenched in sweat. Got any more stuff? I still want more. It trembled as it reached for the bag on its back. He stared at it, a smirk on his face. In the end, it had no choice but to keep throwing things at him. Throw it harder. He raised his hand and quickly caught it, but he suddenly realized something was wrong with what it threw. He quickly leaped to the side to dodge. The thing it had just thrown hit the ground and exploded with the force of a bomb. He quickly covered his nose with his hand and looked toward the explosion, just as I thought. A trap. When the smoke and dust cleared, a huge, green monster appeared, its entire body covered in a slimy liquid. He clenched his fists. With the knife in his hand, he thought nervously, what is this monster? He looked at the green, wrinkled-faced monster and determined it had no magic crystal. The liquid dripping from its body hit the ground, which immediately sizzled and smoked, also completely evaporated. He quickly realized the fluorescent green light on its body was highly corrosive. The green monster suddenly leaped up, attacking him. He immediately turned and ran as it chased closely behind, reaching out its hand to grab him. As he ran, he looked back at it, thinking, I don't have enough information. If I recklessly slash at it and it can corrode the things he used in my hand, it'll be a huge loss. The small monster watched the green monster chase him and smiled smugly. Whoosh! He ran, sprinting towards a water fountain. Luckily, there's this. His hand gripped the paper tightly as he dipped one hand into the water, gritting his teeth and thinking, let's give it a try. Activating the elementary condensation art, the water in the basin immediately bubbled up and then quickly formed a massive water monster. He smirked to himself. It worked. His water monster sprayed water, hitting the green monster's shoulder. It roared in pain as its body immediately started to steam. The water monster pressed its advantage and charged forward to attack. Watching the two fight, he thought, the durability of the water element I summoned is 30 seconds. The total time is only 1 minute, so I have to end this fight quickly. He then rushed back towards the small monster. The monster slumped to the ground in fear, breaking out in a cold sweat, before immediately covering its head and trying to run. Right at that moment, Ye Zhang's group arrived, blocking the small monster's escape route. A subordinate raised his hand, roaring with excitement. What's mine will always be mine. Kill them. They instantly unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Yi Zhongming quickly rolled to a corner to escape. He pulled out his gun, thinking angrily, damn it, just a short delay and those guys already caught up. What do I do now? I can't even reload at the moment. Am I just going to watch helplessly as the treasure monster and the bag fall into their hands? After fumbling for a moment, he finally managed. All right. He leaped out, raising his gun and firing at them. The men he shot were thrown back and died instantly. He dashed over to the small monster, which was cowering on the ground with its head covered. He lifted its entire body as it squealed continuously. He then held the monster up by its neck. Looking at it, he recalled his past life. Every hunt for these treasure monsters devolved into brutal, chaotic battles. The death rate exceeded 60%. He squeezed the small monster's neck. Am I the winner today? His eyes widened in shock. Something was flying towards him at lightning speed. He hastily let go of the monster and dodged to the side. Who threw that? The monster cried out. Huh? He looked at the group of people shrouded in the distant smoke, thinking, if I hadn't sensed something was wrong and dodged in time, my hand would have been cut off by now. I'm afraid this isn't the only treasure monster here. 3 very fierce-looking people walked over. The woman among them looked at him and said, get lost, and we'll spare you. He looked at them in surprise, then grabbed the golden bag on the monster's back. He thought, all 3 of them are evolved individuals. Plus, they're ruthless. They've clearly adapted extremely well to the apocalypse. Another knife flew at him. He raised his own knife to block it. The man in the blue mask and pants held a long axe, and was about to leap forward to skewer him. He dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. What should I do? If my right arm was okay, I might have been able to handle this. But right now, my strength is severely depleted, and I have to fight 3 evolved individuals. He fell to the ground and quickly kicked the small monster to the side. There was no other choice but to temporarily retreat. However, the 3 of them looked at him in confusion when they saw him kick the small monster away. One of them looked up at the monster as it flew through the air. Wang Ning, grab the bag on it. The small monster happened to land right in front of the man named Wang Ning. Seeing this, he smirked. What a coincidence. The bald, masked man cursed angrily. Damn it. He pointed in that direction and shouted, forget about that kid. Get the bag first. His subordinates immediately yelled, yes sir, and surrounded the monster. Wang Ning's group cracked their knuckles. He said, I'll go stop them. You guys hurry up. The fully armed soldier next to him replied loudly, Roger that. With that, he charged forward like a tiger, confronting the other 3. Ye Zhongming stood watching them with a frown, thinking to himself, the waters have been muddied. Now, for the next step, how do I catch the fish? The sun was a pale yellow, and the surrounding scenery was utterly desolate. Mo Ye focused on firing at the monster and the zombies that were still charging forward. It didn't seem to be weakening at all. It was still roaring and bellowing as it lifted a huge concrete pillar. She was getting worried, sweating as she adjusted her gun and looked at it, saying, this monster has a trick like this? Looking at the magazine in her hand, she saw that only one of Ye Zhongming's special bullets was left. It was clear that changing targets was no longer an option. Was all my previous effort wasted? Her eyes widened as she stared silently at the bullet, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, she saw the figure of a girl running past below, and she recognized her immediately. Huh? She's Mo Ye. Mo Ye recalled the time she spent with Ye Zhongming's group, thinking that when she herself left, that girl and Ye Zhongming were still together. If she's here, Ye Zhongming must be nearby. Thinking this, she quickly leaped from the top of the building. Old Cheng Zhe watched in horror and yelled, are you insane? She landed powerfully on the ground and ran over to Tuan. Park Tuan. Seeing her, Tuan was also thrilled. They wrapped their arms around each other's waists, and Tuan said with a smile, Mo Ye, thank goodness you're here. Mo Ye looked at her and asked urgently, why are you here? Where are Ye Zhongming and Liang Chu? Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The 2 girls lost their balance and screamed. Tuan looked ahead, asking in confusion, what is that? Mo Ye also turned to look, her face beaded with worried sweat. In front of them, a giant monster wrapped in chains was striding towards them. Cheng Zhe and Xia Lei watched Mo Ye's figure, gritting their teeth in a mix of anger and helplessness. Cheng Long and Xiao Hu looked at each other and nodded in understanding. Immediately, they both grabbed their guns and jumped through the window. They shouted in unison, we're going to find Captain Mo! Cheng Zhe grew even more furious, grinding his teeth as he cursed. You foolish brats! Xia Lei held him back, saying, just let it be, let them go. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening came from behind them. The man with the glasses from before led a fully armed soldier in, who pointed a gun and shouted, where is Mo Ye? She has violated discipline. It's time for her to face the consequences. Xia Lei turned to look at them and said wearily, look at the situation we're in. Are you still playing these games? Cheng Zhe also yelled at the 2 men, the most important thing right now is to fight. What is this nonsense about holding people accountable? With that, he also jumped out of the window, saying, I'm going to bring Mo Ye back. The man with the glasses behind him gritted his teeth in anger. powerless to do anything. Xiaolei also watched him, her mouth agape in surprise. She looked down at the gun in her hand and sighed. I really admire them, but in the end, I'm not like them. Elsewhere, Tu An pointed. She said, with a hint of fear. The last time I saw Ye Zhongming, he was going with that monster. Mo Ye glanced at the enormous monster, thinking, Ye Zhongming went after this thing. Can he handle it? I hope nothing bad happens to him. Suddenly, Tuan grabbed her hand tightly and shouted, But we have to save Liang Chumo first. She's in danger right now. I just saw her fighting some people. Mo Ye replied, But what about Ye Zhongming? Tuan shook her head and said quickly, I feel like he was prepared. It seemed like he was looking for something. He probably wouldn't provoke that monster on purpose. She looked at Mo Ye, trying to persuade her. The best plan is to rescue Liang Chumo and then meet up with him. You know it too. A lot of the time, we just get in his way when we follow him. Mo Ye frowned, conflicted. She stared at the monster for a moment before replying, All right, we'll save Liang Chumo first. You lead the way. Just as the two girls were about to leave, a loud voice called out from behind, Captain Mo Ye, wait for us. Behind them were three men, all looking excited. Mo Ye asked in surprise, Cheng Long, Xiao Hu, and instructor, why are you all here? Cheng Long looked at her and said, What's the point of staying there? I see it clearly now. The world is in chaos. We don't need to stay there. Xiao Hu also scratched his head and said, That's right, Captain. We'll follow you. Wherever you go, we'll go. Cheng Zhe looked a bit embarrassed and said, with his head lowered, Every era has its own rules. Perhaps the rules of today's era are no longer the right ones. Mo Ye looked at the men and smiled faintly. She thought, Instructor, Cheng Long, and Xiao Hu are all elite soldiers. With them here, that idiot will probably be thrilled. Thinking this, she patted Tu An on the shoulder. She said, All right, let's go. We're going to save a comrade first. Hearing this, Xiao Hu asked in surprise, Huh? Captain, who are we saving? She looked at him and said mysteriously, Your idol. In this gloomy atmosphere, the team's spirit was brighter than ever. He was surprised. Huh? Meanwhile, on Liang Chumo's side, she was wielding a whip, facing off against dozens of enemies. Her body was already covered in bloody wounds, and she looked completely exhausted. She let out a grunt as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She wiped the blood away, thinking that killing someone was just like this. The fat man in the floral shirt was also injured. He clutched his arm, looking at her and cursing, Son of a bitch, you're not leaving here alive. With that, he raised his bloody hand and yelled, Break her legs for me. I don't care if she's missing limbs, just as long as she's alive. Immediately, the group of men unleashed a crazy hail of bullets at her. Chumo quickly flicked her whip, wrapping it around a corpse on the ground. She threw the body up to use as a human shield. If this kept up, it would be truly dangerous. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and her eyes widened with hope. Liang Chumo! The men immediately turned to look. Before they could react, Xiao Hu and Cheng Long charged in, beating them to a pulp. The thugs jumped up to fight back. The fat man in the floral shirt roared, Who the hell are you people? But before he could say another word, Mo Ye punched him square in the face. A spray of his teeth flew out as he reeled back in dizzying pain. He thought, What? Another evolved human? Elsewhere, Yi Zhongming was hiding behind a large rock. He watched Wang Ding fight against three other men. Each of them had bulging muscles, especially the bald one wearing a gas mask. The man raised two massive arms. He looked at him, thinking that the big guy must be the one with Model A class, and a very special, very powerful warrior class at that. He nervously glanced over, observing the white-haired guy. His hand was gripping a spear tightly. He looked at him, thinking that guy with the spear must have a class too, and so does the red-haired girl. He sized her up. It seems these three didn't just stumble upon a roulette and become one-star evolvers. They were lucky enough to find at least three of them. That guy, Wang Ding, shoved his shoulder hard into the masked, black-haired man, who puffed out his chest and bumped him right back. They were evenly matched. Ye Zhongming frowned. If someone had become an evolver by now, or even gotten a class, I wouldn't find it strange at all, because no one really knows how many apocalypse roulettes there are. There could be one hiding in some godforsaken place. Besides, once you see a roulette, sooner or later you'll figure out how to use it. As long as you're bold and careful, there's a high chance you can get strong in a short amount of time. He watched the two men fighting fiercely in front of him, but that soldier who appeared out of nowhere. I can't believe he's a two-star evolver. With that thought, he quickly ran towards the yellow loot bag that had fallen on the ground. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing with calculations. I was reincarnated, and yet I'm still just a one-star evolver? If it wasn't for pure luck, I might not even have a class. The masked man clutched his chest, his forehead beaded with sweat. Could he have spun a level 2 wheel? Wang Ding also wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. But even if he knew the location of a level 2 wheel, there are so many level 2 mutated creatures out there now. To kill one of them? Even if there are that many, could I actually do it? Just then, the man with the spear charged forward to attack him. Wang Ding tensed up, watching the tip of the spear rush towards him. His mind raced. No, I can't block that thing head on. But to his surprise, before he could even do anything, the spearhead pierced straight through, stabbing deep into his body. He grabbed the shaft of the spear, stuck in his chest, blood everywhere. The masked man's eyes widened in shock. This guy Wang Ding was injured, yet he still managed to slam him to the ground with one hand. The guy even yelled, "Go to hell!" The man in the gas mask stared, his eyes wide in astonishment, and gasped. Huh? Wang Ding pulled the spear out of his chest and said, "If it's not yours, you shouldn't have tried to take it." With that, he hurled the spear towards them, aiming straight for the red-haired girl behind them. The masked man whipped his head around. He shouted, "Xiao Tong, get out of the way." He turned and ran towards the girl, screaming, "Xiao Tong." The spear had already pierced through her. Wang Ding smirked triumphantly. Humph, a bunch of amateurs. The protective bag is mine. Then his eyes widened, his brow furrowed, and he roared, "You dare." In front of him stood Ye Zhongming, holding the precious bag up with a smile as he turned to leave. He gave a little wave. "Thanks for holding those 3 off for me." Seeing this, Wang Ding immediately gave chase. "Don't you run." And just like that, one ran while the other chased close behind. He glanced back at him, wondering, now, how am I going to shake this bastard? He kept running, but suddenly skidded to a halt, his jaw dropping at the sight before him. In front of him was a skyscraper, and a giant monster that was even taller. Its body was wrapped in massive iron chains. Suddenly, an explosion rang out. He gave a slight smile and quickly seized the opportunity. He broke into a sprint, vanishing into the thick cloud of smoke and dust. He moved so fast, he was nothing but a blur. But unexpectedly, the trick didn't fool Wang Ding. He reached out and landed a powerful punch right in his face. He didn't even flinch, immediately pulling out his knife to fight back fiercely. He tightened his grip on the handle, clutching the precious bag close to his body. He skillfully dodged the relentless barrage of attacks from him, then once again darted into the dense cloud of smoke. But that guy suddenly reappeared, blocking his escape route. He tensed, his brows knitting together as he stared at him. The guy looked down at the tear on his shirt, thinking to himself, "This kid is clearly just a 1-star revolver. If I hadn't dodged in time just now, that sharp silver blade would have gotten me." With that thought, he took a deep breath. His body tensed up, and his shirt instantly ripped apart, revealing a jet-black skull tattoo on his chest. He stared at the tattoo, his eyes wide with shock. Sweat poured down his face as he suddenly realized the reason he had reached 2-star evolution. It was the devouring black soul of that old man, Commander Ye. The old Commander Ye fired his gun relentlessly as a horde of zombies charged, but they were all met by well-equipped soldiers. But the zombies just kept coming, more and more of them, until even these army soldiers were starting to get overwhelmed. The terrified screams grew louder and louder. One of the men couldn't take it anymore and turned to the old man, shouting, "Commander, the more we kill, the more zombies show up. The men can't hold on much longer." He frowned anxiously and replied, "We set up teams in 4 directions, but we've lost contact with 2 of them. Director Liu just called from the other side. He said they can't stop that giant mutant zombie. They have to retreat now, too." Hearing this, the old man's face contorted as he ground his teeth and gave an order, "Relay my command." The soldier behind him raised a hand to his forehead in a salute. "Yes, sir." The old man grimaced, his eyes fixed ahead. "Break through the encirclement on the front left." The soldier looked in that direction, hesitating. "Commander, on the other side, there's..." He cut him off. "I know, but that's our only way out." The old man frowned. After some grim thought, he said, "It doesn't matter. All our efforts will be worth it. As long as Wang Ding and his group succeed, we can provide them with backup. Even if it means more sacrifices, it's fine." On the other side, Ye Zhongming stood face to face with Wang Ding. He frowned at him, thinking to himself that in his past life, he had heard about a special black card from certain roulette wheels. The card didn't list instructions like the others, it only had a skull pattern. He focused, trying to remember. This type of card, after being activated, it had only one ability. For a limited time, it could devour a life form of the same evolutionary rank to achieve a... He understood clearly. In other words, if a 1-star revolver used the black card and then devoured a level 1 mutated life form, he would become a 2-star revolver. Recalling the card's mechanics, a 2-star revolver who devoured a level 2 mutated life form would become a 3-star. He looked at him again. However, the Black Soul's devouring skill had a one-time limit and could only be used by evolvers up to a maximum of 2 stars. It was rumored to have severe side effects, possibly reducing one's lifespan to less than 10 years. The man pointed a finger straight at him and yelled, "Put the bag down, and I'll let you go." He frowned, a mix of tension and indignation welling up inside him. He thought to himself, no wonder a 2-star evolver appeared in such a short time. It had almost shattered the confidence of a reincarnator like him. He put one hand on his hip, holding a dagger out with the other, and replied confidently, "You truly are an unexpected factor. My plans might have to be scrapped, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give up on everything because of this." Wang Ding was also a bit flustered. He bit his lip, glaring at him and thinking, what other trump card does this guy have? Or is it a trap? His clenched fist trembled. After all, in the face of absolute power, all schemes are just child's play. He raised a hand and pointed in another direction. "Look over there." The man looked where he pointed and saw the fatty and Xiaolei frantically unloading their guns on the zombies. He exclaimed in shock, "Liu Ju." He then pointed in another direction. "And over there." The next place he pointed to was where the 3 evolvers from before were. They had gathered together and were watching the 2 of them. It felt like all the survivors from yesterday had run to this spot. Then, he pointed directly at him and said seriously, "You know what? I just heard your people call your name. Your name is Wang Ding. You were once someone I admired, but now, I despise you." His words struck the man like a bolt of lightning. Soldiers like them deserve respect. No matter what kind of apocalypse it is, they persist in protecting their honor, but you are not one of them. "Your commander isn't that kind of person either," he shouted firmly at him. "Your hearts have changed in this apocalypse. Everything you people are doing today is for your own personal gain." The man roared back in anger. "You're talking nonsense." Hearing this, he let out a light, contemptuous laugh. "Am I wrong?" Just then, a tank rolled up. It was Leader Ye. He was standing atop the tank behind Wang Ding. The color drained from Wang Ding's face. He listened as the young man spoke. "When the disaster began, you were the only established force in this town. What did you do? Did you organize any rescue missions? Did you help the refugees? Did you clear out the zombies?" Leader Ye stood with his arms crossed, veins popping on his forehead. "You people did nothing. Even when you killed zombies, it was only to harvest magic crystals, not for the purpose of saving people. Not only did you not help the civilians, but you also used other evolvers to serve you. The people who protected all 4 corners for you were just cannon fodder." At this point, he glanced over at the soldiers. The fully armed soldiers flinched in surprise. He continued, "They are the real soldiers, following orders unconditionally, having to leave their families behind. They fight bravely." He stood proudly in the middle of this desolate, death-filled city. He suddenly stomped his foot hard on the ground, then moved swiftly, nimbly leaping from one spot to another. He jumped high into the air, looked down at the crowd, held up the bag of treasures, and shouted, "Wang Ding, and all of you wearing military ranks and medals, your souls are already filthy. If you want the treasure, then come and get it." With that, standing high above, he took his knife and sliced open the treasure bag, causing the treasures inside to scatter and fall. Today, everyone fends for themselves. Let me see how many treasures a 2-star evolver can snatch. A brilliant light appeared in the sky like a giant fireball, and everyone immediately looked up. Wang Ding broke out in a cold sweat, shocked that he would do such a thing. Old Leader Ye and the other 3 evolvers also rushed forward to grab the treasures. The bald man in the mask saw that Leader Ye was faster than him and thought to himself, "That soldier's speed is incredible." Wang Ding reached out to catch a treasure orb, exclaiming triumphantly, "Got it!" But before his hand could even touch it, a green vine shot out from the side. Su M's vine quickly and accurately wrapped around the orb right in front of Wang Ding. She grabbed the orb and gave him a triumphant look. At that moment, Mo Ye also rushed over, planting her feet on the ground. She soared into the air, grabbing another orb, and even turned back to call out to Fa, before kicking another orb forcefully towards Piao Shouying. Down below, Tu An watched, tense, her mouth wide open. After grabbing the spheres, the 3 girls looked at each other and smiled softly. Each of them now had a treasure. Thon Long looked over at a sphere glowing in a mountain crevice and exclaimed, "There's still one left." As he went to grab it, he ran right into Wang Ding, who was after the same thing. He lunged forward, screaming, "Get lost." With his hand balled into a fist, he attacked, sending Thon Long flying with a single punch. His punch was incredibly powerful. It sent him flying right into Trin Troc, and the 2 of them crashed into each other in agony. Trin Troc quickly caught him, asking, "Dai Long, you okay?" He gritted his teeth in pain. "Damn it. That was brutal." Vuong Din knelt on the ground to pick up the sphere. He had it. But this time, it was snatched away from him. A bullet flew toward him from a distance, but he dodged it with ease. It was Tu Ho An, firing at him. Vuong Din rolled on the ground, dodging the bullets, and the sphere was knocked into the air, hovering right in front of Regiment Commander Diep and Mo Da. Both of them reached out to grab it. Trin Troc turned to her and yelled, "Move! Tia Da!" Before she could react, she saw Regiment Commander Diep flash past her. She froze, staring at him as he raised a gun to threaten her. Then, he bent down to pick up the sphere. But before he could, a masked man with a spear blocked his path. The two immediately began to fight. In the end, it was a 3-on-1 fight. Regiment Commander Diep was sent flying. The man in the gas mask knelt down and quickly grabbed the treasured sphere. He shouted in triumph, "It's ours now! Ha ha ha!" And then, everything fell silent. Holloway's group sat huddled in a rocky crevice, guns in hand. The fat old man squinted at the scene outside and ordered, "Fire." But one of his subordinates asked, confused, "Who are we?" No sooner had he asked the question than the brutish fat man slapped him across the face, shouting, "Who else would we shoot? Are any of our people out there? Of course, we just shoot blindly." Holloway looked at the old man, thinking that in a situation like this, their leader was actually ordering them to open fire on their own kind. She looked up at the sky, sitting sorrowfully with her gun in her arms. Mo Da and Trin Troc. They were still out there. Suddenly, she shot to her feet in shock. The other two guys also broke out in a cold sweat as they looked up. A giant, human-like monster wrapped in iron chains was slowly. Diep Trung Min watched it with an amused smile. It seemed things were going exactly as he had predicted. The giant monster with the ferocious face continued to advance. Diep Trung Min raised his gun and fired at it, but he wasn't aiming for the creature itself, but at its chains. He fired again and again, but the chain links remained solid, without a single crack. The old regiment commander Diep watched him, thinking, "Is that kid crazy?" The fat man, on the other hand, scrunched up his face, wondering to himself, "Is he really trying to lure that giant monster over here to take us all down with him?" He fired until he was drenched in sweat and exhausted, thinking that with his current strength, killing this chained prisoner was out of the question. It was a pseudo-level 4 monster. He couldn't even manage to seriously injure it. Sweating, he raised his gun and aimed again. But compared to the monster's treasure, he could get something even better from this chained prisoner. That's right. The iron locks wrapped around the entire body of the chained prisoner, the devil metal. He kept on firing relentlessly, thinking about the incredible properties of this metal. In the future, this type of metal would be astronomically expensive. It was all forged using runic engravings, and every single gram would be worth a sky-high price. It was said that by adding just a little devil metal during the forging process, the quality of weapons and equipment would increase dramatically, and might even grant that. He continuously fired at the chain wrapped tightly around the monster's leg, his eyes widening in excitement as a crack finally became visible. The fat man lunged forward with surprising speed, roaring like a madman. "What are you all gawking at? Go and take it. Take it!" From his high vantage point, Regiment Commander Diep stood tall, his gaze cold. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his gun and started shooting down the men below. Cornered, the fat man hurriedly reloaded to fight back. The battle exploded into absolute chaos. Tu An panicked, clutching her sphere tightly. Her voice trembled as she asked Mo Da, "What do we do now?" She replied with a calculating smile, "Let them slaughter each other. We'll wait for a chance to see if we can snatch the 2 treasures Diep Trung Min dropped." Worry was written all over Tuan's face, sweat pouring down. She asked, "What is he doing? Is he going to be all right?" Meanwhile, Diep Trung Min stood directly at the chained monster's feet, staring up at it intently before letting his gun drop. The monster brought a powerful blow down right where he stood. Fortunately, he managed to leap aside just in time. He then drew his knife and charged forward. The giant monster swung its mace in retaliation. Finally, he managed to grab the dull chain, unsure if it would hold. Clinging to a link with one hand, he dangled in midair, gripping his knife tightly with the other. He told himself, "Hang on. You have to hang on. If you want to get that devil metal, you can only rely on your uninjured left hand." He hacked forcefully at the link, and seeing the crack widen, he thought joyfully, "It's working. I can cut it." The monster looked down at him in confusion. Diep Trung Min, as if forgetting all his fatigue, grinned with pure joy and continued to saw away at the chain link. At the same time, however, he remained vigilant to dodge its attacks. He gritted his teeth, his hand clinging tightly to the iron chain, as he thought, "My right hand is hurting more and more. If I didn't have the physique of an evolved human, my fingers would have been broken by now." Watch its eyes. The chains only cracked a tiny bit, he thought, frustrated. But this damn metal is too tough. Who knows how long it'll take to break it? His face was drenched in sweat as he tried to hold on. I've come this far. Am I really going to give up now? He planted his foot on the ground, trying to pull himself up. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He spotted something in a crack in the ground below and quickly thrust his knife toward 3 black dots. The moment the knife touched them, the 3 black seeds instantly sprouted into 3 long vines. He quickly grabbed them, pressing the 3 seeds into the knife in his hand. Then, he went back to frantically hacking at the iron chain. Activating his gardener's professional skill, he touched the iron bar. The seed immediately sprouted, growing larger and larger. He gripped the iron bar and grinned. Success. He looked down at the purple, skull-faced flowers below. In his past life, these corpse flowers were an incredibly formidable type of plant. These plants were brought out of the forbidden lands by monsters and reproduced on a massive scale all over the planet. And the blood vine was the ancestor of these man-eating plants. He gripped the iron bar, using it for leverage, and leaped up. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and swung his knife at the part of the iron bar wrapped by the plant. Everyone below looked up, confused. Finally, the iron hook snapped and fell. Wang Ding laughed gleefully. "Ha ha ha, thanks," he shouted, preparing to jump up and snatch it. He smirked deviously, thinking, I don't know what that is, but if that guy wanted it so desperately, even an idiot would know it must be something good. Watching this, Shuyin screamed in worried anger. Ye Zhongming was hell-bent on retrieving what was stolen, even at the cost of his own life. What should I do? Seeing his chance, he roared, Di Huang Huan. The second the words left his mouth, his dog shot forward like a rocket. It was even faster than Wang Ding. He could only watch helplessly as the dog zipped past him. Ye Zhongming went into a freefall. He slammed hard onto the ground. Shuyin rushed to his side, screaming his name. Ye Zhongming! Seeing them run over, the monster grew even more enraged. The horn on its head began to glow with a blue light, crackling with electricity. Like a mobile cannon, it started firing beams of blue energy at the ground. It aimed right for them. The 3 girls ran to his side, and Shuyin called out anxiously, "We." He lay on the ground, looking completely exhausted, weak. He managed to whisper, "If you want to live, run." Then, he closed his eyes and passed out. The air was filled with nothing but the girls' desperate screams, calling his name. Ye Zhongming. Light filtered in through the darkness. He couldn't see anything yet, but he could hear a voice. You know, when you're awake, sometimes I find you really annoying, always acting so cold, staring at people like you're trying to see right through them. And you always have that look on your face like you couldn't care less about anyone. It's like you think everyone has wronged you, but it's not like you're perfect either. You're just a little stronger, a little tougher. That's all, right? So, can you please just wake up and get mad at me again? These past few days, I've been so worried about you. He smiled faintly. Ye Zhongming, lying in bed, slowly opened his eyes. Next to him, with her back turned, was Xu Ying, wringing out a cloth. She continued talking as she worked. You know, I've never done this for anyone before in my entire life. He broke into a sweat, thinking, hey, I thought for sure if I was unconscious, either Liang Shuyin or Mo Ye would be the one taking care of me. But why is it Piao Xiao Ying? She's the least reliable person I know. The sun-drenched room contained nothing but his single sickbed. Xia Ying, completely unaware that he was awake, continued, Humph, you're obviously so young. So who are you putting on that dead man face for all day? She brought the cloth over to him. When you first showed up, I thought you were some kind of hero, but then you had to go and lay out conditions, forcing me to make a choice. He closed his eyes, thinking, lady, get a grip. I was facing reality. And besides, I still came back to save you, didn't I? This silly woman. She really thinks I'm still out. This is a little embarrassing. Should I wake up now? As she wiped his face, he tensed up, breaking into a sweat and looking like he was in pain. She held the cloth, looked at him, and said, But, student Ye Zhongming, let me tell you something. Don't think you can pull any fast ones just because you saved my life. I'm a teacher, you know. Suddenly, her whole demeanor changed. She placed a hand on her cheek, her voice suddenly turning shy and soft. You're clearly younger than me, so you know what that means you should call me. Right? No. That's a weird way to put it. Just call me sis. With that, she gently patted his cheek as if he were a little kid. That's right, little brother Ye Zhongming. You have to call me sis. Then her expression turned serious. Also, you really should wake up. Our situation right now are not good at all. Every single day, we have to risk our lives for food and water. Every day we're being hunted. Every day we have to fight zombies, monsters, and even our own kind. Even I've had to use your knife. I've even killed someone. He frowned, his lips pressed together as he lay silently in bed, thinking, for food and water, fighting over basic necessities. I get fighting zombies, but what does she mean we're being hunted? She started wringing out the cloth again as she spoke. Things aren't stable within our own group either. That other bunch, they're all Mo Ye's former colleagues. They're using the fact that they helped us during the retreat a few days ago as leverage. All they think about now is how we're going to split the loot. Shu Yin has already clashed with them several times. Each time, Mo Ye has to step in and shut them down. But I know she's in a really tough spot, caught in the middle, especially since her instructor seemed to have ulterior motives, which deeply hurt Mo. She turned back to him and said, having someone like Miss Xia around isn't so bad. She tries to be fair when she speaks, but it's no use. No one listens to her. Even I'm getting exhausted from all this. Mo Ye and So Am must be even more exhausted. Please, wake up. Then, she picked up the basin of water and said, wait, I'll go get you another bowl of porridge. But just as she turned to leave, his voice came from behind. How long was I asleep? She was so startled that she dropped the basin she was holding. Seeing him sitting up, she cried out in joy. Ah, you. When did you wake up? In a high-rise building, a group of people gathered in a room. Ye Zhongming was now fully dressed. He watched So Am, who had her arm linked with Tuan's, laughing happily. He thought to himself, the three of them must be having a good time. He glanced over at Xia Lei, sizing up the person talking to Mo Ye. That must be Xia Lei. The woman Mo mentioned was very fair. A strong sense of justice, then. He glanced at Cheng Zhe and Xiao Hu, and then at the group of men in suits who were with the other man. According to Mo, Deputy Chief Yang Zhen had been calling for his talented treasure for the past few days. Suddenly, a dog came running over. Bark, he crouched down, patting the dog's head and asking, where's the stuff? The dog happily and obediently handed him an iron chain. He took it, then watched the fat, thick-lipped, bald man walk over. Well now, since you're awake, I think it's time we talked about my compensation. Yi Zhongming looked at him and replied with a slight smile. Go on. The man pointed to himself and said, before, all of you were trapped by that bastard Wang Ding. It was me who brought my men to rescue you. I'm not wrong about that, am I? He glanced at Mo Ye. She lowered her head sadly and said, after Cheng Long sacrificed himself to save us. It's true that Deputy Chief Yang and his men did put in a lot of effort. Hearing this, the deputy chief turned around smugly and spoke up. These past few days, we've been out finding food and water, killing zombies, and risking our lives fighting Wang Ding. Old Yang here never backed down. That's a fact, right? Annoyed, So Am rested her chin on her hand and retorted. It's true. You never backed down. You just used cowardly and deceitful dirty tricks. He was not happy to hear that. He pointed at her and snarled, you bitch, shut your mouth. If I wasn't showing Mo Ye some respect, I'd kill you without a second thought. Enraged, So Am pulled out her wire weapon and shouted, but Ye Zhongming quickly put a hand on her shoulder to stop her. Seeing this, Chief Yang smirked at him and said, so, kid, you could say I've saved your lives a few times now, so asking for a little compensation isn't unreasonable, right? Ye Zhongming crossed his arms and replied, not unreasonable at all. Taking this as a sign of weakness, the man pressed his advantage, frowning at him with a vile look. I know you all got a lot of good stuff from Pearl Lake the other day. How about this? You bring those items out and we'll share them. What do you say? We'll call it payment for saving your lives. Hearing this, Ye Zhongming held out his hand toward Mo Ye. The items? Mo Ye took off her backpack and said, that day, we acquired a total of 3 treasures. He looked at the 2 items in his hand and asked, where's the third one? She turned to look at Cheng Zhe, sighing without a word. He reluctantly held out an item. Ye Zhongming chuckled softly. Let's just look at these 2 for now. He looked down at the paper and thought to himself, so, it's a pharmacist's formula. While it's not top tier, it's very useful. Too bad we don't have anyone with the pharmacist class on our team right now. Then, he held up the gem to inspect it. He was taken aback, thinking, this would be considered top-tier equipment in the apocalypse. Even though it doesn't increase the owner's power, a spatial item is incredibly convenient. He tossed the 2 items to Tuan. He thought, this spatial crystal is only the size of an egg, making it easy to carry. The space is only 1 cubic meter, but that's enough to store some everyday items like mana crystals, saving us the trouble of carrying a backpack. And carrying things out in the open can attract unwanted attention. After examining the 2 items, he turned to Cheng Zhe and asked, what is that card? He replied, a summoning card. Mo Ye approached him and said awkwardly, he's my instructor. I gave it to him for safekeeping during our retreat. I didn't think this would happen. Hearing this, Ye Zhongming turned to the old man and said firmly, "These items are not up for grabs." Upon hearing this, the old deputy chief clasped his hands behind his back. He gave a signal, and his armed men raised their guns. The old man threatened, "Kid, I don't follow. Are you trying to trick me?" Ye Zhongming calmly raised his hands in response. "You saved our lives, and I'm very grateful for that. However, we acquired these items before you saved us. They have nothing to do with you. So, what if I offer you something else instead?" Hearing this, the old man's face twisted into a wicked grin. "Oh? Let's see what you can possibly offer me." Ye Zhongming called out decisively, give me the backpack." Inside his backpack were two sharp monster claws. He took out a bottle of green liquid, saying, "An immunity potion. It can stop you from turning into a zombie." The old man licked his lips greedily. "Nice, but it's not enough." Ye Zhongming then took out another vial, this one filled with a blue liquid, a 1-star evolution potion. Using it will turn you into a 1-star evolved. As for what an evolved is, I'm sure you already know. But the old man's greed was still not satisfied. His expression hardened as he demanded, "Still not enough." Ye Zhongming, he couldn't hold back either. His face turned serious as he asked angrily, "Isn't that enough?" Liang Shumo couldn't take it anymore. She snapped angrily, "Have you no shame? Do you have any idea what a 1-star evolution medicine costs out there? Don't you know?" She pointed a finger and berated all of them. "Just yesterday, we ran into 2 other groups. Dozens of people died fighting over a single evolution medicine. There has to be a limit to greed." Mo Ye couldn't stand it either. She looked at the bald old man and said, "Director Yang, I think this is more than fair. We risked our lives for this immunity medicine and evolution medicine." Even though the 2 women had said their piece, the old man's greedy frown remained. He crossed his arms and replied shamelessly, "I don't think your lives are worth that much." Seeing him belittle his people, Ye Zhongming scowled and spoke up angrily, "I also have a type of egg from what's called an ape beast, a level 2 mutated life form. Eating this egg for the first time, while not as effective as an evolution medicine, can still enhance one's physical constitution. Depending on the individual's body, it can even double it." Hearing this, all of them showed keen interest. The baldy, Director Yang, quickly asked, "Does it do anything for someone who has already evolved?" He looked at the old man coldly and replied, "Oh, for a 1-star evolver, the effect is even better after eating it. But for anyone beyond a 2-star evolver, the boost is smaller." The old man smirked smugly, "I want it. But that's still not enough." The old man's greed was bottomless. It seemed he wanted him to hand over everything he had. The despicable man even pulled a gun out to threaten him. "My young friend, I know you're very capable. Taking on the world with a group of women and still managing to live comfortably." He raised the gun in his hand. "You even managed to make Wang Ding jump up and down in a rage. Young Zhen, I admire your skills." With that, the old man pointed the gun at him. "Once you're done recovering, you'll be as strong as an ox again. Getting these items will be as easy as flipping your hand, won't it? Am I right? Pay a little more now so you can get a lot more later. This is a lesson I learned after half a lifetime of struggle, and now I'm teaching it to you for free." But he wasn't worried at all, just standing there with his arms crossed, watching him. Shumo got into a defensive stance. He ignored the old man, gestured towards Cheng Zhe and said, "That card is for you. That should be enough." Cheng Zhe and Director Yang suddenly fell silent and looked at each other. Old Cheng Zhe pointed his gun over and said threateningly, "Don't make me use this card first." But the old man, Director Yang, kept his gun aimed at him. "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid." The old man's expression changed, his brow furrowed as he shouted, "Now, throw your backpack and that black metal block over to me, or I'll fucking shoot you dead." All the girls got into attack stances around him. Ye Zhongming put his hands in his pockets and looked at the old man with contempt. "So, you're finally revealing your true intentions." He knelt and picked up the backpack. "From the very beginning, you wanted everything. You didn't make a move earlier because you weren't sure of this Commander Cheng Zhe's attitude, and you were still a little wary of me. Back then, you didn't know to what extent I would recover when I woke up, and you were also afraid that Mo Ye would be forced to attack you." He frowned, looking at the old man coldly, his eyes seemingly reading his mind as he spoke. "But when I woke up, you discovered I was obviously not recovered to my original state. Your apprehension about me vanished, and just now, you saw Commander Cheng's attitude. You know he chose not to side with us, so your wariness of him is gone too." He glanced over at the 3 women. As for the other 3, although they are all evolvers, their hearts aren't vicious enough, their hands aren't ruthless enough. Now that you yourself are an evolver, do you think you have the absolute advantage? He slowly pushed himself up from his knee to stand. "But you're too greedy. You want everything we have." He raised his hand, forming a finger gun and aiming it at the old man. You were right about one thing. This is the apocalypse. And in the apocalypse, there's a very popular saying, which I'll also teach you for free, and that is, he pointed his hand straight at him, saying word by word, to be greedy, you must first have the strength to back it up. The old man gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. Just as he was about to curse, a bullet shot through his heart from behind. Everyone cried out in shock. Director Yang, the one who fired that bullet, was none other than Xia Lei. All of his men turned towards her, raising their guns and shouting, "Damn it! Kill her and avenge Director Yang." But from behind Xia Lei, the dog leaped over her. It pounced, biting one man's neck, then moved on to the others, one by one. They scattered and fled, screaming, "Monster!" Ye Zhongming looked over at Chengze and said, "I've won. Hand over the card, and I'll let you go." He looked at him, thinking to himself, if this were my past life, I would have definitely chosen to kill anyone who dared to touch my interests. But in this life, my identity is too different. The house returned to its quiet state. Mo Ye and Xiao Hu were standing by the window, looking down when he walked up behind her and spoke. He probably hasn't gone far. You girls can take this meat and the immunity medicine to him. So it was all calculated. Killing Chengze would be simple, but Mo Ye would definitely grow distant from me. It's better to take a step back and win Mo Ye over. He handed her the item, and she smiled affectionately as she listened to him speak. Even though the old man's work was a bit shoddy, but Zhongqi and I were once master and disciple. With an immunity drug that can enhance one's physique, I think he can survive. The girl took it and replied with immense gratitude. Thank you, I really appreciate it. After that, they immediately ran for the door. She called out loudly, Xiao Wu, let's go. He replied, yes, sis, and quickly followed. Xia Lei watched his retreating back and asked, don't you feel like a hypocrite for sending everyone away to work like that? Hearing this, he tossed an evolution vial to her. He said, you call me a hypocrite? We'll see. She caught the vial and asked in confusion, what is this? A consolation prize for me killing my colleague? He ignored her and walked away, saying only, no, this is a down payment. I'm a man who always keeps his promises. After I've recovered from my injuries, I will definitely escort you to find your husband. As he walked, he thought, next, I need to take stock of the profits and losses from the Pearl Lake operation this time. Yi Zhongming sat on the bed. In front of him were various items laid out. He looked at them and said thoughtfully, the main loss this time was still that green spear. There were also some level 2 magic crystals and medicine used as payment for others. He picked up a golden card and brought it to his nose to smell it. He thought, so this is what Instructor Cheng was trying to swallow. It turns out to be a summoning card for a hellhound. He held up the crystal orb and the golden card to look at them. Staring at the jade green crystal in his hand, he couldn't help but smile. He felt that the gains from this operation far outweighed the losses. The most useful item is this spatial crystal. He shook the crystal, and the items on the bed were immediately sucked into it. Then he put the crystal into his backpack. Suddenly, he was startled when he saw that piece of cloth. He picked up the shimmering yellow fabric to examine it. Isn't this from that golden pouch? He recalled that he himself had torn this very fabric that day, the day of the treasure heist, in order to throw the various factions into chaos and to temporarily weaken that guy Wang Ding, to create trouble for myself. I deliberately tore this pouch so they would fight over the scattered treasures. This made it easier for me to go and slay Gui Jin. I remember tearing this pouch back then, didn't I? He couldn't help but touch the fabric. It felt soft and delicate, silky smooth, but this was definitely not silk, nor was it any type of textile he knew. He then pulled out the knife from his belt and, without hesitation, slashed forcefully at the cloth. But unexpectedly, the torn fabric instantly sealed itself back together. He was so shocked, he broke out in a cold sweat. He repeatedly swung the knife down, shouting, how is this possible? My Feng Zhe Yue can even cut and injure Gui Jin. How can this cloth be completely unharmed? He used the tip of the knife to slice the fabric open, but it instantly healed itself again. His jaw dropped in amazement. Wait, the mark from just now? Closed up. A little bewildered, he threw the cloth away. Is this thing possessed? What's wrong with this cloth? The cloth he threw landed on an egg, and the egg underneath immediately began to change. He stared in even greater astonishment at the glowing piece of fabric. He gently lifted it up and looked underneath. He saw that the egg had shriveled up, as if its life energy had been drained away. He finally shouted out loud, I get it now. This cloth can absorb life force to repair the damage it sustains. What an amazing item. Now I understand how that monster, which was injured by a gunshot, was carrying this pouch at the time. Thinking back, that little monster's wounds healed in a very short amount of time. That wasn't its own ability. It was using the properties of this golden cloth. He broke into a sweat as he looked at the cloth, a bit flustered. But I don't know how to use this thing. It's too special. He then took out the spatial crystal again. He pulled out another orb. This yang jewel is the only item from this hall that can directly increase my strength. He immediately popped the entire orb into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. His entire body suddenly transformed, his hair and eyes turning a fiery red. Green veins bulged across his face. An excruciating bone-deep pain hit him, leaving him gasping for air. Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, he was taken aback. Looking at his empty hands, he wondered, why did the pain stop? He quickly jumped up and landed firmly on the ground. He clenched his fists, his entire body brimming with energy. He laughed out loud. I feel like my body has been completely healed. He flexed his muscles, showing off his cool, handsome physique. I feel that my constitution and strength have been enhanced again. Right now, I'm probably 8 or 9 times stronger than a normal person. I'm a 1-star evolver. A level 2 Yang Jewel really yields great rewards. He then took out the half-chain from Guijin's body and said, and that's not all. I feel like my spiritual power has also increased significantly. He thought about his beginner's condensation art. It's a channeling ability that relies on summoning and spiritual power to determine its strength and duration. An increase in spiritual power means With that thought, he tossed the chain link into the air. Not only that, the man's eyes flashed red as he launched a spiritual attack straight at Ye Zhongming. I have enough mental energy now to use my craftsman skills on such a large piece of demon metal. He raised his hand and shouted, Collection technique. Refine! The piece of iron immediately disintegrated into many small fragments, which then gathered together to form a blue orb. He satisfyingly held the orb, his eyes widening in delight as he examined it. 100% demon metal, each portion weighing about 10 grams. First, let's test the effectiveness of one portion. He stood under the sun in front of a tall building, tightly gripping his short dagger. Ye Zhongming stabbed the nearby wall with all his might as sparks of lightning shot from his hand. Forging technique. He closed his eyes, his entire body erupting with a fierce power. The car in front of him was melted into flames. Looking at the iron orbs floating in the fire, he thought, 10 grams of demon metal, a few level 2 magic crystals, and also the claws of the jaw demon. A mystical blue light emanated from his body, and the dagger was coated in a new layer of power. He looked at the blade and shouted with joy. It's a success! Now, it's the demon metal blade of the Wind Moon, with the additional skill, full power strike. His eyes widened as he broke into a sweat. The blade of the Wind Moon was already a weapon capable of fighting against level 2, or even level 3, evolved life forms. This time, after being infused with demon metal, not only has its quality improved, but it also comes with a new skill. He slashed the blade forward forcefully. Let's test this blade aura. This is a professional skill for blade masters who have reached the expert level. It's a sign of whether one's mastery of their profession has reached an extremely high level. A profession must go through stages of development like intern, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. He thought of the masters in this apocalypse. The vast majority of survivors have professional levels concentrated in these stages, but above them are the Grandmaster, Mentor, and Transcendent levels. These are rare existences. Those who reach the Transcendent level will have the word Godly added to their title. A Godly Blade Master is a Transcendent level Blade Master. A Godly Craftsman is a Transcendent Craftsman. He continued to ponder, and the Grandmaster and Mentor levels are commonly known as Demigod level. He looked at his reflection in the shiny blade. To think the demon metal's auxiliary skill was such a symbolic one. With this, I feel like I could sever the shackles of a level 4 being. He swung the blade a few more times. He calmed himself down. Easy now. I'm still just an intern craftsman, and I don't have better materials. And the base weapon itself can't truly bring out the full potential of the demon metal, so continuing to forge it would just be a waste of this precious material. Holding a dagger in each hand, he started walking. He needed to get even stronger and collect more materials and better base weapons. In a room where several people were sitting, Ye Zhongming opened the door and walked in. Seeing him, Xiao Hu shouted excitedly, Hey, did you get another blade? Let me see it. He smiled and raised the dagger. You want to see the blade? Huh. Let's see if you can take it from me. Xiao Hu charged forward excitedly. You said it. Don't blame me for bullying you later. He planted his foot on the ground, launching himself into the air and aiming a bloody elbow at him. Ye Zhongming quickly dodged to the side and conveniently blocked him with his knee. Xiao Hu turned back, sweating in astonishment, then pouted and whined. My speed and strength are no match for yours. This is so unfair. Ye Zhongming lightly tapped his head with the dagger and said, There's no such thing as fairness in this world. The strong make the rules. Besides, even though you're an evolver, you're still not my opponent. Xiao Hu stubbornly crossed his arms and shook his head. I don't believe you. Ye Zhongming turned sharply and walked away, leaving only one sentence behind. When you attack, not with the goal of suppressing your enemy, but with the goal of killing them, that's when you'll be qualified to fight me. Then he looked at Mo Ye and asked, Do you have a map? Find one. Ye Zhongming pointed to the map and said, We are currently here. He then pointed to another spot. We are going here. Looking at the spot he pointed to, Xiaolei broke into a nervous sweat, thinking it was the new district where her husband used to work. Is he really planning to fulfill his promise so soon? Chu Yin, standing next to him, said while touching her chin, That's too far to go directly. He replied, We can't drive right now, and the apocalypse has been going on for a long time. The outside is completely overrun by zombies and mutated creatures. Any loud noise will attract them. In the nearby areas, it's just too dangerous, so we can only travel on foot. He pointed to another spot on the map. Also, there's the city center here, this old town district. He pointed to another spot and said, And here. No matter what, it's going to be very difficult. Mo Ye turned to look at him and asked, I can understand the other places, but that last one you just mentioned, isn't that an integrated medical facility for rehabilitation and treatment? He answered with some hesitation. Hospitals in the apocalypse are always very strange. We need to be careful there too, he thought. I know the reason better than anyone, but I can't say it for now, because even I'm not entirely sure myself. Chu Yin clenched her fists with determination. Ye Zhongming has proven himself to us many times. It's never wrong to listen to him. He took a red pen and drew a zigzag line on the map. I have now set our course. I've decided to go this way. Seeing the route he drew, Xiaolei immediately questioned him in confusion. You want to avoid that densely populated Old Town district. I get that. But why are we taking another long detour? What if? But going that way, even if everything goes smoothly, will take us over 15 hours. Why waste double the time? He frowned, looking her straight in the eye, and answered firmly, I promise to take you to your husband, but that doesn't mean I will risk my life and the lives of my companions. I can't guarantee that everyone will be completely flawless, but at least I can try my best to keep us all safer. Xiaolei said, a little sadly, So your detour. He cut her off to emphasize his point. Thanks for watching. Is to increase our strength, to increase the chances of successfully escorting you. Mo Ye looked at the two of them and asked, So, are we starting right now? He frowned, his determined expression holding a hint of cunning. No, I've let everyone suffer these past few days. We haven't gotten our payback for that fight yet. Someone knocked on the door from outside, calling, Brother, dang, it's me. Inside the room, the bald man was bandaging the red-haired woman's hand. The white-haired man opened the door and came in, holding up a bag. Brother Dang, got another 3 liters of blood. This should be enough. The man called Brother Dang lit a cigarette, took a drag, and glanced at the man, asking, How many crystals do we have? The other man replied, Over 300. That should be enough, boss. But Brother Dang, sitting on the bed, didn't seem satisfied. He said, Did you forget how we failed last time? We wasted the 260 magic crystals we got from trading those silver shoes. Who knew that it would need more magic crystals each time you spin it? The red-haired girl pushed herself up from the bed. There's nothing to complain about. Finding that wheel was a stroke of luck for us. Otherwise, the 3 of us would already be dead. She walked over and pulled the window curtains shut. The white-haired man said, Speaking of which, Xiaotong's luck is insane. 5 spins got us 3 evolution potions and a skill scroll. Only 1 spin was a bust. That success rate is just godly. And with that colorful roulette, she spun it twice and got a top-tier class scroll. Brother Dang exhaled a cloud of smoke and replied, Actually, Xiaotong, you. Suddenly, outside the window, Ye Zhongming's arm, holding a knife, shattered the glass and reached in. He grabbed the girl, Xiaotong, by the neck. The black-haired man turned in shock and yelled, You? He gave a cold smile, the knife still pressed against her neck, and replied, That's right. It's me. At that exact moment, the main door was kicked open. Mo Ye and Xiao Hu rushed in with guns. Heads down. Don't move. Xiao Hu pointed his gun at them and said smugly, Weren't you guys chasing me the other day? Go on, keep it up. Ye Zhongming looked at the scene and thought, a simple ambush like this managed to subdue 2 people with classes, and 1 evolved person. This kind of thing can only happen in the early days of the apocalypse. Over time, all survivors will learn to be careful and set up countless traps and alarms around their shelters. The girl, Xiao Tong, gritted her teeth and said to him, "If you're going to kill me, then just fucking do it. But don't think we'll ever give in." He looked at her and sneered, replying, "Why would I go through so much trouble just to kill you? With your level of carelessness, I have at least 10 ways to make you die without a sound." He looked down at the two men kneeling on the ground with their hands on their heads. "I'll ask you one question. Answer it, and I'll let you go. Don't answer, and I'll kill you." The bald man answered helplessly, "Ask." He narrowed his eyes and asked him, "Where is that colorful roulette?" The man looked at him silently, saying nothing. He stared back, but the hand holding the knife pressed deeper and deeper into Xiao Tong's neck, drawing blood. The quieter the man was, the harder he pushed the knife. Finally, the man panicked and screamed, "Wait! That roulette is in Long Run Garden, Building 83, Room 117. I'll take you there." He saw that he had loosened his grip. The man thought in terror, "If I hadn't shouted just now, this guy would have really killed her." The next morning, at another building, the group gathered, following the bald man. Xiao Hu stared at the knife in his hand, his eyes sparkling. Annoyed, he said, "Hey kid, can you keep it down? What's so great about a broken knife?" As soon as he finished speaking, the kid immediately shot back defensively. "A broken knife has no aesthetic? This is called a legendary blade. Brother Ye, did you see it? When it cuts down zombies, it's like slicing melons and vegetables. Dead bodies everywhere in an instant, right?" But before he could finish, he gestured for silence, warning him sharply, "Shut up, at least lower your voice." But the kid wouldn't let it go, leaning close to his ear and excitedly holding up the knife. "Brother Ye, you have two blades in your hand, and they have a similar design. That can't be a coincidence, right?" He answered wearily. "My class is craftsman. Both of these knives were made by me." Xiao Hu scratched his head. "Brother Ye, when can I get a class?" He replied coldly, "You don't have to beat around the bush like that. I'll distribute them based on the class type. The main principle for distribution is, who is willing to fight by my side?" He said it bluntly, leaving the kid stunned. Xiao Hu frowned and fell silent, his expression turning a bit awkward. Then, he walked up beside him and said, "I'll listen to Captain Mo." He turned back, smiled lightly, and looked at him. "I think this reaction is also very normal. If this guy started showing loyalty to me just because he wanted to get a profession, I definitely couldn't keep him." Arriving in front of room 117, the bald man went up. "Click, we're here." Then, Xiao Hu and Mo Ye kicked the door open, guns in hand. The two of them cautiously scanned the inside, and sure enough, there was a multicolored clock. Xiao Hu looked at it and exclaimed, "This thing looks special, huh?" Ye Zhongming approached it, touching the wheel, and said, "Looks like we'll have to stay here for a while." The streets were filled with wandering zombies. A phone on top of a box rang, and the zombies immediately gathered around it. But once a large crowd had formed, the box suddenly exploded. Yi Zhongming signaled to Xiao Hu, "It's your turn." He quickly replied, "Where did you learn to make bombs? Also, the fact that it can be detonated remotely like this could get you investigated." Annoyed, Ye Zhongming looked at him. This clearly wasn't the time for such talk. He yelled at him, "Cut the crap. Go!" Xiao Hu grinned cheerfully, grabbed his knife, and charged forward. All right." Suddenly, Ye Zhongming noticed that in the distance, another explosion had just gone off. He looked in that direction and said, "Looks like things are going smoothly on Liang Chuyin's end too. At this rate, by tomorrow morning, we should be able to harvest over 200 magic crystals." He peeked his head out from behind a car and said to Xiao Hu, "Once you're done collecting here, go help Liang Chuyin. I'm going to check another spot." Xiao Hu shouted back, "Got it, brother, yeah." After giving him his orders, Ye Zhongming took off like the wind, running and thinking. The colorful wheel. Also, each time it turns, it requires more magic crystals. According to that group of three, last time they used over 200 crystals to turn it, and they failed. This time, we'll need at least 350 to be safe, and the final turn will probably require 500. He stopped in front of a large supermarket. He felt he didn't have time to collect normal magic crystals. "I need to find a way to get level 2 magic crystals," he thought. He broke into a sweat, observing the supermarket. A place like this is crawling with zombies, and many of them can hunt people, so their natural evolution level is much higher. Despite knowing this, he calmly walked inside, because coming here meant the chances of encountering a mutated fries, level 2 zombie were much greater. The moment he entered, a zombie lunged out, roaring and screaming. Without a hint of fear, he drew his knife and skewered its head in one thrust. The zombie died in a single move. They're all just normal zombies. It seems the one I'm looking for isn't on this floor. As he was walking, a drop of green liquid fell from the ceiling onto his shoulder. Immediately, he looked up and saw a giant spider above him. He gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking, a mutated long-legged spider. The spider shot something at him. It was a web. He stood, facing the incoming net-like web, holding his knife up in front of him, thinking, the web is too wide. I can't dodge it. This is a good chance to test out my wind's dance. With that thought, he slashed wildly at the web. Full-powered slash. The spider was startled and could only watch helplessly as he brought a powerful blow down on its head. The spider died instantly, collapsing to the ground. He quickly used his knife to cut the magic crystal from its head and then sliced off its legs. Looking at the massive spider carcass, he thought, a good harvest. At least this wasn't a waste of time. Just then, something flew at him from behind. He quickly dodged to the side, slightly surprised. What? A sneak attack? He frowned, looking behind him with some concern. This is bad. Before me is a half-human, half-demon monster with long feminine hair, and next to it is a cat. He thought in confusion, a yuba and its pet. He remembered the yuba he had encountered in his past life. Not long after the apocalypse began, a beautiful, yet bloody legend was spread in many places. A stunningly beautiful woman would wander the earth with her pet. If she met a man she liked, she would spend the night with him. But after their moment of passion, slaughter would follow. These favored men would have their bodies cut apart, their organs eaten, and their blood drained while they were still conscious, dying, in agony. He looked again at the yuba before him. Later, everyone learned that this legend was real. It was just that those beautiful young women, after becoming zombies and completing their evolution, had turned into a special new type of zombie, the yuba. Standing opposite it, he thought, among mutated zombies, the yuba isn't considered top tier, but its first innate skill is called the spirit seed. This type of innate skill can control a mutated creature or beast. The spirit seed is a skill of complete control. Not only does it make the controlled mutated creature incredibly loyal, but it also doesn't erase its original consciousness. Furthermore, the pet evolves alongside the yuba, eventually becoming extremely powerful. He raised his knife and looked at it, thinking, I can't believe this supermarket not only has a mutated long-legged spider, but also a yuba that knows how to ambush people. And its pet is a highly agile, dual level 2 mutated cat. How interesting. The yuba hugged the cat, smiling faintly as it stared at him. In his past life, there was news from Donghai about a level 9 yuba. Someone had seen this type of mutated zombie riding on a giant white snow serpent. Its appearance was completely indistinguishable from a human's. Its every move, its every smile, seemed even more human-like. Some people even suspected that after a yuba evolved to level 9, some of them regained their memories from before they were mutated. Hiding its identity, it returned to the human world. But this level 9 yuba was far more vicious than any other zombie. Ye Zhongming stared at the zombie before him, which was cradling a mutated, three-eyed cat. His entire body was on high alert. Suddenly, the cat leaped from the female zombie's arms and charged toward Ye Zhongming. But its target wasn't Ye Zhongming. It was the flesh of the spider he had killed not long ago. His heart pounded in his chest, and Ye Zhongming's mind was stretched taut, like a violin string. They clearly didn't see him as a threat, thinking he was just a meal they could devour at any time. That's why they were eating the spider carcass first, to prevent its life energy from dissipating over time. At this thought, a surge of anger rose in Ye Zhongming. How dare these zombies look down on him like this? This wasn't the same apocalypse from his past life, and he was no longer the same Ye Zhongming he used to be. With that thought, he gripped his knife and lunged toward the cat feasting on the spider's carcass. He brought the blade down without a shred of mercy, his aura exploding with power. A brilliant light flashed through the space. The cat, busy eating, noticed the sudden attack and stopped to look up. But before it could process what was happening, the slash seemed poised to slice its body in two. However, the female zombie moved with incredible speed, appearing in a flash to retrieve the cat and begin healing it. Her expression remained unchanged from beginning to end. Ye Zhongming frowned. Could this be the innate skill, energy exchange? This energy exchange skill could be used to transfer energy to accelerate the healing and evolution of an injured party. It could be used to share evolution energy, and once the skill reached a high enough level, it could even share life force itself. Normally, An evolved, sentient life form like a Yuba would only acquire this skill upon reaching level 9, but this one in front of him had already awakened it at level 2. He absolutely could not let the Yuba continue to heal that black cat. Otherwise, he'd soon have to face 2 formidable opponents. Acting on his thought, Ye Zhongming swung his blade again, attacking to interrupt them, but the Yuba had no intention of dodging. It simply retreated, continuing to heal the black cat as it fled. Ye Zhongming gave chase, shocked that this Yuba could run so fast. At its current speed, he knew he wouldn't be able to catch up if he recklessly pursued it, not to mention the other zombies that kept lunging out to block his path. Right now, he had to get back and bandage his wounds. Otherwise, he'd truly become a walking piece of cake, radiating an irresistible scent. It would attract countless zombies to tear him to pieces. Ye Zhongming veered in another direction toward some glass windows, then raised his knee and shattered the glass. He leaped from the high floor, but of course, it wouldn't be that simple. If escaping was this easy, it wouldn't be the apocalypse. Ye Zhongming had a nagging feeling that something was wrong, a sudden sense of foreboding. He feared this wasn't going to end so easily. And sure enough, following right behind him, several large birds burst through the glass from inside the building. They were targeting him. He flicked his wrist, swinging his knife in a wide arc. He parried the relentless attacks of the 3 large birds. The sound of claws scraping against his blade echoed. The commotion was immense. Before Ye Zhongming could even finish dealing with the 3 birds, from a nearby manhole cover, several rats, drawn by the strange noises, began scurrying out one after another. Soon, a multicolored swarm of rats had spread everywhere. Ye Zhongming quickly turned and cut down a few of the ones in the lead. On a nearby building, the Yuba was still holding the black cat. It leaped from one building to another, its healing pace never slowing. Ye Zhongming, of course, caught sight of it. As expected, this was the Yuba's doing. Even if it could only control one pet, it could still relay information to other evolved creatures. This thing could communicate with other mutated life forms. Ye Zhongming shot a glare at the Yuba, thinking, "You really think this is enough to kill me? How ridiculous. Quantity means nothing without quality." Ye Zhongming swung his knife again, hacking repeatedly into the swarm of rats. The rats at the front were all sliced in 2, their heads and bodies sent flying. But of course, with such a massive number, some were bound to slip through the cracks. Suddenly, 2 of the fastest rats broke free. They dodged Ye Zhongming's attack, leaped up, and each gave him a vicious bite. Ye Zhongming tensed his body, channeling energy into the knife in his hand, and continued to assault the rats. His speed grew faster and faster, but his expression remained completely unchanged, a mask of calm composure. Soon, a multicolored pile of rat carcasses was stacked up in front of him. Ye Zhongming was surrounded by a wall of dead rats. The remaining rats seemed to have some intelligence. Realizing they were no match for the person before them, they hastily scurried away. Now, Ye Zhongming's only remaining opponent was the Yuba standing high above. He pointed his blade at it, his killing intent flaring. Even Ye Zhongming, who had been so calm and collected, was starting to look a little uncomfortable as sweat slowly trickled down his face. Who knows what she was thinking, but she decided not to bully Ye Zhongming any further and turned to leave. Before she left, she gave Ye Zhongming a long, lingering look, her blood-red eyes staring daggers at her enemy as if she was about to eat him alive. Ye Zhongming caught her gaze, calmly raised a hand to his neck, and said with a smile, "You're next." Back at the base, the others were resting and waiting in a room, when a sudden knock on the door caught their attention. Although that woman had left, Ye Zhongming, of course, didn't get away completely unscathed. He still had to fight off those other small fry. As a result, when he returned to the base, his body was covered in wounds from claws and fangs, and his breathing was somewhat ragged. Park Soo-young rushed to open the door for him and pressed, "How did you get so injured?" Ye Zhongming didn't answer, merely stalking inside and telling them to quickly get some alcohol and bandages from his bag. The others hurried over to Ye Zhongming to help treat his wounds. Ye Zhongming sat silently in a chair, observing his surroundings for a moment before asking, "Where are Mo Ye and Xiao Hu?" "They went out to find food," Liang Shuyin said. She held the bandages in her hand and looked at his wounds, hesitating, unsure where to even start wrapping. How did he get hurt this badly? Where are we even supposed to bandage him? Seeing this, Xiaolei came over and told Liang Shuyin to let her handle it. As expected from a professional, her movements were much more skilled, but the wounds on Ye Zhongming's body were very strange. There were marks from sharp objects and bites from fangs. She was extremely suspicious about what on earth this man had encountered after being out for just a short while. Seeing Xiaolei hesitate, Ye Zhongming said, "You'd better hurry up. Otherwise, the smell of fresh blood will attract zombies." The group of people tied up in the corner saw Ye Zhongming's state and laughed mockingly. What's wrong? Did someone beat you up? Too bad they didn't finish the job. A moment later, Mo Ye and Xiao Hu also returned to the base. They brought back some food in a bag. Ye Zhongming didn't turn to look at them. Instead, standing up and walking towards that machine, his body now fully bandaged, he said, "You all go ahead and eat first." Then, Ye Zhongming took out a large number of magic crystals and threw them into the machine as the circle began to slowly spin. He had no idea what he would get. This time, it was 360 level 1 magic crystals, all from the slaughter he'd committed after the woman had left. The others in the room watched the spinning wheel with great suspense. What on earth would it land on this time? Ding! The wheel stopped, and a book appeared. This was a profession scroll. The scroll slowly floated towards Ye Zhongming. As he looked at the item in his hand, a surprised expression appeared on his face. This was the Apostle of Light. What kind of profession was this? Why had he never heard of it? Ye Zhongming quickly opened it to take a look. After reading it, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This thing was actually a primary profession, similar to a combination of a healer and a light mage. It's just that its skills were geared more towards protection. A profession like this could heal, defend, and provide support for attacks. It was truly a dreamlike, all-purpose profession. The others were extremely curious as well. Ye Zhongming handed the profession scroll over for them to see. They immediately gathered around. But the only catch to this profession was that the user must not have any other profession, and once they became an Apostle of Light, they could never learn another one. Ye Zhongming held up the genuine cross in his hand and asked with a smile, "So, who wants this?" Mo Ye followed the crowd's lead. Xiao Hu immediately raised his hand excitedly and said, "Me, me." Mo Ye and Liang Shuyin instantly shot him a powerfully judgmental glare. Without a word, it was enough to make the boy shrink back. He thought dejectedly, "I was just shouting for fun. It's not that I don't understand that my time with Brother Ye has been too short. I'm not even an evolved human, so taking any profession would be a waste." Seeing them remain silent for so long, Ye Zhongming looked at Mo Ye and asked, "You only have one profession, right?" Mo Ye waved her hand and refused seriously. "Then I don't want it either. I don't want to be stuck with just one profession like that." Mo Ye wanted to be as strong as Ye Zhongming. If he had more than one profession, it meant that her own path to strength would require multiple supporting professions. Mo Ye wanted to continue down that path as well, and so, all eyes turned towards Liang Shuyin. Liang Shuyin immediately shook her head and said, "I don't want it either. This profession doesn't suit my personality." In that case, no one else here was suitable or willing. All eyes fell upon Park Soo-young. Being suddenly put on the spot like that made Park Soo-young a bit flustered. Liang Shuyin shouted in frustration, "Why are you being so indecisive? When you're told to fight, you don't want to. This profession fits your personality perfectly. It's clean and holy. It's a perfect match no matter how you look at it." Park Soo-young fell silent, deep in an internal struggle. After an internal struggle, she finally made up her mind, looked at Ye Zhongming, and said, I want this class." Ye Zhongming furrowed his brow at Park Soo-young and said seriously, "I can give this to you, but you need to understand what it means for you once you take this class, and for all of us, right?" He held the scroll out towards Park Soo-young, silently waiting for her decision. Liang Chuyin smiled at Park Soo-young and asked, "The man who choked you and slapped me with a knife, he's not so bad now, is he? At the very least, he's earned our trust." Park Soo-young reached out and took the scroll. Countless specks of pale yellow light appeared, flying towards her. In just a moment, the aura around Park Soo-young changed, exactly as the class description promised. A faint blue light now swirled around her. Suddenly, Park Soo-young pointed at Ye Zhongming and said, "Sweet Duart." The bandages wrapped around Ye Zhongming slowly came off, revealing a perfectly healed body, as if he had never been injured at all. Seeing this, Ye Zhongming was overjoyed. He looked at Park Soo-young and eagerly asked, "How many times can you use it?" Park Soo-young thought for a moment, then replied, 8 to 9 more times. Hearing that, Ye Zhongming couldn't stop smiling. This was definitely a class that restricted a person to only one. Either its spirit power reserves were enviably vast, or the skill's spirit power cost was so low it would make others jealous. Suddenly, Park Soo-young said, "I have another skill." Ye Zhongming looked at her in shock and asked, "Another one? Aren't you just an intern Apostle of Light?" Park Soo-young looked blank for a moment, then asked, "Intern? Are you talking about my current class level? It's just Apostle of Light." "Right, and next is Messenger of Light, then Holy Messenger of Light. The next level is Holy Maiden of Light, and there's also Divine Messenger of Light and Goddess of Light." Hearing the full list, Ye Zhongming mentally cursed 100 times over. Holy crap, this class is way too overpowered. No wonder anyone who has it can't get any other classes. Putting her words into action, Park Soo-young used her remaining skill, chanting, Voidling Shield. A small, blue shield appeared. As Ye Zhongming got dressed, he looked at the Voidling Shield and asked, "Can that thing only be used on yourself?" Park Soo-young touched the Voidling Shield and explained with a smile. It automatically detects attacks and moves to block them. It can also be assigned to designated targets. This defense is completely automatic. Hearing this, Mo Ye and Liang Chuyin excitedly ran over to take a look, and the atmosphere became incredibly lively. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming went back to the roulette wheel. There were still 2 slots on it, one black and one white. The shield's defensive power would surely increase as her Apostle of Light class leveled up. He couldn't wait to see what would happen when Park Soo-young reached the highest rank. As he thought this, he threw another 4 magic crystals into the machine. How could the men tied up over there not recognize those as level 2 magic crystals? A flicker of worry appeared in the scar-faced man's heart. The 3 of them together couldn't even handle a single level 2 mutated zombie. Yet this guy had killed 4 of them, all by himself. Ye Zhongming paid no attention to the terrified men huddled in the corner. He just focused his attention on the machine's spinning wheel. The wheel came to a stop, and another scroll appeared. This time, it was a class called Wind Dancer. After reading it, Ye Zhongming tossed it to Liang Chuyin and told her, "Take it, quickly." Liang Chuyin blankly caught the scroll and opened it. This is a Wind Dancer? The Wind Dancer is a class that uses ribbons as weapons, such as whips, silk ribbons, and cloth strips. Only female evolvers can learn it. The user must have a basic aptitude for dancing to perform the skill-related movements. The Wind Dancer's first-class skill is the Shadow Quad Directional Dance. When activated, the user can leap into the air and launch an indiscriminate attack. Mo Ye smiled at Liang Chuyin and said, "Congratulations. I wasn't expecting that." Seeing that Liang Chuyin was still in shock, Park Soo-young chimed in with a laugh. "And it's perfect since you already use a whip. This class is practically tailor-made for you." With everyone saying so, there was no reason for Liang Chuyin to refuse the class. She clenched the scroll in her hand, accepting the new class. Mo Ye had been waiting for a long time. Seeing 2 awesome classes appear back-to-back made him a little hopeful too. Ye Zhongming quietly watched the wheel in front of him, his voice calm. "We're out of magic crystals. If we want to spin it again, we might have to wait a day, or even longer." Hearing this, Mo Ye's eyes went wide, and he shouted in disbelief. Mo Ye frowned, walked over, and lightly tapped the guy on the head, scolding, "All right, quiet down." Mo Ye could only sulk, silently crying in a corner. Xia Lei saw this, but was helpless, who asked him to be so dramatic. Ye Zhongming had just started walking over, toward the tied-up men and said, "Everyone, pack your things. We're getting ready to move out." When these guys saw Ye Zhongming approaching, and having witnessed his power, they were now completely docile. Scarface hurriedly shouted, "Wait, don't kill us. Let us go, and I'll tell you something." Ye Zhongming silently watched. Indeed, silence is the ultimate weapon of the powerful. Seeing Ye Zhongming's silence made Scarface even more terrified. He quickly said, "I can swear on my parents' names that what I'm about to say is true and useful. To you. You know how to use a knife, right? I know someone who has a similar vocational certificate." Ye Zhongming coldly told him, "Talk." Scarface didn't dare to delay, and without a second thought, he immediately blurted out everything he knew. 2 streets from here, there's a small shop called Oan Oan Supermarket. A group of people has gathered inside. Not too many, only about 6 or 7 of them. I don't know where they got a vocational certificate from, but because there were too many people to share it, they came up with a solution. They want to trade it for evolution, potions, or other useful items. You can. Go find them. As for how you trade, that's your business. A new day arrived, sunlight illuminating the gloomy building. Ye Zhongming's group had finished packing their luggage and were gathered downstairs, preparing to move. Xia Lei took out a yellow bag and handed it to Ye Zhongming. He took the bag in his hand and said with a smile, "This is more like it. Everyone needs to gather magic crystals through real combat while also getting used to their new classes." Mo Ye, standing beside him, smiled happily and said, "Brother Ye, you're such a good person. You didn't even take the magic crystals from those 3. Upon hearing this, Ye Zhongming's expression changed. He said indifferently, "It was just a reminder. This black area on the color roulette is the death zone. If the needle lands there, it means everything will end, even if you're a 9-star powerhouse." His words scared the others. They were speechless for a moment. Mo Ye asked awkwardly, So, what about those three? But before Ye Zhongming could answer, a loud sound echoed from the building behind Mo Ye. For some reason, an explosion had just occurred there. The others all looked at the building in shock. Ye Zhongming said coldly, "This is the last time I will consider your feelings. Next time, I won't go through such trouble, nor will I waste a few hundred magic crystals. I'll just handle it myself." Xia Lai asked hesitantly, "But..." Ye Zhongming understood what she meant and asked, "But I promised to spare them, did I?" "How naive." Ye Zhongming continued, "They surrendered only because we are stronger. If our positions were reversed, what do you think they would have done? In this world, this is simply the inevitable rule. Don't forget how they attacked us without a sound at the lakeside square. When I was unconscious, they chased us the entire way. You think I'm cruel now because you haven't been affected by that misplaced mercy in your heart. Wait until one day, because of your foolish mercy, you have to endure something unimaginable, then you won't think this way anymore." Ye Zhongming pointed to a zombie lying on a chair and said, "Because at some point, you could become a filthy corpse just like her, emaciated and gray, with matted hair, ragged clothes, and even a missing arm. The blood that flows from her body is a tainted black." Ye Zhongming's words silenced everyone. After all, the sight before them was too horrific. The thought of that day coming was something no one wanted. "These people are far too naive," Ye Zhongming said coldly. "This is the apocalypse, and only when facing the dead does one have the right to grieve. For the rest of the time, throw away your compassion. Those three definitely hate us, so I absolutely cannot allow people who hold hatred towards us to live in this world." The scene shifts to another building, with sunlight streaming through a window. A fat man sat on a chair by the window, reached for a water bottle, then tilted his head back and chugged the entire thing. The girl on the bed peeked her head out, looking at him fearfully. He noticed her gaze, then tipped the nearly empty bottle down, and said with a smile, "The rest is for you." The girl, having received a little water, quickly opened it and drank greedily. In a time when supplies are this scarce, nothing is too precious. The man had just finished putting on his shirt when there was a knock at the door. The person outside said, "Dad, another group of people has arrived. They don't look easy to mess with. They want to spin the roulette wheel." The fatty opened the door and asked, annoyed, "Huh? How many people?" His son said with a grin. "6 people, 4 women, 2 men. They have guns." The old man frowned, thinking to himself, "A team like that is quite strong." He left the room, but before he did, he told his son to call their men over, and also told his son to hurry up with whatever he was planning to do. His son pushed the door into the room and said with a smirk, "Got it. So you figured it out." On the bed, the girl clutched a blanket around her scarred body, staring sadly at the man before her. The man took out a bottle of water and said, "Here, you slut. This is for you. Let's go again. Hurry up." The woman had no choice but to comply, offering up her body once more. Meanwhile, outside, the old man and the others had already gathered, standing around the wheel. Ye Zhongming's group found their way there as well. Mo Ye cheerfully smiled and said, "Brother Ye, those 3 guys weren't lying. There really is a wheel here." The fat guy holding a gun eyed them unhappily and asked, "You want to spin the wheel? Do you know the rules?" Ye Zhongming smiled and asked, "1 spin, for 1 magic crystal, right? We'll spin 10 times. With that, he tossed the bag of magic crystals that Xia Lei had given him over to them. The fat man caught the crystals and signaled for his lackeys to step aside. Ye Zhongming and Mo Ye stepped forward. Ye Zhongming chuckled, "You're always bragging about your lucky hands. This time, I'll let you give it a try." Mo Ye said excitedly, "All right, leave it to me." As the 2 of them were spinning, the old man on the side whispered to his son, who had just finished his business, "Keep a close eye on them." The wheel lit up. Mo Ye gleefully spun it a few times, then turned to Ye Zhongming and asked, "Brother Ye, see? Told you my hands were lucky. We've got 4 bottles of evolution potion. I definitely get a cut of this, right?" As expected, the other group wasn't very bright, and they immediately advanced on them. The fat man yelled, "Leave the evolution potions behind, or I'll kill you." Ye Zhongming let out a sigh and smirked. "I knew it would come to this. Perfect timing. I can use you guys for some blade practice." The other group hadn't even realized what was happening when he signaled his team to attack, with Fa Tuan's shield providing cover up front. They never would have seen this coming. They thought they were hot stuff with a gun, huh? Against people like these, they wouldn't even have time to scream before they died. A series of one-sided cries of agony erupted from the ignorant fools, and in just a moment, they were all dead. Not a single one was left, only corpses littering the grassy ground. Ye Zhongming said, "Let's go. We need to get to the supermarket and trade these evolution potions for their profession certificates." Having witnessed so much depravity, Xiaolei had wised up a little. She asked worriedly, "What if they try to rip us off with the price?" "Ye," Zhongming chuckled. "Then we'll just have to force the transaction, and I'm sure you all know exactly how we'll do that." It didn't take long for Ye Zhongming's group to find the Yingying supermarket, but of course, they didn't go in right away. Mo Ye looked at Ye Zhongming and asked, "Brother Ye, what's the plan?" Ye Zhongming was quiet for a moment before saying, "You just took an evolution potion. Go with Mo Ye and clear out some of the nearby zombies. Try to get used to your new abilities. I'll circle the neighborhood and scout ahead." In other words, he was going to scout alone. As soon as Ye Zhongming said this, the others immediately protested in unison. "That's way too dangerous." Ye Zhongming knew they were worried about to him, but he was confident in his own abilities. So, he smiled and said, "Don't worry. If they're after evolution potions, that proves. Most of them aren't evolved yet. They're no threat to me. Besides, I can move more freely on my own. If I run into real trouble, I can get away quickly." But even though he said that, they still weren't convinced. Liang Chuyin bent down, patting Di Huangwan's head, and said, "Then at least let him go with you." Well, he had to accept that. And so, man and dog moved swiftly through the neighborhood, their movements agile. They didn't notice that high up on a rooftop, Yuba's long-tailed black cat was silently watching them. Ye Zhongming quickly made his way to the supermarket, but he stopped outside the door to listen in. He could hear voices inside, but before he could do anything, trouble found him. Di Huangwan and the black cat spotted each other at the same time and charged forward. A fierce battle erupted between the two animals. Despite its smaller size, the black cat was not losing, in the slightest. Ye Zhongming immediately drew his knife, his body tensing into a high state of alert. How could he forget that black cat? In a flash, his eyes scanned the area, and he spotted Yuba lurking nearby. Of course. That lingering spirit was still haunting him, even though he couldn't be bothered with her. Only this time, she had another guy with her. She'd clearly brought Gumo for backup. Ye Zhongming drew a hand across his neck, his voice turning icy. "Aren't you a psychic-type mutant zombie? Aren't you supposed to be much smarter than the other mutants? Then you should understand what this gesture means, right? Damn it. Today, I'm going to kill you for sure." With that, he charged straight at Yuba. She was no slouch either, lunging to attack without a moment's hesitation. Yuba rushed in barehanded, while Ye Zhongming deftly dodged aside, his dagger gleaming, ready to counter at any moment. Just as the fight was about to explode, Gumo suddenly leaped out from behind Yuba, his eyes blazing. Two crimson laser beams shot forward, causing Ye Zhongming to freeze for a moment, but he quickly leaped away to dodge them. Despite its name, the Bone Demon was really just a mutated zombie that was in the process of evolving. Its most famous innate skill is the skeletal illusion, but at only level 2, the most it had mastered was a basic innate ability called Blazing Ray. The moment those two beams hit the ground, Ye Zhongming swung his blade straight down. The knife sliced through, severing the Bone Demon's arm in a single motion. Before it could even react, Ye Zhongming reached out, grabbed its head, and roared, "Die!" Seeing this, the whispering hag in the back rushed forward to help, completely oblivious to Ye Zhongming's cunning smile. He was using her own plan against her. With astonishing speed, Ye Zhongming seized the opportunity to slice off both the Bone Demon's arms, then spun around. The tip of his blade was pointed directly at the whispering hag. It looked like she was finished, but the gem on her forehead suddenly flashed with light. Several purple circles shot out toward Ye Zhongming. He froze, taking the full brunt of the attack, and his perfect plan fell apart in an instant. He had to admit, his opponent was too strong. How could a level 2 whispering hag possibly possess an innate skill like psychic knowledge? Drawing on his vast combat experience, Ye Zhongming spun in midair and unleashed two successive kicks. One was aimed at the Bone Demon, the other at the whispering hag. The moment his feet hit the ground, he was struck by the full force of the whispering hag's psychic attack. Blood began to trickle from his eyes and mouth. The psychic attack from psychic knowledge directly damaged a being's consciousness. It was an utterly vicious ability, but this thing was clearly just a level 2 mutated zombie. It already possessed two innate skills, Spirit Seed and Energy Swap. How could it possibly have a third? After unleashing her attack and seeing that Ye Zhongming was still alive, the Whispering Hag immediately backed away. Clutching her black cat tightly, she scrambled to escape. Ye Zhongming wasn't about to let her get away that easily. He shot to his feet and pursued her with all his might. The bone demon, which he thought was down for the count, suddenly surged up and attacked from behind. Ye Zhongming frowned, swinging his blade across its neck. This damn thing getting in the way. In that brief moment, the Whispering Hag had already fled far into the distance. Ye Zhongming picked up his pace. He had to rip this problem out by the root. Otherwise, she would continue to stand in his way. Just as he was speeding past a supermarket, a grumbling voice from inside made Ye Zhongming stop in his tracks. The person snorted coldly. "Damn it. Put the magic crystal away. Let's assess the situation and get out of here." A young man's voice replied. "Leave? You're going to abandon this place, old man?" Hearing that voice, Ye Zhongming had a sudden realization. He reminded himself inwardly, "Ye Zhongming, you need to calm down. The goal this time is to trade for that profession certificate. Getting stronger quickly is the most important thing right now." Behind him, Di Huangwan was busy extracting the magic crystal from the bone demon's corpse. Ye Zhongming, on the other hand, approached the supermarket and knocked on the door. "Hey, I know you're in there. I've come to make a trade. I have an evolution potion." Ye Zhongming knelt down, stroking Di Huangwan's head. "You go back to the others. I'll return after I finish this trade. You're a mutated beast after all, and we can't have you scaring them." The people inside heard his voice but remained wary and didn't open the door. "How did you hear about us?" Ye Zhongming answered. "Brother Dang." The old man asked again, "Are you alone?" Ye Zhongming nodded. "Yes." The old man pressed on. "Any zombies nearby? I've already cleared them out." Even after hearing that, the man didn't lower his guard. As he opened the iron bars on the window, he said, "Come on in. Slowly, and keep your hands where I can see them." Ye Zhongming climbed through the window. As light poured in from outside, he saw the old man holding a bow, with an arrow aimed right at him. Ye Zhongming frowned, warily scanning the room. Two young men were standing in the corner. The middle-aged man asked, "So, about that evolution potion?" Ye Zhongming took off his backpack and produced a vial. "I have more," he said, "but I need to see your merchandise first. That's just a basic rule of trading." The middle-aged man nodded to the young man next to him. The youth went into another room and came back moments later, holding a profession scroll. Ye Zhongming nodded. "I've seen enough. This is the real deal." He took a step forward. "So, what's your price?" The men flinched and shouted, "Stay back." Then the middle-aged man stated his price. 6 vials of evolution potion. Ye Zhongming frowned and shook his head. Too expensive. The man, though slightly nervous, retorted that he clearly didn't know quality when he saw it. What followed was a typical round of haggling, but the other party was adamant, refusing to go any lower than 4 vials. Ye Zhongming frowned, thinking to himself, a 1-star evolution potion is incredibly valuable this early in the apocalypse. Each vial is worth more than 10, maybe even over 100 magic crystals. Even for an evolved human, killing that many zombies is no easy task. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, getting your hands on an evolution potion to become an evolved human is the most important thing there is. A profession scroll is great, but if you're not evolved, it's just a worthless piece of paper. He slung his backpack on. "I'm sure you all know just how hard it is to come by evolution potions right now. The value is already high enough." Hearing this, the other man realized that if he insisted on this price, he would have to leave. With that, he raised his bow and arrow even higher. Suddenly, the young man who had just taken out the class certificate spoke up. "Uncle, these 3 evolution potions are the highest price we've been able to offer for days." Of course, the man knew that. But 3 potions really wasn't enough. Seeing this, Ye Zhongming grew suspicious. He asked, "Can you tell me why it has to be 4 potions?" The other man lowered his bow and shook his head. "2 of my family members are in very poor health, terminally ill. If they can't become evolved, they probably won't live much longer." Ye Zhongming understood in an instant. This evolution potion could fundamentally improve all aspects of a person's physical condition. It did indeed have some healing properties, so even a terminal illness wasn't an impossible problem. Since that was the case, Ye Zhongming didn't plan on haggling any further. This matter could be renegotiated. Rummaging through his bag, he said, "Take a look at this. This is an egg I happened to get from a level 2 mutated creature. There were 2 of them. I already ate one, and it can replicate the effect of a small amount of evolution potion. Although it doesn't boost your physical attributes as much as a full potion, you can eat this multiple times, and it will be effective each time." The other men were clearly still skeptical and a little bewildered. This thing truly sounded miraculous. The young man was the first to react, asking hastily, "Does it work on everyone? What about evolved people?" Yi Zhongming replied, "It works on them too. I've tested it myself. This is my final offer. If this still isn't enough, then I can only say it's a pity." He had finally turned the tables, becoming the one in control. The men understood that this was the best price they would get at the moment. Holding onto the item any longer wouldn't bring any more benefits, so they could only accept the trade. Outside the supermarket, the sky was gradually darkening, and Ye Zhongming prepared to leave. Before he left, he kindly told the middle-aged man, "It won't be safe here in a few days. You should leave as soon as possible." The man probably didn't expect this sudden warning. A surprised expression flashed across his face, but he thanked him nonetheless. Yi Zhongming held the class certificate in his hand and asked, "Can you tell me how you got this class certificate? With all due respect, you don't seem capable of getting a class certificate from the roulette wheel, right?" Just as Ye Zhongming had said, the man honestly recounted, "We found two strange-looking monsters, but they were both very powerful, fighting in one place. This thing was in one of the monsters' nests." Ye Zhongming nodded in thanks and hurried away. So, it was clear this item was the real deal. After running a good distance from the supermarket, he finally stopped and began to examine his newly acquired loot. It was the Radiant Seal Bladesman, a powerful class with a glorious prefix. Ye Zhongming clutched the class certificate tightly in his hand. From what he knew, his glorious artisan subclass, which also had a glorious prefix, was already incredibly strong despite being and now, he had a main class to add to it. As soon as he learned the new class, the knife in Ye Zhongming's hand immediately transformed. It was no longer short but extended, morphing into a sharp, gleaming blade. Yi Zhongming smiled as he looked at the weapon in his hand. It was time to test this new power. He gathered energy at his fingertips. Something like fire erupted under his control. In midair, a flame in the shape of the character for flame appeared. Yi Zhongming raised his blade and touched the flame character. The fire exploded violently, engulfing the blade. The blade immediately began to glow with a faint orange light, surrounded by sparkling, hovering golden dust. Ye Zhongming swung the blade forward forcefully to a deafening explosion rang out. In front of him, a fierce fire erupted, spreading in all directions. The fire dissipated, leaving behind a thick cloud of dust and smoke, the air scorching hot. Ye Zhongming exclaimed in excitement, "Amazing! This 1/ is probably..." Although he was also a bladesman in his past life, he was a 6-star evolved person back then. Right now, he was only a 1-star, Radiant Seal Bladesman. This class was essentially two classes combined into one, a Seal Master and a Bladesman. A Seal Master uses spiritual power in a special way to manifest seals outside the body, unleashing various abilities. The Bladesman part was self-explanatory, and now he was a Radiant Seal Bladesman. The entire class system was divided into two branches. The first was Seal Arts, and the current class skill that had appeared was Flame. Its main effect was to use the blade as a conduit, imbuing it with the power of fire. The second branch of the Radiant Seal Bladesman was Blade Arts. Currently, Ye Zhongming only possessed one class skill for it, Blue Sea Severance, but its consumption was too great, so he hadn't used it just now. Ye Zhongming sheathed his blade. With his current abilities, if he used the Seal and Blue Sea Severance together, he could at most slash twice. Moreover, the better the blade used as a conduit, the stronger the power of the seal would be, and it just so happened that he also had the artisan class. For now, he should meet up with Liang Chuyin first, then figure out a plan. With the Fengxiu enhancement, Ye Zhongming swiftly leaped across several buildings, finding Liang Chuyin's group, but as soon as he landed, he heard the loud barking of Dai Huanghuan from up ahead. Could they be in trouble? Elsewhere, Mo Ye was fighting an enemy, but the situation wasn't looking good. Piao Xiuying's shield had also been shattered. Their opponent this time was a large man, wearing what seemed to be the uniform of some organization. He held a blade in his hand and laughed loudly. "Haha, your skills are pretty good. You heal her once, and that's another 6 shields. I'd like to see how many more times you can do that for her. This blade isn't bad. Too bad, you're too weak to use it to its full potential. Today, this thing will be mine." The thing he was after was the blade, which looked very similar to Ye Zhongming's. Xiao Hu had already been taken down by the others earlier. He was now lying on the ground behind them. Hearing the man's words, Mo Ye became furious and shouted, "Like hell it will." The other enemies had also started attacking Liang Chuyin's group. Facing Liang Chuyin was an old man who looked very experienced. Meanwhile, Di Huanghuan was facing 3 other men who were armed to the teeth all by himself. The situation was growing more and more critical. It was as if they had been cornered with no way out. Suddenly, the large man charged toward Mo Ye to attack. Mo Ye raised his blade to block the incoming strike. But how could a player with one hand possibly fight against a player with 2 hands and 2 weapons? The man just twisted his wrist, thrusting his other knife toward Mo Ye. Just as danger was imminent, Piao Shuying's shield arrived just in time. It helped Mo Ye block the knife. But the man had no intention of giving up. After stepping back to gain momentum, he charged forward again. Once again, he attacked Mo Ye. Piao Shuying quickly maneuvered the Kongling shield to block the blow for Mo Ye. But Piao Shuying had already used her Ganlu technique on Mo Ye once. Di Huanghuan had also just used it once, adding 5 shields for Mo Ye, plus 1 for Liang Chuyin, and 1 for Di Huanghuan. Right now, her spiritual energy was in a bad state. They were still waiting for Ye Zhongming to return. If he didn't come back soon, things would get ugly. The man twisted his wrist, slashing at Mo Ye's blade, then thrusted his knife toward Mo Ye again, shouting, "This blade is mine today." As expected, the weak can only have their things stolen by others. But at that most critical moment, Ye Zhongming's familiar voice rang out. It made the large man freeze. What? A flicker of fire appeared in the depths of his eyes. The flame grew larger and larger, stunningly beautiful, yet powerful enough to strike fear into others. Ye Zhongming calmly walked forward, raised his blade, and declared, "Yin Feng Yan Dao." This single move from Ye Zhongming changed the entire battlefield. Xia Lei, who was in the middle of a fight, paused. Even the old man, the teammate of these bastards, had to stop. The powerful flame swept through. It sliced through the man's arm. Ye Zhongming's strike was incredibly sharp and immensely powerful. A single slash had severed his arm completely. The man fell to his knees, clutching his arm and screaming in agony. Ye Zhongming stood before him, like an untouchable force, immensely powerful and ruthlessly cold toward his enemy. The air around them grew hotter, and dust filled the air. Seeing Ye Zhongming return, the others ran over joyfully. "Ming! Brother Ye, the tables have turned." Seeing that they were outmatched, the other men scrambled to their feet, turning to flee. The men fighting Liang Chuyin also told each other to retreat quickly. Liang Chuyin shouted, "You're not getting away," but they quickly got away. Ye Zhongming, who had been calm just a moment ago, now looked exhausted, sweat pouring down his face. He held his forehead. "Let's get out of here, quickly." Liang Chuyin was still angry that they had escaped, but seeing Ye Zhongming suddenly panting like that, she grew worried and rushed to support him, asking, "Brother Ye, are you all right?" Seeing Ye Zhongming slightly buckle as he explained that the last move consumed a lot of energy, Mo Ye stepped forward, helping Xiao Hu up as he spoke. "Xu Ying, go take care of Di Huanghuan. Xia Lei, help Liang Chuyin. Listen to Zhongming. We need to leave this place immediately." They had also used up a lot of their energy earlier. Another day dawned on Blue Sky City. The warm sunlight shone down. It was a beautiful day, if not for the grayish, moving corpses in the city. On the rooftop of a certain building, Xia Lei, Liang Chuyin, and Piao Shuying were cooking breakfast. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming was resting under a blanket. Xiao Hu and Mo Ye were practicing their moves off to the side, looking fully recovered. Seeing them so full of energy, Ye Zhongming slowly woke up from the sunlight, surrounded by those same familiar sounds. He sat up, shielding his eyes from the sun with his hand as he looked around, wondering where this place was. Seeing Ye Zhongming wake up, the others stopped what they were doing. "You're finally awake." Liang Chuyin quickly ladled a bowl of food for Ye Zhongming. Ye Zhongming smiled. "Don't worry, everyone. After a full night's sleep, I feel much better now. It was a pity. Last night, he had used the flame blade twice in a row, leading to massive energy consumption, so he had no way to capture that guy, Wang Ding." Liang Chuyin held the large bowl in her hands and smiled cheerfully. "Perfect timing. Breakfast is ready. Let's eat, everyone. Come on, let's eat." Everyone quickly came over, sitting in a circle around the stove. Xiao Hu ate while looking around. Ye Zhongming smiled. "Boss, I can fight the captain now. Let me use the Feng Zhu Yue." Mo Ye pointed his chopsticks at him. "In your dreams. If you've got a death wish, just say it." Ye Zhongming gave a forced smile and asked, "Isn't it just a blade?" After saying that, he took a sip of soup. Xiao Hu frowned and asked, "Just a blade? Boss, didn't you see Wang Ding yesterday?" Even though he had the advantage with his evolution level, he didn't dare get anywhere near the edge of the Feng Zhu Yue. He was wary of it. I saw it clearly. This kid's observation skills aren't half bad. Ye Zhongming put his empty bowl on the ground and smiled. "I'll just make one for you. How about that?" Xiao Hu hadn't even snapped back to reality yet. Ye Zhongming had already stood up, waving his hand at the guy. He walked towards the wall, touched it, and softly chanted a strange spell. "To be contained."